You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's October the 21st, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at the Legacy420.com news desk and at paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty fantastic. How are you doing, Al?
I'm not doing too bad myself, actually. I'll be doing better later on as the warm temperatures get warmer, and that frost that we had earlier in the week or last week is gone.
Yeah, we've got some beautiful weather heading, in our area as well. Very strange for October to be going out with 20-degree weather.
Yes, yeah, but it is nice. I can remember Halloween days of snow when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, I can remember like having to get a Halloween costume big enough to fit over the snowsuit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, because it always sucked having to put a costume on and covering it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So what's new and exciting before we get into the news?
I went to a sound bath last night. That's new and exciting. It was pretty amazing. I don't know if anybody watching has ever done that, but if you ever see one creep up in your area, I highly recommend going. It's a wonderful way of doing some healing. Music and of course sound is a beautiful natural healer.
Yeah, it is. And it's just sound. It's not music, right? It's just sound.
Just sound. Yeah, the gentleman that ran it last night, he works with frequencies. So he played two particular frequencies, the air and the earth frequencies. And, we sat in these sounds for about an hour. And then he also did some work with our chakras as certain frequencies over certain chakras. So it was pretty incredible. It was the first time I've been to one kind of like that. So it was really neat.
Yeah, different. Yeah, I've actually I don't think I even heard of sound healers that do stuff like this. So
yeah, when I was
new every day, right?
When I was in Toronto on my way home from Mexico, actually, I found one there that was fairly inexpensive. It was $15, and it was held in the basement of a the lounge of a legal store. They had a little like lounge. You can't smoke or vape in it or anything,
Right.
but they run things out of it with a park across the street where you can go smoke. So they had a sound bath in there while I was in Toronto, and I took part in that, and that was pretty cool too.
Interesting. I have to learn more.
Yeah.
All right, on with the news. We're going to start with the first story of the day. It comes to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Headline there says cannabis sales spiked by 21% in Canada's most populated province. And Cindy, I'll let you do the next one. Sorry.
No worries. Canada's most densely populated province was significantly smokier during H1 than it was last year, according to new data from the Ontario Cannabis Store, the OCS. I was about to say somebody's name that was messaging me. Ontario observed a 21% increase in cannabis sales by volume year over year during the first half of 2024. The province raked in over 1 billion, that's with a B, folks, representing 11.8% increase in revenue.
The number of dispensaries in the province increased too, by 3% year over year. As of June 20th, Ontario has 1,721 certified retailers. A 22% increase in the number of dispensaries within the Greater Toronto area was notable during H1. There are a total of 250 now. However, the quantity of shops situated in the city of Toronto decreased by 3% to 388. 11 closed their doors during that period.
Wow.
Now, Greater Toronto area, that includes not only Toronto, but that's all the other cities around it.
Yeah, like the GTA is all of the
surrounding area, the burbs.
The burbs, that's right, the suburbs.
Yeah.
The OCS sent over 204 million grams of weed to authorized retailers during the 6-month duration, an 18.5% spike from last year. Ontario's government-owned distributor added a variety of products to its catalog during the first half as well.
Yeah, the president, Chris Jones, recently says the OCS has expanded its product catalog, significantly adding over 1,000 new items from the licensed producers. And then on Thursday, the province's cannabis distributor and Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario opened up a fake dispensary in downtown Toronto. It will be temporarily situated at 474 Queen Street West.
Yes. Through this new Buzzkill campaign, initiated on the 6th-year anniversary of domestic legalization, they aim to educate consumers about the dangers posed by illicit markets. Products found in this fake pop-up shop will be clearly labeled with unwanted ingredients you might be exposed to by buying cannabis goods from unauthorized retailers.
Yeah, Toronto Star writer Josh Robin, he says that some mold with your joint, sir? No. How about a nice buzz with a side of E. coli or pesticide? A so-called pesticide beverage will be available to teach patrons about the harmful impact of unregulated cannabis drinks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What gives this cannabis-infused cider its signature oomph? We like to think it's love, the label says, but realistically, it's probably our unregulated use of toxic pesticides. The educational dispensary will be open until October 20th.
That was actually just closed yesterday. I did see a post online about the store. Jonathan Hirsch.
Yeah, he went.
He went. Took some pictures of some of the packaging, as well as some of the labels that were there. Get extra fuzz in your peach fuzz rings and stuff like that. So it was interesting.
It is, yeah. I find
it was full of industry people. There wasn't really any, as if, its idea was for people to walk in suspecting it's a real store, and then they would educate them that this is, so on and so forth. But from the way Jonathan's post was, as if people knew, so people didn't go in. other than those within the industry.
Yeah. I think if they're going to do this, they should also have articles on the companies that have been sued and have had to pay out, the legal producing companies that have been sued and having to pay out due to injuring their patients, me being one of them.
Yeah,
we talked about tinnitus earlier before the show, and I had some tainted cannabis from one of these companies and ended up with tinnitus. It's what gave me the tinnitus.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. I don't know where I got mine from, but I just know it's there. It's ringing right now. So, all righty. On with the next story. Here you go.
Yeah, coming to us from the Waterloo Region Record. Waterloo Psychedelic Assisted Psychotherapy Clinic redefines mental health treatment. Yeah.
Yes, a new Waterloo clinic is offering psychedelic assisted psychotherapy for people suffering from deep-rooted mental illness. Field Trip Health's ketamine-assisted psychotherapy clinic at 180 Columbia Street opened its doors on Wednesday with an alternative form of treatment using the dissociative drug to allow people to dig deeper into their mind to process conditions like depression, PTSD, and manage chronic pain.
Alternative, however, isn't a word in Ian Ruberry's playbook. When people think of alternative medicine, they think of things that aren't really proven scientifically in the medical realm. Ketamine is an evidence-based treatment for treatment-resistant depression, PTSD, and many other mental health applications, Field Trip Health CEO said, adding that he considers treatment-resistant as someone who has tried at least 2 different medications that haven't worked.
Ketamine is a Scheduled 1 controlled drug, but is used by medical professionals and veterinarians. I talked to my local veterinarian, and he uses it. So we had a big conversation about it, actually. And as an anesthetic for surgery, and that's what he said to me. It also produces a sense of mind-body dissociation and alters how a person experiences sight and sound. Ketamine is legal when prescribed by a doctor, stated the Ketamine Assisted Therapy Association of Canada, and is used off-label by the clinic.
The psychedelic aspect allows you to view your experiences from a different perspective, allowing for final processing. Why it works for so many different mental health indications is because it makes the brain a fertile ground for a profound and lasting change, he said. He said the clinic isn't for someone who's facing mental health challenges for the first time, but for someone who hasn't found success with modern therapies.
Ruberry believes it is a better substitute to possibly taking weeks of different antidepressants to see which one works, and then taking more medication to offset the symptoms of the drug. Sounds like with the cannabis, how we had to go through a lot of process. Try everything else first. Right? So instead of symptom management, what this treatment focuses on is getting down to the root cause and allowing people to disarm their ego in a safe setting with experienced medical professionals, according to Ruberry.
Rosalie Shorney, who is a nurse clinic manager at the Waterloo location, said these sessions are amazing to watch as people open up more and more through each session. The ketamine changes the way someone remembers and reviews events, reducing negative thought patterns and enhancing cognitive flexibility, she said. It's really helping them create a more optimal state for change. You can see a difference in people's demeanor when they come back again, she said.
Ketamine may seem like a radical treatment option, especially since coming to the forefront when it's factored into the death of Friends actor Matthew Perry. But Ruberry says the drug has been around since the 1960s, and there are ketamine clinics popping up throughout the GTA. Field Trip Health is in the midst of its own expansion footsteps with clinics in Vancouver, Ottawa, Thunder Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, and Montreal, and another opening this week in Hamilton as well.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Exactly.
Yeah. The protocol at each is the same. Ruberry noted the most successful clinical trial to date has shown 8 therapy sessions with ketamine used in 6 sessions. The first session is an hour meeting with a therapist to build a rapport. The next 6 are 2.5 hours long, occurring twice a week for 3 weeks, with a 30-minute final session to reassess if therapy goals have been achieved.
The six ketamine sessions, Ruberry says, have shifted from a previous incarnation of therapy where patients were given ketamine, a sleep mask, and noise-canceling headphones and asked to revisit troubling past experiences. The next day, they would have a virtual session with a therapist. The pioneer sessions at the Vancouver and Toronto clinics are what Rubery calls field trip iteration number 1. The clinics went into bankruptcy in March of 2023, allowing Rubery's group to purchase them.
Now, therapists are involved in the sessions to make the experience pleasant and can help deal with challenging events, he said. As well, the clinics are now physician-led. He said response rates at the clinics by patients is between 80 to 90%. Wow.
People could essentially just keep getting ketamine treatments to feel better for an extended period of time, like antidepressants. But that's not what they do, he says. What it says is that we're taking a very different approach where we're pairing it with psychotherapy to try to use that for reprocessing of traumatic events in the brain so that people can move on and not just deal with symptoms all the time. That sounds like almost a instead of just always taking something to cover it up.
Yeah. The cost of each session is $525 to $575 plus the $180 hourly rate for a therapist. Rubery said they found some patients' health care coverage from work will cover the therapist costs. Besides ketamine, the clinic also, look at this, offers MDMA and psilocybin-assisted psychotherapies. While both medicines are illegal, Rubery said there's an application process through Health Canada on compassionate grounds, which is ruled on a case-by-case basis. Yes, we all know the SAP program.
Yeah.
And an example is someone with terminal cancer looking to deal with end-of-life distress, if they get back to them on time.
Correct. Exactly. Get out of the way there, pop-up. We have an evidence-based guide. It's pretty rigorous, and it's for every indication that we treat. Rubery goes on to say that we don't try anything new at the clinic. We're not experimenting here. That's definitely not in line with our ethics, and we're not allowed to do that anyways. But what we do is we look at the research that's coming out. We're scouring it all the time. And once we have enough, we think that we can do more benefit than harm, then we're helping our clients where we can.
Wow.
So you can get MDA and psilocybin assisted therapy.
Providing you get approved by SAP first.
What's that?
Providing that you get approved by SAP first.
Yeah, on those two end of things, correct. The ketamine, it doesn't sound like they go through. It's not. They don't need.
No, as long as your doctor prescribes it, then you're good.
Correct.
So a doctor can legally prescribe ketamine, but they can't legally prescribe psilocybin or MDMA. You have to get permission from the government, and they only accept people who are at end of life. And even then, we know of cases that people are still waiting years later for their reapproval, like their re-up type idea, not their first time applying, their second or third time, and they're still waiting years later. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a overnight process. There's no doubt about that. So, all right, next story.
Coming to us from StratCan, Cannabis Research Lounge in Toronto exploring cannabis and music.
Yeah, a new cannabis consumption lounge is now open in downtown Toronto, and it's looking to explore the relationship between cannabis consumption and music. Operating alongside cannabis retailer Body and Spirit Cannabis and Lit Research, Club Lit is a new legally operating cannabis consumption lounge at 361 Yonge Street.
Interesting.
I always knew about Lit Research, but now this is a separate venue from that.
Yeah. Like its neighbor at Lit Research, the Club Lit Lounge operates for research purposes only. An example of that research is a new observational study in collaboration with Toronto Metropolitan University to better understand how cannabis influences auditory experiences and music enjoyment. The new program is launching with a grant from the Science of Music, Auditory Research and Technology, SMART, which is a lab at TMU, located just steps away from Club Lit.
Made possible by an Accelerate grant from Canadian nonprofit MedAx, the Smart Lab will utilize the new cannabis consumption space to explore how the level of high may affect how a listener engages with music. They say that the research we conduct in this space will break new ground, says Frank Russo, director of the Smart Lab. I am particularly interested in the concept of absorption in music and to see how it might be altered while under the influence. Looking ahead, I can see how this might even open new avenues of research on music-based treatments for mental health.
Club Lit is located on the same block as TMU's Student Learning Center, providing the center with more immediate access to a real-world laboratory for cannabis research and education. Al Shefsky, president of Cannadigum, which operates Lit Research, said, "We are excited to collaborate with TMU on this groundbreaking research initiative at Club Lit. We are leveraging our team's extensive cannabis knowledge and expertise to enhance consumer experiences, supporting academic research that has the potential to improve people's enjoyment and quality of life."
Chef's Guy also owns and operates a neighboring cannabis store, Body and Spirit Cannabis, and is the founder of Lit Research. Launched in 2022, the latter has been hosting regular sessions that seek to help cannabis producers and brands provide a unique, value-added educational experience to anyone looking to learn more about their products. The Health Canada licensed research facility, it's licensed by Health Canada, says it has administered and collected data from over 12,000 individual product testing sessions to date. Canada's new consumption space, Club Lit, is located adjacent to, but separate from Leaf Research, and bills itself as a real-world observational laboratory where participants may consume cannabis while enjoying music and authentic cannabis culture, all in support of academic research and education.
Interesting. Yeah, so just so you know, it is if you're in Toronto, it is located at 361 Yonge Street, Unit C, which is in the heart of downtown Toronto. And if you find this, and this is on our page, you can just click this little part there, and it'll take you to more information on Club Lit.
Yeah, there you go. Bunch of information right there. PDF of it, 3 pages. That appeared in that link there, which didn't show up on the screen. But nonetheless, it's good to know. Now, I wonder, is it only during certain times or certain events? Can people just show up there on a Friday night?
Well, I mean, I clicked that thing, and I haven't read it because I literally just clicked it. Right. It tells you a little bit about.
There's some. It's a 3-page PDF. If anybody's wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to go through it, just see if you see
more information about Club Lit. You can, so I don't think it says as I'm sitting here scrolling through.
Okay.
But there is, before my next trip to Toronto, of course, I will be emailing them to find out.
Find out, yeah, exactly. See what's going on. All righty, let's make our way to our last story before we go to break. And there you go.
So it's coming to us from Microsoft Start.
Up. Now it is.
It's almost up. You got it? Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, it's a Microsoft website, so it's being a pain in the butt.
Yeah. So coming to us from Microsoft Start, tripping on nothing.
Ooh. Ibogaine, a psychedelic compound found in plants native to Central Africa, is notorious for the intensity of trips it reduces. Those who consume it are plunged into vivid hallucinations, often preceded by a loud buzzing noise that lasts between 24 and 48 hours. In one case report, a 29-year-old woman from Gabon met her dead relatives and later looked into a mirror and saw a woman crying and holding a baby. A middle-aged American man experienced himself from the perspective of Mexican little boy, and I'm praying on the side of the road. When he opened his eyes, one of the people in the room appeared to resemble a big praying mantis. Late last year, Arthur Julian, a 32-year-old research scientist at the Institute for Advanced Consciousness Studies, was decidedly not taking ibogaine, but was ingesting something similar. He had obtained, come on, stay still, tabernanthalog, a research molecule designed to mimic. What's that?
Oh, I'm just reading it with you. I'm interested. That's all. Sorry.
Okay, a research molecule designed to mimic ibogaine's chemical structure and potential effects on neuroplasticity, but not cause any hallucinations. About 45 minutes after he swallowed his dose, Juliana started to feel a kind of spacious attention. He told me. On a walk outside, he found that anywhere he looked appeared like a perfectly framed photograph, distinct and standing on its own. When he went home for lunch, he ate a bell pepper in the slowest and most intentional manner I had ever eaten a vegetable in my life.
Interesting. Tabernanthalog is part of a wave of drug development that draws inspiration from psychedelics while attempting to remove or refine their trips. Many of the compounds involved are targeted towards some medical purpose. Tabernanthalog, for example, is being researched as a treatment for substance use disorder. Such work has led to debates among psychedelic therapists and researchers about how important a drug experience is for mental health outcomes. But Giuliani's encounter with this medicine provokes a more complex question. If novel psychedelics and pseudodelics tickle brain receptors in a way that changes people's subjective experience, perhaps in a manner less intense than traditional psychedelics and more on par with prescription or over-the-counter drugs, can one confidently say that the people who take them aren't tripping? As the pursuit of non-hallucinogenic psychedelics advances, the definition of a trip as something induced by a discrete set of substances is set to evolve alongside them.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just saying, my screen is just bouncing like crazy, but I got settled. These days, the hottest new psychedelic drugs might be the ones that feel as close to nothing as possible. In 2022, scientists made a trip-free analog of LSD to research as an antidepressant. Another is being investigated as a treatment for cluster headaches. This month, the biotech company Bright Minds Biosciences announced that its new compound, which interacts with the same serotonin receptors as psilocybin and LSD, but doesn't cause hallucinations, had a similar efficacy to morphine at reducing pain. The Federal Defense Advanced Research Project Agency is developing novel compounds for chronic depression and post-traumatic stress that are not hallucinogenic, but are inspired by psychedelic compounds. These compounds are mostly being tested in research labs and administered in clinical trials, but curious psychonauts have said online that they've purchased their own samples to see just how non-hallucinogenic they are. Josh Hardman, the founder of the publication Psychedelic Alpha, collected online reports from a dozen people who claimed to have tried tabernanthalog. Many of the resulting experiences sound trip-like or trip-adjacent. One person said it was basically the body high of psychedelics without the visuals. Another said everything had a deeper layer of thinking, almost like I had unlocked a childish part of my mind that I had long forgotten. They go into a long explanation there about this fellow David Olson. He's a biochemist at UC Davies.
Yeah.
And said that he considers it dangerous to order drugs made by clandestine chemists on the internet.
Defining a psychedelic experience was difficult even before the introduction of these novel compounds. The word comes from the psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond, who argued in a 1957 letter to Aldous Huxley that similar effects could arise from drug use, epilepsy, schizophrenia, starvation, vitamin deficiency, yoga practices, and diverse dancing. It's all one to me, Osmond wrote. Aidan Lyon, a philosopher at Leiden University in the Netherlands and the author of Psychedelic Experience Revealing the Mind, has argued that breath work, meditation, and even engaging with a piece of art could count as psychedelic experiences, as well as sound healing. And yeah, it can all do that. Peter Hughes, a philosopher of mind and metaphysics at the University of Exeter in the UK, agrees with Osmond that a trip should be defined by phenomenology, not pharmacology. For example, he told me a number of people have tried to define psychedelic as operating on the serotonin receptors, but that immediately can't be true because it would exclude Salvia divinorum, which is a hallucinogenic plant in the mint family. Mike Jay, who is a historian and the author of Psychonauts, Drugs and the Making of Modern Mind, told me that the effects of psychedelic analog may be constructed as either trips or side effects, depending on when and how people experience them.
These debates are more than academic. Earlier this year, the FDA rejected an application for a psychedelic drug, MDMA, to be used to assist psychotherapy for PTSD. The biotechnology company Compass Pathways is poised to seek approval for psilocybin as a medication for treatment of resistant depression as soon as 2025. Medical interest in hallucinogenic drugs is currently higher than it's been in decades, and in order to understand how psychedelic assisted therapy might help or harm people, researchers are eager to tease apart psychedelic experience from any underlying biological effects. Perhaps certain aspects of a trip could improve or reduce a drug's efficacy against, say, depression or PTSD. If so, researchers need to be able to measure and define those effects to design specifically treatment protocols. The company of Mindset Design Labs even hopes to isolate and enhance the parts of psychedelic trip that are therapeutically useful. If they're successful, you could perhaps one day take a pill just for the psychedelic-induced sensations.
Sensation of limitless unity without the ego loss that sometimes accompanies it. That's all you miss. You're welcome. In a recent Nature Reviews psychological paper, Johns Hopkins researchers argued that the field needs a new, rigorously validated scale of psychedelic experiences to accurately capture what people go through when they're tripping. There's too much variation among these existing measures. David B. Yadin, one of the study's authors and a co-writer of the Varieties of Spiritual Experience, told me. The five-dimensional altered states of consciousness questionnaire scale, for example, includes the measure of oceanic boundlessness, but it's not mentioned in the inventory of non-ordinary experiences, which includes visions of ghosts in its rubric. Non-hallucinogenic, conscious-altering experiences, like those reported to result from tabernanthalog, use sound far away from such mystical experiences and more akin to how some people might feel after drinking a glass of wine or a strong cup of coffee. Many of us are just filling our bodies with substances that cause acute alterations in consciousness of various degrees, says Chuck Riazon, who's a psychiatry professor at the University of Wisconsin. Millions of Americans take prescription drugs that affect their psychology, and their numbers are only growing. Psychedelic-inspired medicines might end up resembling many other FDA-approved psychoactive pharmaceuticals or the wide variety of other things which humans regularly modify our consciousness, such as supplements, caffeine, alcohol, meditation, exercise, sex, and sleep, or lack thereof.
I told Rayson that I'm sensitive to caffeine, and if I drank 3 cups of coffee, I would likely have an intense physical and mental experience. Would that be a trip? The real marker of a trip, he told me, is that it is different from one's typical waking awareness, in which a way that it produces longer-term changes in perspective or behavior. After my coffee, I might feel high, he said. A day later, other than thinking about how odd it was that the coffee hit me so hard would it just produces longer-term changes in perspective and behavior. After my coffee, I might feel high, he said. A day later, other than thinking about how odd it was that the coffee hit me so hard, would your life change? Experience would come and go, but psychedelics tend not to do that. A trip, however, it is, or whatever it is, stays with people. Juliana's time under the alleged influence of tabernaculog certainly... Oh, come on, screen.
You want me to finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, certainly seems to have stayed with him. I entered into what was clearly an altered state of consciousness, and I stayed there for some number of hours. And then I came out of it, he told me. It was, he added, a reminder that there isn't just one kind of consciousness, but many to inhabit. In his 1902 book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, the psychologist William James wrote that one quality of a true transformative experience is that it's ineffable. Hughes told me something similar. One thing that certainly distinguishes psychedelic experience from ordinary states of consciousness is the fact that you can have experiences for which there exist no words, he said. Researchers will continue trying to break down the ineffable. But in the meantime, Yad said, identifying a trip might ultimately come down to what he's called the orgasm test. If you have to ask if you had one, you probably didn't.
There you go. Yeah, that got jumpy. I couldn't follow along. So
I hate how some of the pages do that to us.
Yeah, it was just all these pop-ups and everything. It's just crazy. So it's a little hard to sometimes just go like this trying to read it, right? So, all right, time for us to take a break, and I'm gonna need some medication after that. You're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News right here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back for a medication break. I'm ready to bring you 4 more stories.
We are.
Oh, yes, just a second. I didn't get it up. I was too busy medicating. This story that we've got here, last year we talked about, we reported on people being hung, death penalties for cannabis around the world. And that's some of the stuff that Global Marijuana March in Toronto was touched on as well. So here we go. Next story.
Coming to us from CNN World, exclusive. Inside the prison that executes people for supplying cannabis.
Here we go. Find out what it's like to be in one of those places. Though he is provided with a straw mat, Matthew says he prefers to sleep on the concrete floor of his cell in the maximum security wing of Singapore's Changjing prison. He says it's more cooling that way. He's a 41-year-old former school teacher who was sentenced to more than 7 years in prison and 7 strokes of the cane for selling methamphetamine.
CNN met Matthew, who spoke on condition that his last name be withheld, during an exclusive tour of Changi prison provided by Singapore authorities, and they defended this as they defended the city-state's uncompromising position on drugs. In recent years, dozens of U.S. states and countries ranging from Canada to Portugal have decriminalized cannabis.
But Singapore imposes a mandatory death penalty for people convicted of supplying certain amounts of illicit drugs. 15 grams of heroin, 30 grams of cocaine, 250 grams of methamphetamine, and 500 grams of cannabis. 500 grams of cannabis. A pound of cannabis. Death penalty. A 64-year-old man was hanged for drug offenses this week. The 4th person to be hanged so far this year.
Oh my goodness. The harsh sentencing puts the wealthy city-state in a small club of countries that includes Iran, North Korea, and Saudi Arabia, which execute criminals convicted of drug experience. K. Shanmugam, who is Singapore's Minister for Home Affairs and Law, characterizes the country's war on drugs as an existential battle and claims any easing of the government's hardline stance could lead to chaos.
Look around the world, he says. Anytime there have been a certain laxity in the approach to drugs, homicides go up. Killings, torture, kidnappings, that goes up. What? Visitors to Singapore got a stark warning about the island's zero tolerance for drugs as international flights descend for landing.
Drug trafficking may be punishable by death, a woman's voice announces over the loudspeaker, amid instructions to passengers to buckle seatbelts and stow away tray tables. Many citizens of this Southeast Asian city-state are also aware that it is illegal for them to consume drugs overseas.
Yeah. Returning Singaporeans and permanent residents run the risk of facing drug tests upon arrival. Shanmugam says that when you come back, and if there is a reason to believe you have taken drugs, you could be tested.
Oh my goodness. Per capita, Singapore is one of the world's wealthiest countries. With a population of nearly 6 million people, it has an annual GDP per capita of nearly 134,000. This regional transport and financial hub has a reputation for safety, efficiency, and strictness under de facto single-party rule.
The People's Action Party, of which Shanmugam is a member, has governed Singapore since its independence nearly 6 decades ago. Speaking from a balcony in the Home Affairs Ministry overlooking tidy neighborhoods of parks and villas, Shanmugam argues his country is a potentially lucrative market in a part of Asia he says is awash with drugs.
If you are able to traffic into Singapore, the street price here compared to the street price in some other parts of the world is a magnet.
It's because it's illegal. That's why people want to get more money for it, but keep going.
Yeah. Singapore stands in relatively close proximity to the notorious Golden Triangle, the mountainous intersection of Thailand, Laos, and civil war-torn Myanmar. Last year, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime labeled the region the world's largest source of opium. Production of
phone call.
Okay, I'll keep reading. Production of methamphetamine in the region has also surged in recent years, outpacing heroin and opium. Singapore's anti-drug czar claims strict punishment serves as a deterrent to drug traffickers. Our philosophy on prisons is not the same as, say, the Scandinavian philosophy, he says. We choose to make it harsh, he adds. It's not a holiday home. It's intended to be tough. Singapore's Changi prison complex is a walled compound of guard towers and imposing gates built in the shadow of the country's main airport. More than 10,000 prisoners are held here, and according to the prison's latest annual report, most are serving time for drug offenses. CNN was given access to one floor of a maximum security wing that holds around 160 prisoners jailed for felonies ranging from drug dealing to violent crimes, including manslaughter.
A network of security cameras mounted inside and outside the individual cells and even over toilets allow just 5 guards to monitor the entire floor. At mealtimes, the metallic clang of shutting gates echoes through the cell block as the prisoner distributes meal trays through a ground level hatch at the bottom of each cell door. You can see it in the picture right there.
Authorities allowed CNN to interview only one prisoner, Matthew, the former school teacher, who said he was addicted to the same drug he was selling. His single occupancy cell is austere, measuring just 7 square meters, 75 square feet. With a squat toilet beneath a shower, inmates are not allowed to have furniture, so there's no bed or anything to sit on.
No bed. It is also steam bath hot year-round in Singapore's tropical climate, where maximum daily temperatures rarely rise above 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. The effect of the extreme heat on prisoners has become more of a concern around the world as the temperature rises due to climate change.
You will notice there aren't any fans or aircon, Matthew explains. There are some periods of time where it's unbreathable. Asked whether the threat of death penalty had any deterrent effect on his drug dealing, Matthew said, "I would like to say yes."
But the truth is, at that point in time, I wasn't thinking about it. In fact, I was actively avoiding the whole issue of consequences. The prison's deliberately harsh conditions contrast sharply with the abundant emotional wellness messaging in the facility's common areas.
Yeah, the workshop where prisoners pack anti-dander shampoo and instant coffee for a small salary is plastered with motivational quotes from luminaries such as Steve Jobs and Nelson Mandela. Cartoon characters and photos of waterfalls decorate classrooms where prisoners get lessons in anger management and job training.
Officials from Singapore Prison Service says they encourage guards to think of themselves as captains of lives, helping rehabilitate the prison population. From an air-conditioned room known as the fish tank, they monitor inmates on live feeds from dozens of security cameras positioned around the prison. Ruben Long,
Go ahead.
Ruben Long, the officer in charge of the correctional unit, says the job is not without risks. Violent incidents, usually fights between inmates, take place every few weeks, he says.
There will be periods of time where they can be demanding, they can be rude, they can be, hostile to you, he adds. The Yellow Ribbon Project is a government program aimed at rehabilitating former convicts with job placement and community engagement.
Despite these efforts, Singaporean officials say roughly 1 in 5 former prisoners will likely end up back behind bars within 2 years. By comparison, 1 in 3 return to prison within 2 years in the United States, which has some of the highest activism rates in the world.
Meanwhile, there's no rehabilitation for death row inmates. Singapore executed 11 prisoners by hanging in 2022 and 5 last year, according to the latest figures. All were convicted of drug charges. Officials did not allow CNN to visit Institution A1, where more than 40 death row inmates await the same fate.
Yeah. I'm just going to jump down a bit down here. They say that outside the prison walls, relatives of death row inmates hold an agonizing vigil awaiting the fate of their loved ones. Hanlinda Benti Ismail has a shock of bleached blonde hair and sports a small stud in her left nostril.
Yeah, by her count, the 61-year-old has been in prison at least 7 times, always for drugs. Halinda said she was just 12 when she first smoked heroin. And her last arrest was in 2017 when police raided the building where she lived with her eldest son, Muhammad.
Both mother and son were convicted of narcotics. But while Halinda ended up serving 5 years, her son was sentenced to death after police caught him with 6 packets of meth and heroin. He's still in prison awaiting his execution. She says that I'm very angry with my government. Why the government doesn't give my son a chance to change his life.
I always pray to the government, give my son a second chance. Halinda is now part of a small movement of activists seeking to ban Singapore's death penalty. It's not solving anything and is just disproportionately used against some of the most marginalized and weakest people in society, says Kirsten Han, who is a journalist and activist with Transformative Justice Collective, who lobbies on behalf of death row inmates.
I feel it's just very morally wrong. Han's outspoken criticism of Singapore's system of executions has won her the personal enmity of Shanwanigan, the Home Affairs Ministers.
She is one of those who romanticizes the people on death row. Shanwanigan tells CNN. However, Shanmugam confirms one of Han's observations.
Among more than 40 inmates, he says, are currently on death row, most are in the lower social economic category. One of the 11 prisoners executed in 2022 for drug offenses was Nazri bin Legem.
I was hoping that they would give him the life sentence, but they literally hanged my brother, says his surviving sister, Nazria. She says her brother was a lifelong drug addict, but not a violent man.
She shows a series of portraits on her phone of him dressed in a brightly printed t-shirt, smiling and holding up a victory sign for the camera. Before each execution, authorities organized a professional photo shoot in which inmates trade their prison uniforms for civilian clothes.
Nazaria doesn't appreciate the gesture. It's fake happiness, she says. She says she is encouraging her adult children to leave Singapore permanently and to immigrate to Australia.
Yeah. This story keeps going on for quite a ways. I'm just looking over at the time. But they do go on. I did read through it last night, and they go on and they start to compare numbers, and because they said that their punishment is so hard that they don't have these problems, but yet when they compared the things that are going on good in Singapore, they're going on good in places where cannabis, for example, has been legalized.
Yep.
People aren't being sentenced to death for a pound of cannabis.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. It's a story I thought that people had to be aware of. A lot of people don't think about the fact that, people do get hung for cannabis still, which is very sad. So, all righty. Next story. What's up?
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Maternal cannabis use not tied to child autism or developmental delays. Federally funded study published by American Medical Association shows.
Two new federally funded reports published in the Journal of American Medical Association may help allay at least some concerns around prenatal exposure to cannabis. One study found that cannabis use during early pregnancy was not associated with child autism, while the other found no association with increased risk for early childhood development delays. Both papers were published on Friday in the journal JAMA Network Open and looked at outcomes of pregnancies where maternal cannabis use was either self-reported or identified through a positive urine test for THC at the entrance to prenatal care about 2 months into gestation.
The Autism Spectrum Disorder, ASD, analysts included data from 178,948 pregnancies born to 146,296 unique individuals between 2011 and 19. While the early development research used data from 119,000, or almost 120,000 pregnancies born to 106,000 people between early 2015 and late 2019, children were screened at various points on autism and developmental measures. In this study, maternal prenatal cannabis use was not associated with childhood ASD after adjusting for potential co-founders. Said the autism study, including socio-demographic characteristics, other non-cannabis substance use, and maternal combinatories.
Yeah. Similarly, the investigation into cannabis and childhood development found that maternal cannabis use during early pregnancy was not associated with speech and language disorders, global delay, or motor delay. Both studies, which were funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, caution that their findings don't mean that using cannabis during pregnancy is safe, especially when use is frequent or heavy. Authors note, for example, that while the autism findings suggested that cannabis use during pregnancy isn't associated with autism in children overall, they say that there may be association with higher frequency use, highlighting the need for more research.
One exception to the childhood development study, meanwhile, is that researchers observed a modest inverse association between speech and language disorders when defining cannabis use based only on the urine toxicity results. No such association was seen in the self-reported use data. In line with guidance from the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology and the American Academy of Pediatrics, the studies also advise that pregnant individuals should discontinue cannabis use.
Authors further recommend that pregnant individuals and those considering pregnancy should be educated on the known adverse fetal and non-natal health effects of maternal prenatal cannabis use. Teams behind both studies were led by researchers at Kaiser Permanente, North California, where the health data was drawn from. Authors said they believe the research represents the largest number of pregnancies with maternal prenatal cannabis use studied.
Authors said their findings align with the bulk of research into childhood development outcomes following maternal cannabis use, although they noted that some past research has suggested a negative association. Similarly, they noted that their findings contrast with a 2023 study suggesting a connection with autism. As scientists work to wrap their arms around the possible risks of maternal cannabis use, law enforcement officials in some jurisdictions are already targeting pregnant individuals for arrest and prosecution as a result of cannabis or other drug use.
A recent report from the reproductive rights organizations, for instance, found that pregnancy-related prosecutions are at an all-time high in the wake of the 2022 Supreme Court decision that ended the nationwide right to abortion. And by far, the most common criminal allegation facing pregnant people is that they use cannabis, or other medications during their pregnancies.
The report from the group Pregnancy Justice identified 210 criminal cases filed against people for conduct associated with pregnancy loss, or birth during the first year after High Court's Dobbs ruling, which overturned Roe versus Wade. Of those 203 cases, nearly 97% involved allegations of substance use during pregnancy. Drug use was the sole allegation in 133 of those cases. Cannabis was the second most commonly cited drug in the court charges, following methamphetamines, with allegations of cannabis use appearing in 86 of the 210 cases. In more than a third of those cases, THC use was the only allegation underlying the criminal charges.
Yes. Now, the report says it is significant that in 86 cases, the police or the prosecution alleged that the defendant took some form of THC during her pregnancy. And in 31 of those 86 cases, the only allegation supporting prosecution was THC use. Even more startling, in 5 of those cases, the court file included statements that the defendant had a medical cannabis card, indicating that she was being charged with taking legally prescribed medication.
Notably, rates of prosecution varied strikingly across the country, according to the report. Alabama, for example, was responsible for nearly half of the prosecutions at 104, followed by Oklahoma at 68 and South Carolina at 10. The majority of defendants charged in pregnancy-related cases were also low income, it noted.
In Oklahoma last year, in local news in 2022 began reporting that prosecutors there were targeting pregnant women for using medical cannabis, resulting in felony child neglect charges being filed against 26 mothers. The crime can carry up to a life prison in Oklahoma. Then in July, a state court ruled that people cannot be prosecuted for child neglect for legally using medical cannabis while pregnant. Life in jail.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
In 2022, an Alabama Senate committee approved a bill to force women who want medical cannabis to provide a negative pregnancy test. Wow. Early last year, meanwhile, the National Institute on Drug Abuse director Nora Volkow blasted the criminalization of drug use by pregnant people and new parents, arguing that the resulting stigmatization is harming families and contributing to the overdose crisis.
She said that families need support, not criminalization. People seeking treatment for addictions face additional obstacles, especially if they have children, she wrote. Only a small majority or a small minority of treatment facilities provide child care, creating yet another obstacle on top of securing transportation, housing, food, and other necessities, all of which can be more difficult for people who are also supporting children. The barriers even get higher for pregnant people. Volkow also noted that what was at the time a demonstrable increase in overdose deaths among people during and immediately during pregnancy, which became the leading cause of death during or shortly after pregnancy, ranking higher than excessive bleeding, cardiovascular conditions, and other well-known complications of pregnancy.
Interesting.
There we go. At the end of the story.
Yeah.
All right. I see we're it's after the top of the hour, too. We still got 2 more stories to go over, so I don't think we're going to get to them. I've got an appointment I got to run to as well. But just so people know that Colorado, they have an expo that seeks to expand awareness of psychedelic therapy, and that the BC bud tenders, they formed a union.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Something I would have mentioned during that Colorado story is that if you are in the Vancouver area, there is the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference happening on November 1st to 3rd with our friends Mark Caron and Stephen Gray. So if you're in the area, come.
come stop by. Exactly. Oh, Steve says good morning. Good morning,
Good morning,
Steve.
Mr. Mather.
Good morning. All righty. Other than that, I think we're done. And I've got to jump in my car and head out. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News report for today. And for our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching, listening, or maybe listening. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. And Steve gives us a little wink and a smile. And we'll see you. We'll see you, Steve. We'll be talking to you, and we'll be talking to everybody else. See you all soon. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pops in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it down now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happens.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will
heat up the corner, and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, and I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching The Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, guy.
Hi, guys. It's just Al and MJ today. The other Al is under the weather. But that's okay.
Al called in. Al called in and said he wouldn't make today's broadcast. It's just two of us.
Yeah.
So we're just the high guy. Well, we're still high guys. It's still multiple.
Yeah. Well, and they're high guys too.
Correct.
You were high guys.
All right, I did an experiment when we started those intros there this morning, and I did see one little issue there, and that's usually when they start up, it always shows the screen. So just for a quick blast there, we'd have you and me before it removed it. Whereas normally, yeah. So next time I'll know to
technicals.
Yeah, technical stuff, new stuff. Yes. So you notice today I'm outside.
You are. I was gonna say when I said Al's feeling under the weather, I was gonna say it's okay because the weather is beautiful.
Yeah, I'm basking in the sun. I got my coat off. It's somewhere around 15 Celsius or 60 Fahrenheit.
I know, it's crazy.
But 10 feet that way in the shade, it's cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in here in the sun, got at least this hoodie on, so it's nice and dark. It's absorbing the heat, so I'm doing good. But
nice.
the reason I'm out here is because today I'm going to be smoking some cannabis. I got 2 different strains I want to test out today.
Okay. I was going to say you always smoke cannabis.
Correct, but I don't smoke it in the house.
No, but you're testing on today's show.
Correct.
That's why. That's
yes.
Why.
Yeah, I got 2 strains here. I'm going to test during the broadcast, actually.
So, what are the strains? I'm just curious. I know we'll get into all of it later, but
Black Lime Reserve.
Okay.
Here's a nug.
Looks beauty.
From it. Nicely trimmed. Smells nice. And so there's that one. And then I've got some papaya.
Yeah.
Papaya. And I don't know if you can see that. Frosty.
That's pretty too.
Yeah. Yeah, these were sent to me from a friend out west. He says, "Hey, give these a try. Let me know what you think." So I said, "Hey, I'll do it during the broadcast. I'll do a live test, see what I think." So
I seem to recall Papaya Punch is a very good strain.
Yeah,
so similar to that. It's always hard to tell because genetics.
Well, and then different growers grow differently, and then there's so many.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
The thing. Okay, so I just want to say the fact that blew my mind was when I first started growing weed. When I was working at the hydroponic store, they're like, so if you have one plant and that's your mother plant, and you take cuttings from that plant and make a bunch of babies, all of those babies, even if grown in the exact same room, given the same food with the same light cycle, could still all turn out differently for so many different variations. Could be where it was in the tent. Could be it got more airflow. Could be the is it the phenotype or
phenotype? If you've grown them all from seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phenos can be different in each seed.
Yeah. So it's I just remember them saying, even if you pull all the babies off the same mother, so they're the same genetics, the same phenotype, and put them in the exact same location, they still could turn out differently.
Oh, I haven't heard that end of things, but yeah, every
Well,
grower is different.
What if you let that one grow an extra 2 weeks and all the trichomes are more amber?
For sure. Yeah.
So like I guess it's not really different. It's just the yield might be different.
Mm-hmm.
The resin production could be different. The effect of how the cannabis makes you feel could be different.
Yeah,
and I'm like, and it's all just, you know, the same lineage. It's just so weird. We're not even talking
go longer. Yeah, some of your THC could be switched over to CBN.
Yeah. I used to do that on purpose when I would grow. I would take some of it when it was like 30% amber, and then I would take some of it when it was more in the middle, and then I'd leave the rest until it was like all amber, because I was just curious to see what's the difference.
Differences. Yes. Well, right now, just so you know, I am rolling up some black lime. I got it in the grinder.
Okay. My favorite is right after you grind it, that first sniff.
Oh, yeah. And I made sure I used a clean grinder.
Oh, that's important if you want to get the true terpene profile.
I just can't think of what it smells like.
I wish they had things like smellophones so you could smell that.
Yeah. Really nice. It ground up really nice. No chunks. All nice and fine.
Is it more fruity smelling? Citrusy?
No, I didn't find it more fruit. Pepper.
Oh, okay. Earthy. Peppery.
Peppery. Yeah. That'd probably be a good word for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what we didn't do yet? We didn't tell people what's coming up on the show.
Oh, you're right. Exactly. So what's coming up on the show?
Well, we got product testing as well as a motivational moment. And I know we've got a healthy habit segment.
Do you? And I've got some news. I got some sports news. I've got some weather news.
Yeah.
You're waiting to see this.
And even though we don't have our third high guy, we did manage to pull in a list for you guys on the top selling ounces currently at the OCS.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that.
Okay, there we go. Got the joint almost rolled. All right. Well, I'm going to finish that off. Did you want to, do we want to take a quick 30-second break and then come back with the motivational moment?
Yeah. Let's hear from our sponsors.
Well, we haven't got any of those, so we're not going to hear
I just thought it sounded good.
But what we are going to do is we're going to remind everybody about something. And here we go.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
There you go.
Right. Okay, so today for Motivational Morning, we're going to do something a little bit different. We are going to show you a video.
Yes. All right. I think I got her all lined up. Did you want to talk about it first, or you want to talk about it afterwards?
No, we'll talk about it after, because I think all of the lessons and things that I've been talking in healthy habits, it's just another, I'm tapping that nail, trying to just get you to understand this fact.
All righty. Here we go. We're still off to the side here, just so you know.
People have this reoccurring nightmare that there's some force that's got a hold of them and it's holding them down and they can't break free. No matter what they do, they can't break free from that force. Well, I'm here to tell you that thing in your nightmare, that thing that's holding you back, that thing that's dragging you down, That thing is you.
There are two fundamental attitudes toward life and its sorrows. Those with the first attitude blame the world. Those with the second ask what they could do differently. It's much easier and much more gratifying to your basest desires to blame someone else for your misery.
You know what's so funny? We want people to make guarantees to us, but we're not willing to make guarantees to ourselves. And that's the problem with some of you. You always want to blame other people. You owe you an explanation. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, why are you only giving 50%? What's wrong with you? You need to put yourself on punishment. You need to tell you no more TV, no more snacks, no more desserts. No, we working out now. You need to tell you that you owe you something.
Every day I demand more from myself than anybody else could humanly expect. I'm not competing with somebody else. I'm competing with what I'm capable of. My number one competition is me. It's always you versus you. You got to be the one to get up every morning, be disciplined, put in the consistent daily hard work, because that gains success. No coach, no trainer, no mentor, no boss can do it. You versus you.
I value myself enough to give 120% or don't do it. There is no excuse for not living up to your fullest potential. No excuse. You walk out of this room, you owe yourself. I didn't get here making excuses. What changed? I changed. And I stopped being a victim. I stopped saying I've got to wait for good things to happen to me. And I said, I'm going to grind. I'm going to fight. I'm going to work. I'm going to press forward. I'm going to learn. I'm going to do everything in my power every single day to become a victor and not a victim. Why? Because I owe it to myself. Can't nobody stop me but me.
That is it.
There you go.
So
running
I don't.
course.
It feels a little harsh watching it again. I'm like, I know the message might seem a little like, I know I said I was hammering the nail, but it's not meant to be painful. The reality of life is that if you look outwards and try and blame other people without taking any sort of responsibility, then you're not going to be able to correct the problem because you're not looking at the whole picture. So for example, if I work in an office building and somebody in the building is constantly bringing in treats because they love to bake and they leave them for everybody to munch on. And all of a sudden now I've noticed after 3 months of her doing this, I've now gained 15 pounds. Is that her fault? Am I going to blame her for bringing in all these tasty treats? No, you shouldn't. It's you versus you.
But people will.
This is my thing, is like, it's you versus you. Sometimes, and this, I'll talk more about this later in the healthy habits segment, but sometimes, even though it's extremely uncomfortable, you need to look inwards and you need to be willing to face the fact that you too probably take some small responsibility in whatever it is that is happening. So that's my motivational moment, is what do you want to get out of you today?
Yeah, and sometimes the only one that can make change is yourself. And, there are people out there that can't do that for, one reason or another.
Correct. Obviously, if you're dealing with a health issue or something like that, like I'm not saying, I would never advise you to go against any sort of medical diagnosis or advice from a doctor, but like things like the fact that you have 24 hours in a day, well, minus the 8 or whatever that you're sleeping, but like, what are you going to do with that time? Are you going to sit here and spend an hour and a half watching the 3 Hi Guys podcast, which I thank you for doing.
Well, can I just jump in there for a minute?
Yeah, please.
We got a message from Lexi Fox. She says, "Good morning, my people in Canada. Happy Wednesday."
Good morning.
It's Tuesday.
Well, wait, it might be Wednesday where
Alexa,
they are. Where? Wait.
Well, she's a past guest on the Pace Radio Show.
I was going to say the name sounds familiar, but I was like, where would it be tomorrow already?
No, I don't think
It's
she's
too
off
early.
yet.
It's too early
Too
to be
early.
tomorrow.
Too early. It's
If it was later in the day, okay.
But good morning, Alexis. Thanks for
Yeah.
joining in.
Yeah.
So yeah, continue with your
It's just how you choose to spend your time. Are you going to choose it? Like if your goal is to be fit, obviously watching TV and sitting on your behind is counterintuitive to what you want to achieve. So just make sure that you're aware of what you're doing. You know, it's the you versus you mentality. The best yourself. Don't worry about if you go to the gym and you see that guy who's jacked and whatever, and he looks amazing, and you're like super scrawny and you're busting your ass trying to, don't look like him. Best yourself. Go and do like 10
And just
at
because-
10 at 50, and then next time do 10 at 60.
And just because you can't be that person that you're looking at, maybe just the genetics in your whole body just won't allow that, right? So be as happy as you can be with what you can achieve.
Yeah, best yourself. Don't worry about anybody else.
Okay, just so you know, we got some more messages.
Yay!
Let's get back. She says that, yes, I will work while watching you guys. And she says, oh my God, it's Tuesday, and it's going to be a long week.
That's so funny. So I wonder if Alexis was here last week for the multitasking segment.
I don't know.
The multitasking and why it doesn't work. So basically she's watching us and working. So she's doing
it's multitasking.
half and half, or like somewhere balancing. She's like watching us, but then somebody might come in and she's got to do a little bit more work. So she's watching us a little bit less. So that's how multitasking works. You could, it's a balance.
It is.
Or a juggle.
It is, exactly. All right. Anything else on the motivational moment?
That's it for me.
All right. Now I'm going to go on to part two, but part two of this doobie.
Is it the lighting it part?
During the dry haul.
Oh, yep. What are you getting?
It tastes similar to what it smells. Peppery.
Okay. I like that. I'm not really a fan of the doobies that you roll up and when you smoke it, it's like a complete different experience.
Yeah. Well, I like to do a dry haul on it first before I light it. See how she tastes.
Yep.
Yeah, and Alexis says that it's more like listening more than watching, but that allows us to multitask. And you're right.
Exactly. It's about balance.
Yeah, have it playing in the background, just like music, or as we started out on radio, right? That's what it was. Just listening. So
yeah. So you'll have to describe the clouds that you're blowing.
Well, they're quickly drifting away. Tastes good.
Yeah. It's never the clouds that we're concerned about. It's the ash.
Well, this is grown in a living organic system.
So it should be very, very light. The ash. Nice. It's almost as white as the paper.
That's right.
That's beauty.
Mm-hmm. Did you want a toke?
Yeah, sure. Just let me roll one. I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that see? Technology is not there yet. When we can actually start like passing things, that'd be cool. Money transfers.
Correct. Yes. Tastes good. Not harsh.
Yeah, I don't hear you coughing.
No, you don't hear me coughing. I'm gonna have a cough. It's just normal.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I bet you it'll burn all the way through. No problem at all whatsoever. So this is Black Lime Reserve. Is what it is. And this was sent to me by a friend who lives out west, out in British Columbia, actually.
This is literally like one of my favorite times of the year.
Yeah.
People get all excited because they're like, oh, fall is here. Some people like the beautiful drives with the leaves. Other people get excited over, pumpkin spice, whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Some like Halloween. Other people are gearing up for Christmas, but not before Remembrance Day. But me, it's harvest season. It's my favorite.
It is. It's harvest season.
Yeah.
I know. It's been steady work.
Yeah. I know.
And
I
that's
keep
one of the
checking my
first
calendar. I'm like, when can I go get up there to see Al?
Oh, don't worry. There's lots of work to be done in the cloud.
Okay, good.
You're just missing the enjoyable part, and that's standing outside if it's cold or if it's rainy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, you're lucky because this week is supposed to be beautiful.
Yeah,
so.
this has been great. It's been really good.
Yeah.
These last 4 days.
I should say if you're in Southern Ontario.
Yes,
I know
correct.
the other Al was complaining about snow dusting the ground, which is terrible. We don't want to hear that 4-letter word yet.
No, we don't.
No, we definitely don't want to see it.
No, exactly.
No.
All righty. Well, this doobie's still burning.
Nice.
We'll get into the next segment. How's that?
Sure. Could we do wait, do you already have one queued up?
Yeah, I've got our next segment is the high 5 list from Al.
Okay. Would it be okay if I did the healthy habits just because it relates to
you want to do
the
that
other
now?
one now? Yeah,
Okay.
I know I'm throwing you off because I specifically said not to put them back to back. And now
Correct.
I'm like, wait, put them back to back. They go together today.
Okay, here we go. All righty.
All right. So today I would like to talk about shadow work. Have you heard of shadow work before?
No.
No. So I've heard about this and I was kind of like skeptical, especially because I don't like anything scary. I like to sit in the pleasant where it's comfortable and I don't have to worry about any sort of feelings that creep up. But by doing that, what happens is they creep up anyways, and you don't have control over them. It just, something happens and it triggers you into a trauma response. And now you don't understand what's going on and why you're acting the way you're acting. And most of the time it's probably elevated speech. People are yelling. There's it's bad overall. So when we often focus on the positive in our lives instead of the negatives, it's called ignoring the shadow self. So there's this shadow to who you are. And basically shadow work involves reflecting on your emotions, your thoughts or behaviors, the things that you generally tend to push down and away. These can be things like unresolved traumas, insecurities, or even impulses that you don't want to admit that you have. Like, for example, a really hard one that I've had to admit recently is that I have spent the last 30 years of my life trying to gather everything that my mom said I wasn't allowed to have growing up. So I have a lava lamp and I've got a beanbag chair and I've got all these things that I don't need. And I believe it's trying to fill some sort of void from my past.
You couldn't have when you were younger, so now you're...
I was told no, and now I'm like, well, now I have control and I can get what I want.
If I'm going to do it. Yeah.
I'm doing it. It's the reason why I have pink hair right now is because I'm doing it. So basically, what happens is when you face some of these things head on, you can actually learn more about who you are, and on the flip side, actually start to heal yourself, which is, it's the crazy, amazing part that I find a lot of people miss out on in adulthood, because just like I talked about before with the fixed mindset, they have this fixed mindset as to, this is the way I am. This is who I am, how I am. I'm just going to be this way for the rest of my life. But that can actually cause a lot of misery for those people.
Yeah.
So I'll teach you a little bit of how to do shadow work. 3 steps. Step 1, self-reflection. Spend some time journaling about your feelings or thoughts that normally you don't want to even think about. Ask yourself why you avoid them. Why do you not want to think about the money that you spend on frivolous items, or how much you spend at Tim Hortons, or whatever it is? Could be a personality trait. I don't like when I say this thing, or whatever. Number 2, meditation and mindfulness. Focus on bringing up those suppressed emotions and look at what surfaces, how you're feeling, and how you react to it. And number 3 is the most important: compassionate acceptance. Okay. Every single one of us has a shadow self. All of us. Accepting your shadow self without any judgment can actually help you see the shadow work or shadow self in other people. And then when dealing with other people, you can actually, it's this kind of like when somebody snaps on you, you can see that that is their trauma-based response, based on something that has happened in their past, and you're more compassionate towards it. So compassionate acceptance is important. And just to close it off, the benefits of shadow work: improved relationships. You're going to have better communication. You'll be able to emotionally heal, which is huge. It's huge. A lot of people don't understand that the emotional trauma can actually be causing physical pain. And personal growth. Understanding your shadow helps you break free from any belief that actually limits you. So I'm going to leave you with one thing I'd like you to do, if not too difficult. Spend 5 minutes today, tomorrow, hopefully sometime soon. Sit down and write about something that makes you feel uncomfortable within yourself. But also remember, number 3, be compassionate and accept that every single one of us has these things that we don't like. But I will tell you, doing what you're doing right now and looking at the things in yourself that you don't like that are negative is so positive to be doing that you can change those negative things. So don't be down on yourself. You're doing something good. So
I can agree.
Don't feel like shit.
The shadow self and sort of, looking at what you don't like in yourself, can help improve things. But some people can also be the hardest critics on themselves.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
as far as the shadowing and all that, I'd have to admit that I do it without didn't even realize that's what it had a name for it. It was sort of more along the line of criticizing myself instead of a shadow person, and use that as a way to make change to improve things.
Yeah. See, as it worries me that you say criticize, because it's not so much a criticism. It's just a reflection. So because even with the word criticism has a negative connotation, it's not wrong. It's just something that you'd like to improve on. So it's something that you're being aware of what's going on. I just don't want, because it's one thing to say, I spend too much money, or, I watch too much TV, or I scroll too much, or whatever it is that you feel you need to change. Don't feel bad about it.
No.
We all have these things. Like I'm saying,
and it's good that
you're working on it.
And it's good that you can recognize that.
Yes.
And that's a big key. You got to recognize it in order to make the change.
Isn't that like the first step of any problem, is recognizing you have a problem?
Yeah.
It's just, where do you go from there? Are you going to just live that way because that's how you are? Or are you going to be like, okay, how? Even just ask how.
We have some more comments from Alexis.
Okay.
She says, "My God, now I know why I tuned in. This morning. In particular, damn girl, thank you. Doesn't even cut it. Wow.
Oh,
And she says, just wow.
yeah.
Thank you, Alexis.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's hard to look at the things in yourself that have to be changed, but I mean, I don't want to go through life thinking I'm an asshole and just being that asshole. So I'm going to do what I can to change.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, some people don't care if they're just being assholes.
Well, and I also want to say on the other side of things, no matter what I do, who I am, what I wear, say, or whatever, there are people out there that probably still look at me like I'm an asshole.
Oh,
And I'm not going to
we all have
change
our lover and
everybody's,
haters.
we're not going to change everybody's opinion. So
No.
if you're dealing with that, just know that a lot of times it's probably based on you've done something that has triggered their trauma response. And now they've gone into their shadow self. So
And
don't take it personal.
Your shadow self can see you doing something in somebody else. Like somebody else is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look back over things, you can actually see yourself as that person, and you're thinking, well, I didn't like them doing it, so why am I doing it?
That's interesting.
So, all righty.
That's funny you say that. I just want to say, similar to that, they say parents, most parents, when they get frustrated with their kids, I'll just say, I get so frustrated with my son when he doesn't clean up his room. I get annoyed with my daughter when she doesn't put away her clothes. And they say the reason for that is because those are actually things within myself that I'm frustrated at myself because I don't put away my clothes and my bedroom's a mess. That I try and control it in them. And that's why it upsets me.
Yeah, well, if you did it, then obviously, more than likely they would follow your example.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're good. We can go on to the top. I'm excited to see what the OCS has for the top selling ounces. Big bags.
I gotta get my drink out of the sun. I can feel the mug heating up. But yeah, here we go. We got Al's list.
It's certainly high on the list.
All righty. As MJ has mentioned earlier, we went to find out what the best-selling ounces were at the OCS. I never go to the OCS website.
Yeah,
so when did you get this? I went, okay, where am I going?
Yeah, we actually Googled best-selling products, but the OCS is specific. They're like best-selling pre-rolls, best-selling CBD, best-selling ounces. So because we know that you guys are all big stoners like we are, we're like, ounces. Let's go with ounces.
Yeah, there's like 5 or 6 best-selling lists, and there's I think there's like 12 in this one. So I don't know if these are in any particular order. All right.
Oh, do you see the sort button?
Oh,
I think it goes from cheapest to most expensive.
Well, yeah, it is right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a popularity choice. Which
no,
is weird.
Correct. So these are just they're not in any particular order. Then I'm gonna say they're just the top 12. So you got Pomady's Buddies. Okay, it's Buddies, Grower's Choice Indica, and Grower's Choice Sativa.
Mm-hmm. And see, the price on these is how much a gram?
$3.57 a gram.
Yeah.
Blueberry, Sour Kush, and BC Purple Kush.
Oh, sorry, bump the mic.
THC ratings are anywhere from 21 to 27. They say it looks like it's just Okay. Select size. Lemon Annie. 11-week pink. Big Pleasures. Have you heard of any of these, MJ?
I'm actually going to the site right now just to see.
Okay.
Promenade Buddies. Good Supply. Oh yeah, okay. The Good Supply, Grower's Choice Indica and Sativa. Divvy's Blueberry.
That's
another one by Divi, Sour Kush versus BC Purple Kush.
Yeah.
Oh, Pepe Lemonade.
Right there.
Yeah.
Pepe's in another one there.
Yeah.
11 week pink.
Yeah, Pepe is pretty good. I like Pepe. $3.90 a gram. Okay. I like the price points. That's where I'm all like, how
That's
much?
probably an average.
How much? Pure Lane, Big Pleasures, Big Bag of Buds, Ultra Sour. That just sounds fun.
Granddaddy Perps from Good Supply, and the Loud Plug has Venom OG. Look at the difference in the prices there. Ooh.
Yeah, Venom OG, top selling, like top price, not top selling, but like most expensive at $6.14 a gram.
Yeah, the Venom OG, right there we go. 30 to 36%, they say, on the THC testing, if that's what you're looking for. There you go.
I'm curious. It's $171.95 for an ounce.
$171. So that's $200 ounce.
Plus taxes and shipping.
Plus tax. So that's that $200 ounce.
So, but like, now let's think back.
No,
how much was an ounce? Back
$200.
In the day?
That's $200,
that was a deal. Yeah, if you had a good dealer, you were getting it for $200 an ounce. So for all of those people out there that are still bitching about the fact that that ounce is $6 and something, it's still $6 a gram. Still only $6, my friends. I remember pooling money together in high school just to buy a $10 gram, and it was a 0.8.
Oh,
like,
oh, really? 8.8 instead of a gram.
It's high school. Like they gypped us all the time.
Yeah. So there you go. Best-selling ounces at the OCS. That was. No, that's not the best-selling strain. It's just the ounces strains. Who knows?
That's correct.
We're in grams. Maybe, who knows? Maybe down the road we'll have that.
Well, and I'm curious as to what was the purchasing reason to why all those people bought that, because like the Good Supply is cheap. It's just cheap, like it's like $100 ounce or something like that. A lot of those were like $100 ounces, so maybe that's why they're the top selling products or top.
$100 ounces before taxes.
Like the fact that this one, the Venom OG, is on there at $170 something for an ounce. I'm like, it must be a good ounce if it's one of the better selling ounces at the price that it is.
Especially when you compare it to the prices of everything else.
Yeah, it's
and that may be something that is more purchased by, obviously, people who can afford it, right? There's people who can afford that, and they look at it as they can afford to buy 2 of the other ounces before they can buy an ounce of that.
I feel like it's a shift in mentality too. Okay, so if you had to buy one item a year at $100 or buy 10 of them at $10 in the year, which would you buy? Would you buy the one item at $100, or would you buy the 10 items for $10? Yeah. It's the same thing, except less money more often, or more money less often.
Yeah.
It's a mentality shift, I think.
Well, here you go, Alexis. She's still watching. She says, preaching to the choir. These kids have no idea what it's like to go hide in the cemetery to smoke after pooling your money together to get an 8th from that shady guy down the street.
Amen. That's why I'm like, don't bitch about the $171 ounce, please.
Yeah, I can remember a time when I first moved away, because I grew up in Mississauga, and when I moved away from there and came up here into the country, I didn't know anybody up here, and I was smoking cannabis at that time. So we went back and we just met some guy at the strip mall, smoked a joint with him, thought it was really good, bought the ounce off of him, and then we smoked a couple joints, and there's no way this is the same stuff.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, shady guy at
Yeah.
the down the street for sure.
Yeah, you really took a risk back in the day. You
Yeah.
really took a risk. I remember walking home from the movie theater with one friend of mine, and we bumped into some guy at the park, and he
Mhm.
was like, my buddy was like, "Hey, do you got any weed?" And the guy was like, "Yeah." So we bought a gram, and I remember smoking the joint, and I don't remember anything after that other than waking up at home the next day and calling my friend, and he was like, "Do you remember how we got home?" And I was like, "No, I was hoping you could tell me how we got home." And I've never
Oh.
ever had that experience off weed. And I was like,
Yeah.
did it have something in it? Like some like other substance? Because I legit didn't remember anything.
No, man. And that's just one joint.
One joint.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Talking about joints, as you noticed, I put that joint out that I was smoking.
How you doing?
It never went out. It burned
Okay.
clean and straight all the way through it. And I never coughed. Not once.
No, I didn't hear you cough.
No, not once. Not once.
Eh.
It did have as it burned through there was times where I did get hints of the lime, the citrus end of things
Okay.
as well. So that was Black Lime Reserve. That's what that was.
It
Yeah,
sounds
broke
fancy.
up nicely. Had, like I said, that peppery taste on the dry inhale. You know, not
Did it
lit.
have like a dark coloring to it, like for the black? Like on
The
the
bud?
bud? Yeah.
No.
I always wonder because when you hear like black or purple or something, like kind of expect there to be like a color, but it could have been on the leaves,
Correct.
right?
Can
The
be.
color could have been
Correct.
on the leaves.
Yes. Correct.
I wonder if you can get these cannabis strains in smaller sizes.
In at the OCS?
Yeah, because a lot of times it'll say select
Yes.
size.
On the website, it did indicate, just to answer your question, it did indicate there. I saw some that said 28 grams, others that said 3.5 grams.
Oh, there. It's a circle.
Yeah,
I
in the
see it.
same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I got it on my phone as well.
Ooh, the Lemonati. I just like it because it sounds like Illuminati. It's a Lemonati.
Oh, yeah. Okay. According, I'm at All Buds. Black Lime, also known as Black Lime Reserve, is an indica dominant hybrid strain created through the crossing of the classic Northern Lights crossed with Purple Kush and Chemdog Special Reserve strains. This potent bud took second place overall at the 2014 High Times Cannabis Cup, and for good reason. The THC levels have bottomed out at 19% and full-bodied effects. Black Lime is one bud for the ages. The Black Lime high starts with the euphoric and uplifting onset that boosts your mood and leaves you feeling relaxed and happy with a pleasant tingling effect. This tingling body buzz will slowly creep its way through your entire body, leaving you feeling aroused and hopelessly lazy with body-numbing effects. Because of its high THC level and powerful effects, Black Lime is ideal for treating experienced users suffering from conditions such as chronic pain, fatigue, depression, and headaches, or migraines. Black Lime buds have small, picey, minty green nugs with light amber hairs and a coating of tiny, clear crystal trichomes. Like the name suggests, Black Lime has a sweet lime flavor with hints of black pepper and earthly citrus. The aroma is of a sweet pine and tingles of pungent peppery earth and lemony overtones. And that's some of the stuff I mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, you hit the right on the nose there.
Yeah. Effects are body high, creative, relaxing. Relief symptoms is chronic pain, depression, fatigue, headaches, stress. Yeah.
Well,
So there you go.
it kind of sounds like it does. You said it has Northern Lights in it?
Yes.
Crossed with Purple
Yeah.
Kush?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
explains. That would be like a very relaxing, like last time I had Northern Lights, I could feel a wave of just okay, so my body is always tense, and I never realized how tense my body is until I smoked Northern Lights, and it was like my whole body's just it's like a blanket of relaxation that started at the top of my head and just washed down my body, and I was just like I looked at my neighbor who brought it over, and I was like, whoa. I had one pipe, and I was like, whoa. And he's like, yeah, how do you feel? I was like, relaxed. He's like, because he had a stroke and is paralyzed on one side. And that's what he's like,
Yeah.
favorite strain for pain and relaxation. So
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
makes perfect sense for like, you know.
Northern Lights, Purple Kush, Chem Dog,
Mhm.
all old names.
2014 High Times
Yeah.
winner.
Yeah, exactly. That's 10 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go. That's at allbud.com. That's where I got that information from. So, all righty. What do you say? We move on to the next segment.
Sure.
All right. Here we go. We got coming up.
I like that song.
And you know, I think I might have just trimmed it down a little short. So that little riff that Al always says it needs to be added, I think it might have been there. And I might have cut it off, just thinking the length of it being, you know.
Oh, I like it. It's cute, catchy, and
All right. So today, recipe wise, what I have is 9 cannabis recipes to try at home.
okay. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, everything we can try at home, right? Okay, here we go. How to make butter. You see there's a video there as well. All right. So anybody who goes to this website, which I'll put into the comments, you can watch a video instead of just reading everything. All right. Cannabis infused tea with rose and lavender.
Oh.
Do you drink tea?
Got some right now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Number 3, cannabis infused olive oil. So yet again, this has got those two big things that, you know, can of butter and the oil, which is always people are asking, you know, how do you make it? This website has both of them in here. Cannabis infused. What's that?
I actually prefer the oil, but that's just my own
So do
personal.
Yes. Yeah. And health reasons as well as more universal uses.
That you just said it right there, the universal usage, because I also like to make topicals. And I'm not putting butter in my topicals.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got cannabis infused pasta with clams and green chiles. You know, even if you don't like the clams or green chiles, you could use the recipe and probably modify it, right?
Just make a
work
sauce
for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cannabis infused chocolate pretzel cookies.
Those look really good.
I'm a cookie monster. Oh yeah. Love cookies.
I don't know if I see marshmallows there, but there should be.
I see the white.
Is that marshmallows?
I'd have to open it up in order
That's
to see.
okay. I'll check it out. I'm definitely checking out that recipe.
Cannabis infused. Jumped. It's a jumpy. It's got a lot of pop-ups, eh? So I'm missing something here. Cannabis infused olive oil citrus cake.
Wow. That just
Did I
looks
miss
delicious.
Did I miss a recipe? No, there's the pasta. Okay. There's the cake. All right, here we go. There's the cookies. Oh, okay. I see. I missed the cake earlier. The
Yeah,
jumpy
the pop-up
screen.
made you miss the miss the cake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It happens to me when I do the news broadcast too, depending on some of the sites. Cannabis infused brioche. French toast.
Brioche.
French toast.
I've had French toast with
Oh, I love French
oh,
toast.
it's so good infused. Great way
People
to start
tell
the day.
me, for you, I really haven't had it a lot since I've been sick. But when I was younger and we had French toast, I put ketchup on it.
Yay! I met somebody else who does the same.
All right.
Thank you. I've argued with people my whole life. I'm like, do you eat fried egg sandwiches like on toast, fried egg on toast? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, do you eat it with ketchup? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, it's the same ingredients.
Yeah.
It's egg and bread and
Yeah,
ketchup.
People think it's strange that I've told that I eat it with ketchup. They
Dude,
use
same.
syrup on it, and I just say, well, if I
Same.
wanted pancakes, I'd make pancakes.
Yeah. Yeah. And probably you don't like when people put vanilla or cinnamon on your French toast either. You just want the egg.
Yeah. Normally that's how I had it. It was very rarely there was ever any cinnamon or anything on it.
Yeah, because when people put cinnamon and vanilla and
Yeah.
you try and eat it with ketchup, it's like sweet and it's just, yeah, no, just give me egg and bread. Maybe a
Eggs
little
and bread.
maybe, but yeah, that's so
Yeah.
awesome. I'm so glad I found somebody like me. Thanks, Al.
Yeah, good. Oh,
I was like, I was
jump.
waiting.
All right. We're jumpy. Got the jumpy website going here. Cannabis infused salted caramel fudge brownies.
Wow.
Wow. Look at them.
That was like
Oh,
deliciousness on top of like deliciousness. on
yeah.
deliciousness.
Yeah. So here, I'm going to take a copy of this website and I am going to plug it in our comments.
We're going to share it with all of you.
Yeah, we're going to
That
share
way
it all with you.
you can get some of the recipes and make some later.
Yeah. There we go. I've just hit the send button. And just so you know, we've got another comment here from Alexis. She says that I cut out the middle of the bread and fry my egg inside of it so it toasts and eggs together. It's really easy too. Yes.
Oh, like
There's a name for that,
birds in
isn't there?
there's a bunch. I think it's birds in a nest.
Birds in a nest.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I
Yeah,
agree.
my old father-in-law, he used to love that. And he'd take his cup and he'd take the middle of the bread out. So
Uh-huh.
it was a perfect circle. And then he'd say, just cook it just throw it in there and cook it. I was like, what? I want to cook the eggs in the bread on the pan? He's like, yeah. So okay.
Yeah. Okay.
He lived north of Highway 7, so anything he asked could have been random.
Yeah. Now, as you mentioned, Al's under the weather. He's not here, obviously. It's just the two of us. But I think that if he was here,
Mhm.
yeah.
I think he would really
Alexa
appreciate
says,
that.
She says yes with a cup.
Yep.
Yeah. If he was here, that he would be doing probably his review on a gift that arrived.
You found a
this past-
box.
He got the box. I found a box. I actually reused the box that I received because I went to the post office and couldn't get one. I could have, but it was massive.
Yeah, they're big.
It was too big.
You don't
was
want it
either
rattling
too
around
big
in there.
yeah, correct. Right. So I just reused and relabeled the box that Dave used with me, and I sent it to Al. And
Nice.
I know next week I'll let him do the review on what he thinks of that. I'm sure he's going to do it. But in the meantime, what we're going to do instead of going to break, we're going to do a little gonna run a little 2-minute clip here, and then when we come back, we'll come back with some news. Have you got anything else that you want to touch on?
Today on
Right?
recipes, no. The only thing I have left today is my show and tell.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Here we go. We're back.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Lower. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hashes.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old and I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
All right, we're here with the headline news, and I actually didn't grab the one story I wanted to grab, so I'm on the way to get it, but we can still talk about it in the process. And that is, do you remember last week we were talking about the Buzzkill store?
I knew that's what you were going to talk about. Yes, the OCS operated non-legal legal cannabis store.
Correct. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was unable to get myself into one.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I might do that on Friday this week because.
Oh well, it was only a 4-day event.
Oh, so it won't be there Friday.
No, yeah, it was only running for 4 days, and that was legalization time frame, right?
The pop-up. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pop-up. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
I did see a couple posts that friends had posted, industry members.
Yes.
With their,
I have one of them.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah.
This one, it was Jonathan Hirsch.
Weedstagram.
Yeah. He went to see that reckless spending of taxpayers' money looks like. Says the OCS put together an imitation illegal store that even included an ID check at the front. So authentic. The best part was I still don't know how this was useful. It was marketed to the industry and not to the public. Literally every single person in the building was an industry member. Huge waste of money and huge waste of time and money, zero impact.
from this activism.
Yeah, well, I mean, who were they marketing to?
Yeah.
I know they said they had it in the news. I think, if anything, the people that were, why it might have been mostly industry people, is because we care enough to see what the hell the OCS is doing.
Yeah.
Where the general public is not going to walk in there, because what are the odds that they're going to go in that store over the other 7 that they walk past to get there?
Yeah. And when you promote, like, I can see they're promoting it, but if they wanted to really have a good effect, I think they should have maybe ran it longer than just 4 days. And maybe maybe not promote it. Maybe not promote it.
Well, and don't call it buzzkill.
Yeah, that sort of does kill. That sort of does kill the buzz, doesn't it?
Weed store or not, I wouldn't be going in there. It's buzzkill.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through these pictures that he has here. All right, and as you can see, this is the front of the store. All right. This is a picture of some of the people inside. It looks dark, eh?
Mm-hmm. I've never walked into a store that looks like that.
Yeah, a machine that's out of order.
Legal or non.
There you go. They had these edibles. Chance Chews, Funky Fudge, Extra Fuzzy Peach Rings. Yeah, and then Flaky Flower.
What is the purpose of this?
Their whole idea was to try to educate people between a licensed store and an
unlicensed store by providing an illegal store that looks legal. Like, I don't.
They wanted people to walk in, I guess, and be surprised by it.
And then have them say, "You're in a fake store." How fucking dumb would you feel? You'd be like, what? Why? And this is put on by the government? What?
Okay, so on the Flaky Flower, see the green information on the bottom? It said, it's hard to, aged in the dankest of conditions, our friend Petey's basement. This strain is guaranteed to keep you coughing all night. How do we do it? Well, let's just say, unlike the legal market, we're pretty chill when it comes to testing for mold. Basement grown. That's what it says in the back of that one.
I agree with Alexis. This is not education.
Alexis is commenting, is she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you can see the germ joint. They say here on theirs, unsanitary pre-rolls, effect, relaxed approach to testing. THC? I sure hope so. And the description says, did we test for cannabis for E. coli and salmonella before rolling it? Our lips are sealed. Yours, on the other hand, are about to be wrapped around a pre-roll packed with only the finest bacteria. Remember, puff, puff, pass out from a lung infection. So there you go. I don't think these changed anybody's minds.
No.
Like he says that it was mostly just industry people who were there.
Yeah.
So it didn't really go very far. They probably got a lot of chuckles from people reading the articles because I know Stratcan carried the article.
Well, it sounds to me like the OCS is still dealing with the issue that there are illegal cannabis sales that are continuing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not up to the consumer to know what's legal or illegal. If they're walking into a retail location and picking up illegal cannabis, that's a police issue. The police should be going after that store. And the fact that the OCS is using taxpayer money to educate or try to educate the general public as to where they should be purchasing is ridiculous.
Yeah. To Alexis's point there, it's not education. It's a continue. I would say it's more along the line of the continuation of propaganda.
Yeah, it's fear mongering.
Fear mongering,
which is propaganda. They're trying to use fear.
She says that this drives home the negative stigma that is associated with cannabis consumers. This is the wrong image to portray, no matter what side of the industry you are on.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's it's the continuation, because let's just put it this way: in all the years of cannabis being illegal, nobody died, right? Okay, now another thing is they used to always ask, where's the bodies? But they mentioned mold, and they mentioned not knowing what
E. coli.
What THC is in the container, right? In some of those labels. Well, as we're well aware, here in Canada, we've had recalls because of mold, and we have had recalls because of labels that are wrong.
Yeah, because they say the THC is higher than it actually is.
Correct. Or it should have been CBD level should have been that reading, and the THC should have been. So
the OCS is saying be careful because they don't test for those things, but they're not saying that it's a bad product. They're just saying it's an untested product. This is where I'm like, it's all about it's the language too that they use that I'm like, I can't get on board. The labels on the packaging, even if that was a store and you went in to buy a pack of pre-rolls, you wouldn't buy a pack that said that thing about pesticides and like, did they think we're dumb?
No, but they're trying to tell you that that's what you could be buying if you went into an illegal store. That's what they're trying to.
It might be the right message, but it was the wrong delivery. Like you're saying, could have had longer than 4 days.
Oh yeah, like 4 days. Like, yeah. It wouldn't be.
Why not make a commercial? Put an ad out online or something, making a video of that whole story. You wouldn't have had to spend as much money. I don't get it. Yeah. But there's a lot of things I don't get. So if somebody from the OCS wants to reach out and maybe tell me what the fuck, help me get it, that'd be great. Other than that, I'm just walking around going, don't make no sense.
Don't make no sense. All right. No. So there you go. That's the news end of things. And Alexis agrees. She said, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That is on the news end of things. Now, okay. It is time to do. Where am I? It is this time. All right. So for sports, I got two stories. Neither one of them are cannabis related. So first we'll come up with gotta shut off that share screen, and I gotta put up a different screen so I get the right one this time. And there we go. It is World Season time in baseball, and it's the Yankees and Dodgers meeting the World Series for the 12th time to match up of Broadway and Hollywood. So they've done this 12 different times. I have not followed baseball in decades. Used to follow sports all the time, but not anymore. And I thought, hey, it's World Series. It's the it's the top. It's like the Stanley Cup of hockey. It is the number one cup when it comes to baseball. So I just thought we have to make sure that we make mention of the fact that the World Series is about to get going, and probably watch a lot of great baseball. Do you watch any baseball?
I only watch whatever Timmy watches, and that's pretty much just the Jays.
Jays, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're watching some baseball.
Yeah, only when it's important.
Yeah.
Like I went to see when Vladdy came, which is one of the Blue Jay players. When he came, his very first game, I was there for that.
Yeah, we used to go to Jays games a lot. We used to buy single tickets, for games here and there throughout the year.
Yeah.
Now, for these two, though, the Yankees and the Dodgers, the first time that even though I said 12 times or 11 times, this is the first time they've met in 43 years.
Wow.
Yeah, that's quite a while, quite a ways.
Yeah.
They say they're two of baseball's most successful teams. The series starts on Friday. Okay. New York is seeking its 28th World Series title, first since 2009. And the Dodgers is fighting for their 8th and second in 5-year span. They say it's the Yankees pinstripes versus the Dodger Pantone 294. Or the Bronx Bombers versus the Dem Bums. Yeah. Who else going on? I just started trying to grab some stuff here. So
I feel like they went and changed all their names to be politically correct.
Maybe. I don't know. So yeah, World Series, top end of baseball, going at her.
Nice.
Now what else is in sports that I've got here? And this is a first, and that is because this is a dream come true for Jade Kvorkovic. She makes history as the first Northern Soccer League player to sign with the AFC Toronto, and this is a professional women's league soccer league, and she's the first lady to sign up in for the Toronto team called the AFC Toronto, and she's excited to be involved in that. Now, as far as some information on her, it says here that she's a former Canadian Youth International and League One Ontario's all-time leading scorer in the historic first signing. She's 30 years old. She's from Acton. She's a celebrator striker known for her knack around the net and leadership in the pitch. Is the career leading goal scorer in League One Ontario for both men and women, with more than 170 goals. She's earned 5 Golden Boot awards and was named the most valuable player 4 times. Wow, she's got quite the resume.
Well, I was going to say congratulations to her for being back in Toronto, or being in Toronto and making the team, but I think congratulations are in order for the team. She sounds like a great win for the team, and hopefully it shows in the wins.
She's played for Canada in the under 17 and under 20 World Cups. She was success at youth, international, and university levels, but she didn't know she could make a career of it until she was 23.
She was just busy besting herself up until that point.
Now, as far as anybody wants, as far as the rosters and stuff, they have a cap of $1.5 million per club, and a minimum salary of $50,000 for the soccer players.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so there you go. Women's soccer, professional soccer. Recently, we've had the story on. What was it, on the hockey league that got going? So it's good to see that the women's soccer league is professional, is up and at her as well. Now, earlier I mentioned to you that I got to take that out of there. I had a weather report for everybody.
Yes.
Right? Remember that? Okay, here we
Mhm.
go. If I get this right.
I'm excited because you seemed excited.
No, I'm not hearing
What
it.
is that?
All right.
All
So,
right, hang
for
on here.
example,
We'll
we
start
got-
her back up again here. There we go.
Hey, let me get this weather together real quick.
Okay, so Snoop, we prepared a special map. All you got to do is touch the map, and you will see some special Snoop cities. So
Okay.
hold on, here we go.
Okay.
All right, so for example, we got.
Al, it's 57 degrees in Mary Jane Falls, Nevada.
That's right.
And then I heard it was going to be 56 degrees in Stoner, Colorado.
That's right.
But my favorite is when it's nice, hot, and misty outside, 84 degrees in Blunt, South Dakota. Sliding on down to this area right here, above the average highs, 70 degrees in Roach, Missouri. You understand me? And over here, I love, we stay lucky in Kentucky. It's going to be 60 as we blaze in Blaze, Kentucky. You dig?
Yeah.
Here we got Pottsville, Pennsylvania, where it will be 60 degrees, and down low on the go, 61 degrees at High Point. Get that, High Point, North Carolina.
What do you
Best forecast right there. Oh, that's the best.
That's funny. Who knew there were
There you
all
go.
those donor places?
All the stoner places. Exactly. I saw that and I thought it was pretty funny. So I got to use that today.
If you're going to do a weather report.
You had to do a weather report. Now, obviously, we're not going to have one of those every week.
No.
I don't think Snoop's going to do them all the time. He's busy doing other stuff. All righty. Well, next segment on to the events and entertainment.
Woohoo.
Woohoo. There you go.
All
Events and
right.
entertainment.
Okay, so I don't have any fancy graphics for you this week. So
I
you're just
noticed
gonna have
that.
to listen to the tone of my voice. Okay, so we've got 3 events, things coming up this week. I wanted to talk to you about October 24th, this Thursday. Karma Cup Awards is happening in Toronto.
Right.
Secret location because it's only disclosed if you bought a ticket. So go get yourself a ticket and go to the party. It's going to be lots of fun. You'll get a chance to meet the brands that were featured in the product testing. And there's going to be music, be a sesh with your friends. It's supposed to be lots of fun. If you've been to any of the Karma Cup events, you know it's always a good time. So that's happening this Thursday. And then on Saturday at the Scotiabank Arena, Iron Maiden is doing their Future Past World Tour. And they actually have special guests opening for them, The Who, but spelled H-U. Not The Who like H-W-O, but H-U. And that's happening this Saturday at the Scotiabank Arena. And then next week, I believe, is the 27th, October 27th. There is, that's Sunday. Sorry, Sunday, the 27th. A Very Lit Halloween is happening in Welland, Ontario, which is, I think, out by Hamilton, Niagara-ish, that area. There's going to be a party with over 20 plus brands. Costume party, come out, have some fun, Halloween treats, all that jazz.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah. And of course, Halloween is coming, so.
That's right, it is. Halloween.
Yep.
Halloween is coming.
A lot more events coming in November.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Anything else on the events?
No. Okay. Would this be a good time to talk about my show and tell from the event that I just went to?
Sure.
Okay, it's really quick. So I think I told you last week I was going to the Paradox Fall Soiree show. It was a comedy show slash freestyle. Because I'm not sure if you know who the Disciplined Stoners are, but Winnie is a comedian and 11 is a musician. So
Rapping.
the two of them together, they
Freestyle.
put freestyle. They put their talents together and they create these events called the Paradox events. And we went to our very first one, so I didn't really know what to expect, especially from like 11, because I know he freestyles, but I mean my ignorance level on freestyling is like pretty high. But I have a whole new respect for what that is. Like I almost wish that the night would have started out with that and then went into the comedy, because I think it just was more like loose. I don't know how to explain it. But
Yeah. Now,
but
as far as
basically the skill is taking, like, he'll take random things that people say, like just ideas, and then make a rap out of it.
oh yeah, I saw him at the Cannon Expo last year, and that was what he did.
Yeah,
He
no, it's
yeah,
great.
just pulled things out of thin air.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one thing when you hear somebody rapping, I mean, you wonder, do they have set things that they always say, or like a line, or like this
Mhm.
word always rhymes with this word, but like there is no way. That man is extremely talented. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
It was a great time. There was cannabis, flower and beverages, in abundance there for us to have, if you know, if that's what you wanted. I will say Timmy won one of the prizes. So
Good Timmy.
we went home with a tray of raw goodies. So if anybody likes raw and needs some raw, let me know.
Nice
I was
tray.
just telling Al before the show, I'm like, you know, for such a big brand, I'm like, I want to be a fan of theirs, but I just don't like their papers. It's like the glue doesn't stick, it doesn't burn right, it just tastes funny, but I love the tray. Like, the tray
All
is
right. Did he win any buds in that bag?
no.
Nobody
tray.
getting no buds to roll on the tray. Oh, look at that. Cool.
The tray is so cool.
Yes.
So
Alrighty. As far as entertainment end of things, being that Snoop Dogg was on doing the weather for us, I thought I'd bring up or ask the question: Have you watched The Voice, the music show on TV?
no.
Okay,
I know the
you know
show.
of it, right? People
Yeah.
go up and sing, and the judges can't see them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, this year, Snoop is one of the judges.
Okay.
And yes, cannabis things are tossed out. Little redo marks here and there, or
Okay.
I have to say he's doing a real good job. I've done a lot of laughing. The contestants have received him very well.
Good.
And you can see the smile on their faces because he's well known. So are the other judges. You know, like who doesn't know Reba McEntire, right?
I don't know, Al. There might be some youngins now that don't know
Yeah.
Reba.
Yeah, and even you can say that even with Gwen Stefani, and because
That's true.
I've no doubt, right? And
Yeah.
then Michael Bublé with a little twist. Every once in a while, he'll say bubbly.
Yeah.
But
Great
yeah,
marketing.
Snoop
That's great
has
marketing.
done a good job. I've laughed several times at him and his remarks. I don't listen to his music or anything, and when I'm told that he smokes 80 joints a day, I can say, "What the fuck? Get better smoke if that's what you're smoking a day, 80 joints." But yeah, no, I gotta.
Like, wait a minute. Can you even factor that into hours of a day?
Correct.
How many joints is that an hour?
That would be almost 4 an hour.
If he stayed up for
3
24
is 75,
hours.
so you're over 3 an hour. So that's 1 every 20 minutes. So you got to sleep, you got to eat, you got to shower, you got to do your work.
You have
I'm
to
like,
do
that's literally impossible.
correct.
He's a liar. He's
Yeah.
a liar, is what he is.
Yeah,
If he
well,
says
what
he
some-
smokes that
what-
much, like
But someone said, well, maybe what it is he has someone, apparently he had someone who rolls joints for them. That's what they do, is
Yeah.
roll 80 joints. But
Yeah.
maybe that's for the whole entourage. Everybody,
that would make sense.
you know,
That would
that's
make
involved.
sense. One for Snoop, one for the entourage. One for Snoop, one for the entourage. That's how I'd be living. One for me, one for you.
Okay. So now I mentioned, have you got anything you want to mention on the entertainment end of things?
I just want to say that I'm excited about a movie that's coming out. It's called Piece by Piece. It's a Lego movie. It is basically Lego movie.
Okay, I thought I just had to make sure I heard that right.
Yep, that's basically about Pharrell's story, the artist Pharrell.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's basically his story, but in Lego.
Oh, okay. Do they have Lego buds? Because he ends up doing, getting involved in the cannabis industry.
You know what? I'm thinking because it is Lego, they'd probably keep that out only
Probably.
because they know a lot of kids are probably going to watch that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
but it
I
talks
would
about
think-
his like
I would
journey
think
into
so,
music
but it-
and stuff.
Yeah, but do kids? Well, I guess because I guess the teenagers and his music. So,
Mm.
but they would know, like a teenager that 15, 14, 13, you would all know probably that he's involved in cannabis. Is it not in his lyrics and spots?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I wasn't even aware Pharrell was in the cannabis space.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure that's him. Yeah. Unless I
The
got
guy
the
that
wrong
sings
name.
Happy.
Oh,
because
hang on. No, sorry. Hang on. Will Kafir. That's who I'm thinking.
Wiz Khalifa.
There it is. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Me
Now
bad,
you're
me
showing
bad.
your age, Al,
Oh, am I?
and your music genre. Especially when you said Reba McEntire. It's like, oh,
I don't
that's
listen
some like
to her
old
either.
school country.
It sure is. It is. She's 70 years of age, and she's on that stage, or she's up there doing the show, and the contestants love her as well because of that history of
Yeah.
being involved in country and
Well,
western
and
music.
her personality. Reba.
Oh
is
yeah. She's got some funny stuff as well. Yeah.
I wish one day that people will know me just by Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Cher or Reba or
Gwen.
Gaga, Stefani. Yeah, just
Yeah.
like one.
Yeah, correct.
Manson.
All right.
No.
Okay. Here, let's pretend we're gonna play a review video.
Okay.
Al's still trimming. Okay. As I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, I had 2 different strains of cannabis to test today to review, and this is the other one.
The
got a nug
papaya.
here. Papaya, right there. I don't know how clear that is for everybody out there, but I can tell you, this nug is frosty white. Really white, nicely trimmed.
Lots of crystal.
Lots of crystal.
Nice.
Like when I took my nugs out of the bag that they arrived in, I could see the crystal on the bag. Like, not all the crystal fell off the bud. No, there was just some crystal that was on the bag because the nugs just looked white and stuck together. So I yet again from my friend out west. Did you I don't know what you if you could look up this strain for me, papaya, and we could talk about it while I grind this nug up all the way through as I look down through it's just covered in frost.
Okay, so I've got here from Leafly.
Yeah, sure.
Papaya, strain highlights. Oh, sorry. Indica, THC 17%, CBD 1%, Strain highlights feelings of relaxed, sleepy, hungry, helps with anxiety, stress, pain. Papaya is an indica dominant hybrid cannabis strain that's known for producing a mental calmness, though many consumers also find that this strain makes them energetic and productive.
Oh, has it got some sativa background in it or something?
It says here Nirvana Seeds bred this to be their take on a mango strain and crossed it with Citral number 13 with Ice number 2 to make their own fruit. They met their own challenge, and papaya smells uncannily like its namesake. The taste is similar to a tropical fruit, but is spicy, peppery, and the peppery side is apparent.
Oh well, I tell you, I've never had a papaya, but if this is if it tastes like the way this smells,
oh, papaya is beautiful.
Oh,
it's a delicious plant.
It smells that way too. Yet again, it grinds up nice and fluffy, and there's no lumber in it.
It says here terpenes are myrcene, limonene, and caryophyllene, which is herbal, citrus, and pepper.
Oh yeah. I didn't see any foreign objects on it, on the bud, just so you know. I sort of go back. I think about the questions that you're asked during the Karma Cup.
Yeah, because I can't even tell you the amount of times I found it like a thing of hair on my weed back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Which is normal because back in the day, Buddy was growing in his house and guaranteed he had a guard dog. Like, like just it flies in the air. It's hair, whatever. Just. Okay. Especially now that I know the way cannabis grows, like a fan probably blew that hair.
Yeah, unfortunately, these buds that I'm reviewing here, they're not available in the stores because this was a friend from out west.
Yeah,
that sent these to me. But for anybody who's looking to grow some strains, Black Lime Reserve and papaya. Or some strains that you want to look into. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, especially if you like the citrusy and the peppery, because they both have a little. You said the other one was more peppery with a hint of citrusy, the lime. Where this one, I'm guessing, is the other way. It's more fruity, and you'll probably get hit with the peppery taste after. How was the dry pull?
Quick.
I was going to say it looked a lot shorter this time.
I know. I'm trying to think.
Honestly, that's how you could tell that it was a good smelling flower because you didn't even. You're like, I want to
light it up. I want to taste this now.
Yeah.
It tastes really good.
Yeah. Even just from the way when you were saying it, the busting it up smells delicious. So.
Oh yeah. While busting it, the citrusy flavors or aromas. I could smell it. And yet again, the new grinder for today's show. Or clean grinder for today's show. Courtesy of Greenhouse Seeds.
Nice. Yeah, I wonder if they have any seeds left.
I don't know. I've got some Greenhouse Seeds around here somewhere.
Like, wait a minute. Wasn't Greenhouse the Strain Hunters?
Strain Hunters, correct. Yep.
I wonder if I think they are still in operation. I think I just seen something recently that they were still pheno hunting.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not the same.
Correct. Franco.
Yeah, and Arjan.
Yeah, Arjan's still doing things. Franco, as we know, passed away.
Yeah.
A few years back. Malaria.
Time sure flies.
Hunting for cannabis strains. I'm getting
Yep.
sick, eh? So, yeah.
I wonder if Greenhouse Seeds has a papaya strain.
I don't know.
That'd be interesting because you just happened to use their grinder today.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go to the website, find out. I see I've had a few phone calls during the show. I'll have to get to them when I get back. When we get done. Well, this tastes good. You can see ash.
Another white ash, just like
Another
the
white
paper.
ash.
I feel like that's the, what do you say, the living soil?
Living soil, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And just so you know, you cannot use water softeners with living soil. Even if they tell you that 99.99% of the salt comes out. Because there's salt. Salt and microlife just don't get along. Right? So, okie dokie. I'm just going to keep smoking this doobie, enjoying this doobie. And other than that, I think we've got everything covered. Everything that's on the list.
I think so.
See, this is why I wanted to smoke one at the beginning of the show and one at the end of the show.
Yeah. Well, doing testing back to back is difficult anyways, because if
It
you're
is.
also testing for effect, it's like, how do you test the effect of the second joint or the second test? You're still feeling the first one.
Correct. And that question's been around for a long time. Because when I was doing the expo with treating yourself, they had the cup.
Yeah.
So people would arrive Friday or Saturday, pick up their judging pass, and so this is early on in the cups, right? And they had to have the results in Sunday by noon.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So how can you say
test 21 strains
with confidence that edible right there fucked me up? Because
well,
it
we
was
didn't
the
have
12th,
edibles.
Yeah.
TY just had herb.
the flower. But I mean, like, if you're doing it now, it's like, was it the fact that it was the 12th edible that I ate? Or was it really that strong? No, it was the 12th edible.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to eat one edible and then wait a couple hours.
But like you're saying, if you don't have enough time.
If it takes you a couple hours to get hit by it, then holy smokes, it's really weak.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or the onset is ridiculous. That would get a lot of people in trouble because people wouldn't feel anything.
Mm-hmm. Well,
especially a new consumer.
There's I will say there's something with that. I think it's called like nano emulsification or whatever that is that they do now in the legal side. I don't know if they're doing it on the illegal side, but I'm just saying I bought a teapot drink, 5 milligrams, and I drank it on the way home. And before I got home, I felt a little buzzed. And I'm like, how do I even, it's been like 40 minutes. It's supposed to take 2 to 4 hours. I'm like, what? How does it?
Because we look at THC as being fat soluble and not water soluble.
Hmm.
All right. So they've created a product that is water soluble with THC, and it dissolves in the it's in the drinks and all that, and it absorbs faster into your system,
in your bloodstream.
Correct. That's the thing, is it's a quicker absorption rate.
Yeah.
And
I feel like Marcel, I can hear Marcel right now with a whole lesson on this.
Yeah, I imagine. Unfortunately, I can't give you a whole lesson on this.
Yeah, no, I can hear him. Something to do with binding to the fats and the all of it.
I have purchased stuff that you can add to any beverage.
Yeah.
From the stores.
I have some the droppers. I've got them too.
Yeah. Now, do you notice that when you drop it into your beverage, that it starts to sort of go a little fuzzy, or like there's action happening around where that drop is?
I will say yes, but I've only ever put it in hot liquids. So I assumed that was the heat that was making it like.
Yeah. No, that's I look at that as that's the infusion going on right then. Yeah.
I honestly, I will say I don't like the taste of them. I feel like it's got a very like almost resinous aftertaste. I don't like it.
Yeah, I haven't been happy with any of the ones I've had as well. And I actually took one company's and I put 2 into my beverage, and I dumped it out.
Oh, yeah. Tastes too much like chemical to me, like a distillate. Like I don't want to drink distillate.
So what, as I've done a review in a past show, that was the, I get my THC base from Legacy 420, down Taganega, and I had okay, now because it's made out of full extract, you can taste some cannabis. The stronger the dose you take, the more of the cannabis you're going to taste.
Sure.
Okay.
So if you don't like the taste of cannabis, then steer clear.
Yeah. Now I was asked, well, does by a fellow, does it dissolve? Does it settle? And I said, oh, I put it in to give it a stir, and I've never had to re-stir it. I don't get a big strong gulp of
oil
at the end. And when I picked up my last order, a lady from the lab came out, and she told me that it dissolves in both fat and water soluble. They use it in all their pops. They use it in their chocolate milk, and with Christmas coming up, eggnog as well. It's in there. I've had the chocolate milk; it's really good. And then so with this, when I take it and I add it to my pineapple mango juice, I can see, not as much, but I can see that action going on when I drop it into the beverage. I can see that little yeah,
almost looks like it's just mixing it.
The infusion happening. Right.
Yeah. Wow. At least it's better than like when you put the oil on top of your tea. And I figure because it's hot, it's going to like dissipate. Nope. Just sits in a little.
It just sits there, a little puddle.
Why? I might as well just put it in my mouth and take a swig of the tea.
Correct.
Yeah. That's how I know it now.
I looked at the stuff from the legal industry maybe being some type of synthetic THC. I'm not sure. I have no clue. But
we need to get everybody on and tell us.
Yeah. And, Legacy doesn't have synthetic stuff down there. So it'll be interesting. I have to maybe dig into that a little further to find out what's going on. So, okay. That Juby is out. It is done. And it burned all the way through. I didn't really have to relight it.
I didn't hear you coughing.
I coughed once.
Okay. But it wasn't enough that I noticed.
Well, there you go. Exactly.
Like you weren't hacking. I have friends that literally have to mute during phone conversations because they're hacking their brains out.
I do that during some of our broadcasts because I'm using a vape pen when I'm inside. Yeah. And it doesn't matter whether it's a distillate or a live rosin. I still cough. I cough more. I cough much more with the distillate.
Okay. I find I sneeze. Any sort of concentrates make me sneeze.
Oh.
Or high THC, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sneeze. Wow, really?
Yeah, it tickles the nose.
Would that be an allergic reaction?
I don't know. It tickles my nose, and then I'd usually give out 3 or 4 sneezes, and then I'm fine.
What about joints?
Too high of THC. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You need to get some of that venom then. It said it was 36 up to 36%.
No.
Well, see, now with the stuff at the OCS website,
Mhm.
I know they do testing of products.
Mhm.
So I gotta hope that something that came in that said it was up to 36%, it would just
Mhm.
be grabbed
Well-
and tested to verify.
Well, the problem with, like, I'm looking at one right here. I'm not even going to say the name of it, but the range is 23.5% THC to 29.5% THC. That's a big difference.
That's a big difference.
23 to 29.
They're allowed, I believe it's like 15% plus or minus as far as like a range.
Yeah. But you know why it's
The
like
actual
that
result
is
might be in
because,
the middle there.
well, some of the grow is 23.5 and some of the grow is 29.5. So, I mean, a lot of people don't even know this, but when you get the package at the store, you can ask, if you go in to look at the strain, ask to see the back of the package. It will show you what that bag's percentage is.
Yeah.
That bag has it's been tested, and it'll tell you that's what it is. Now, is that what it is?
Yeah. Do they really test each individual bag?
Not the bag, the crop.
Oh, yeah.
Crop.
The crop.
But the reason why this says 23.5 to 29.5 is because they've had crops that have come in at this and crops that have come in at that.
Yeah, and they still have to meet their tolerance levels.
You know?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think there was a time there where there were some of them were just buying up like a standard bag and just using it and not actually doing it batch wise. And they got slapped for that. So
the whole testing thing is just, it's confusing, and
correct.
For like I said, there are things that I don't understand, and that's okay, because my brain's only so big, it can only handle so much, and those are things I don't need to worry about. There's somebody else that gets paid to worry about that.
That's right, someone else does. And I go back, Legacy 420, they got a lab right there. They test their own products.
Yeah.
And I have no reason not to trust them. I've done the tours several times and talked with them staff and
Yep.
So, all righty. Well, anything else offhand? I see we're almost the 2-hour mark.
I think we're good. I think we've talked about everything.
I believe so. We've checked off the list on the on everything as far as our segments. We're all finished up. So we might as well say.
The last thing I will say, if you haven't got your Halloween costume picked out, at least in your head, get on it and go get the things, because it's coming up real quick.
Yeah, actually, talking on Halloween, for October the 31st, there is an event in Toronto, a cannabis event.
On the 31st?
On the 31st, correct.
Oh, that's right. You sent it to me.
Yes.
That'll be in next week's.
That'll be in next week's
notices.
Okay, because that's the 29th. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. So upcoming. Listen for it.
Yes. Be
Halloween,
ready.
come Toronto. You got
Yes.
it. It's always in Toronto. I know, it's so far to drive.
I know. I get FOMO all the time.
Yeah. All righty. Well, other than that, anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
We'll see you all next week. Same time, same place. And don't forget to get high. I got to get the right button.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 page re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
It's pleasant to not pleasant.
Why don't you do one of the pre-rolls now?
Or sorry, not pleasant.
Or you'd have to register everybody.
Correct. Yeah. We're just staying in the one kit. It's easier this way.
11 is overall enjoyment.
No.
Whether you want to.
And then would you buy this product?
No, we could do it afterwards.
Okay, what was number 10 there? Yeah.
Whether you want to have
Number
one
10?
broadcast
I
of the
missed
indica kit
Effects and experience.
and one broadcast
Pleasant
of
to not pleasant.
the
Or not pleasant to
pre-roll
pleasant.
kit. So you basically have to shut down and start right back up again. Or we just wait till afterwards and I'll just edit it and cut it in half. It's gonna be too long to play it as a replay anyway.
No, at
puff,
the end
puff,
I
puff
wouldn't
there, buddy.
bother. Not a spoon.
Okay. So this is sample number
5.
5. It feels like we're over the hump. Okay, visual appeal. Okay.
Do all the things you gotta do to answer.
Holy, on 5 already.
Okay, sound. Okay.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I can smell that from here. If that's just the other weed still floating around.
That's what somebody's going to do with a pizza.
Yeah. It's
I'm still smoking number 3.
Got a lot of crystal.
Yeah.
But I find that smells pretty faint actually now.
Do you think there's any truth to the story that the stronger the smell, the stronger the pot?
No,
but the stronger the smell, the tastier the pot is typically my experience.
Well, I would think that whatever's creating that smell would be an increased effect for whatever that terpene does.
You would think.
Yeah.
All right. Number
But
5.
it might not. Other
Visual
effects
appeal.
might not be as good. So your overall.
I think they short changes on the ground.
Do you guys like a terpy weed or a not terpy weed?
Terpy weed or non-terpy?
Number 2.
I don't.
Beans put into it, I don't like at all.
Yeah, like
Favorite crap of anything.
anything with added flavor agents.
No.
No. It's no. And I've seen that in vape pens where the flavor agents are added.
That's one of the things that upset me the most about vape pens is there's hardly any that taste like weed. They all is this weird flavored profile of fruits and candies, and I just want to smoke weed and I want to be able to smoke
They
the
have
vape.
botanical terpenes.
Yeah,
too.
all of them.
You
All
want
of them.
just straight up natural.
Yeah, and I can't find it.
No, eh?
Either I like it or I don't like it, and if I don't like it, I won't smoke it because it's doing something to me I don't like.
Grinding. All right, we're on to the grinding.
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 We need grinding music.
We're gonna find out if it's fluffy. Any lumber? No, because lumber is weight. I've had to.
You're working on
cut the nugs to
And
put
then
into the
sticks as
packaging to
contaminants.
go out for a kit in the
What's
packs.
that? None.
And the lumber that we would have sitting there at the end was unreal. The amount of lumber that was sitting there.
There's not a lot of lumber in these packages.
Yeah,
No.
you could take a pound and have an ounce or two of just lumber.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how nicely trimmed and manicured
Yeah.
these buds are.
Yeah.
Generally, as far as the LP weed goes, generally I'm finding my only true complaint is being too dry. They don't usually have a lot of stick. You don't get hair and gross stuff usually, but unless they're putting the little packets inside their packaging,
Yeah.
It's harder than a rock. I've had stuff that was so hard, and that the minute you put it in your grinder, it just falls apart and it's dust.
All right.
You can't roll that.
Just got word. We got another judge coming. They'll
Cool.
be here in the next within the next half hour, 25 minutes.
Well, we should be all sitting here, unless of course we're napping. When he shows up, everybody put your everybody do this when he comes.
I gotta say, for being 5 joints in, or actually 10 joints in already, I'm not feeling that high.
There's 5. Yeah, I guess it's double joints.
Yeah.
Right? But it's still ounce or grams. Grams. 5.
I
5
can't
grams.
crisscross now.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
I actually didn't feel
Adam's grinding.
I've had no shortage of puff.
No.
I know. Oh, I know.
I've had 90 milligrams.
Yeah.
Okay. There's water there. Don't forget the water.
I've got some here.
I was gonna fire the barbecue when we switch.
I didn't know that.
I got a feeling the pre-roll is going to go a lot.
Nice
quicker.
to know that they're monitoring that stuff now in California. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, really? Hey, halfway done watering the plants. Oh, someone's still watering. Good. Good to know we're in someone's garden. Be nice to see the gardening, but I don't know how they do that. Oh, there you go. There, yeah. Anybody want any munchies?
Yes,
Buddy, you
I
want to
could
give
help
me
you
a
roll the
glass
joint,
of water,
too.
then, please?
You want a bottle?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Anybody else want a water? Drink?
Water, iced tea. Is that your water? Yeah, I'll take a water, Wayne.
Okay.
I don't know if this is mine or not. It's beside me though, and it's warm. So it's been there for a while. All right.
It's Bob.
Am I? Yeah, there's a recycle bin behind you. See the blue, the green.
Yeah, you got a green shirt on.
Donuts, I just dropped it.
What'd you just do?
Donut. Can she eat it?
No, if not, it's possible.
Lots of fur.
Yeah, we just yeah.
I'll just throw it over there.
Over the fence?
Yep. Someone will get it.
There you go, Al.
Oh, thank you.
There you go, Bob.
Thank you.
Where's mine?
Where's who? Where's yours?
No, the blue bin. The green one?
Oh. Yeah, the green bin. Can you throw some chips in a bowl? And then we'll
That hit the spot.
we won't fill up on chips, but it just help with if anybody's got a little gur on.
Did we lose Deb again?
Deb, she probably has
Gone to the trailer for a nap.
no. It's that time. You know, come and go.
Yeah.
It's going. Okay, so we got one joint this time of number 5, correct. I was just testing everybody.
My number 5 here says it's a sweet smell, a hard bud, panicky, sleepy, moody, and a bit grumpy. Those are my notes for number 5.
Number 5, eh?
Yeah.
That's you're right.
So what was the final note?
I said a sweet smell, a hard bud made me feel a little bit panicky, sleepy, moody, and a little grumpy.
Everything sounds good until you get into the
grumpy.
The grumpy, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I find with the ones that we know as sativa strains,
Pretty
that
nice.
I just they give me sometimes too much energy.
Yeah, it's just like
afterwards.
I'm like that normally.
For doing too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
What number we on?
And then when you don't do stuff on a sativa like that, you get really wound up. I find, anyways.
No, sorry.
Experience.
Harsh to smooth.
Oh,
Maybe. That was my doggie. I don't know if you could see her come through.
No.
okay.
Yep, I see her. There she is.
8 so far.
Path, color, and structure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that there.
Number 7. I'll give it 6.
I can still taste it, which is
Yeah,
good. You know?
effects and
All right,
experience.
I need to put that one down.
All this. Okay, I'll give it that there.
By the time we're all done, all you're going to hear from any of us is
Wayne.
Come on, buddy, hurry up, man.
Hey, give them a number 3.
Give him a number 3.
Okay. Here we go. That's there.
Forget where I am here.
Save and finish later. Save and finish later for anybody who is looking at buying.
That's what I said though about the last one too.
Yeah.
Put it in the roach pile.
Okay. Did anybody want me to roll the other joint?
No.
Mix them all together at the end, one big salad.
Yeah, it'd just be a salad, correct?
Salad. You can put some of your apple hash in there.
Is one joint suffice, or do we want to carry on with
For the purposes of judging, I think
one is good. Okay, so it's my turn. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment here today on October 22nd, 2024. We're here with you live. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
What you got going on, Cindy?
I'm giggling because I just watched our opening, and I really think we need to update our pictures on that.
Oh, I just chuckle every time I see that picture. I laugh. That is just the picture of me. It makes me laugh. It's brutal.
Yeah, and my picture, it's me, but I no longer dye my hair, so I'm not a blonde anymore. So I giggle every time I see the pictures. It's like, oh my God, that's so old.
But it shows us that we were younger once.
I know I was younger once. I feel that every day. I'm older today.
Oh my.
How's your day?
It's been actually pretty darn good, even though it's, raining again.
No, I'm so sorry.
But, I was born in Vancouver, so I have webbed toes. And if my daughters are watching, they're going to laugh because they actually do have webbed toes.
I'm going to bring the sunshine with me from the East Coast. How's that?
That would be a good idea.
We have another beautiful sunshiny day here, 20 degrees. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, have you seen my Elvis lift? Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful and sunny. Yeah. Did you see the sun coming through the window? Yeah, it was nice. At least the rain stopped. You don't have to listen to the clack, 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 clack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Anything new and exciting happening in your realm?
Well, this morning, along about, I'd say 10:30, a friend of mine who is a wellness coach here in Windsor, Nova Scotia, messaged me and she goes, I'm part of this wellness expo over here at the Dykeland Lodge, which is a retirement home here in Windsor. And she said, would you like a free table? And I'm like, oh, dude, I've got nothing ready. No, I can't do that. I can't even make it until because it started at noon. And I said, I can't even make it till 1. And she goes, that's fine. Just show up and just bring some stuff and talk to people. And I'm like, I don't know. She goes, you miss 100% of the opportunities you don't take. And I'm like, oh my God, whatever, I'll be there. So I showed up with, just a display of my cacao, showed my 2 brand new certificates out on the, I'd like to get frames for them, but I have them printed out on the thing. And then I took some of the At Ease product, specifically the 7 mushroom blend, the Inflammaclear, and the Super C Veg and the greens, because those are some of my favorite products. And I know that I can talk about them with confidence and knowledge. So, I set it all up. Now, again, this was a free table. And what did I do with my little gift? I had it right here. Oh, it's right here. And, they even went around to all the vendors and gave us a thank you gift for showing up. So I get this amazing, beautiful, nice, thick, real China mug for just showing up. So I talked to, quite a few people. They also had a draw going on, but you had to go talk to all the vendors and get them to sign a piece of paper. So, I had, probably a good 60 people come up and I just gave a spiel, about, cacao ceremonies, spiritual, emotional healing over here, and then this product over here, supplements. So a lot of people took information for atease.com, I either via taking pictures of it or writing it down. And then some people took my email directly. So I'm really excited. I hope that one of us gets somebody reaching out to contact us, that comes from today. That'll kind of, give me all kinds of faith to maybe try it again.
Oh, I think you should do it again anyway. John and I did one. It was a psychic fair that we did a few weeks back. I guess about a month ago now, month and a half maybe. And it was the first one we did. But those events, as much as some people might poo-poo them, there's people show up there that are knowledgeable of herbs, knowledgeable of nutrition, knowledgeable of plants. And man, some of the discussions I had and the healing discussions I had with people, I blew my mind.
Well, yeah, and like that's what this was for. This wasn't for the residents of this particular retirement home. They were putting on this, wellness fair for the employees, really, for them to make sure that they look after themselves, no matter what that is. And so there were a lot of, PCWs and, nurses that came up, and, especially the 7 mushroom blend, they'd lean over, they'd start reading it, they'd pick it up and, get very, very interested. I didn't have to explain a lot of what the healing properties for the mushrooms were. A lot of people already knew.
That's the beautiful thing. Like, I'm watching it finally get to a place where it's open. When I first was putting my microdoses and stuff together, it was at a point where it was just starting to bubble and boil, and now it's kind of boiling over, and people are becoming very aware of the healing properties of lots of the little units in the mycological department.
Yeah, I mean, and this was like I say, it was a wellness expo put on for the benefit of, nurses and PCWs and doctors and other employees of the retirement home. And so, when I was there, I took the Hape and I took some of your creams, and I'm like, I wasn't sure what they would mind me having out. So I thought retirement home, maybe not the best place to have tobacco that gets blown up your nose out on the table. And, I thought maybe not with the THC that's in the creams, right? So I tried to keep everything, as level as I could. Although I did they did ask the vendors to each give something for a giveaway, and I did use one of your pain creams because it is, one of my favorite products. And so I thought that since I didn't have that out on the table, it was a good way to at least get that into the conversation.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for believing in the product. Thanks for using the product. Thanks for promoting the product. Honestly.
Well, I use and promote the product. I believe in and promote the product because I use the product and I know how it works, and I know I sounded like a sales pitch this afternoon, but I told everybody that came up and talked to me, I was gifted, some of this product about 3 years ago by you. And, you said, just give one round a try just to see how it helps. And I was 3 days in, not even. And I was just like, wow, the inflammation has come down. There were so many positive changes, right? And so I tell people you can't, for me, I can't use this product and, have it work so well and not then turn around and re-promote it. And I do that with a lot of the products that I use, as anybody that knows me knows that. Cannabis helped me get sober. And I got up on my soapbox and I the power of cannabis. And, mushrooms came along and helped me. I did the same thing. Iboga and 5-MeO came along and helped me. And I'm still on the soapbox. So it's no different with your supplements. Just because, they're in a different realm, but yet in the same realm as the psychedelics that I just mentioned. It's all natural healing. And so I'm on the soapbox with all of that too. Yeah. Well, and your 7 mushroom blend, I think is probably one of the most powerful medicines that I take.
Well, I have to give a big thank you to John because I was making stuff for me and my family to heal with. And he saw the power and benefit for, he's like you. He said, no, this needs to be promoted and shared. We're going to share this. And, I'm just honored and blown away with honestly what it's grown into. And I'm finally at a point, I listened to you giving that kudos, and I'm at a point where it doesn't shrink me and make me all embarrassed because, a part of my aspects of trauma was the way you were speaking there used to make me I'd just disappear. And now it lights up the heart and goes, yeah, this is good and it needs to be shared. And
I'm glad that John came along and said, you got to share this, dude. I'm glad that he came along and said, I want to be your business partner. I'm glad that you guys are working together because he's a very loud promoter of the products as well, because he believes in them. And then you've got different people across Canada that work as well. We don't work. We just really love your product. So we are representatives for your product, and I'm proud to be here in Nova Scotia and talk about your product. And, it brings me great pride as well and a great honor to be able to tell these people that, listen, if you want to place an order, that's easy to do. We will get it included on one of my shipments and we'll save you that $20 or $30 in shipping. It'll all come in one package, and then you just got to come say hi to me and, get your stuff. So, and so it's nice to be able to offer that. It saves everybody money, whether it's you at the source or them as a customer on shipping. You only have to mail one thing versus, a whole bunch of things. And hopefully that one thing will grow over time. So you're, having to mail me a big ass box or 5 or 6 of them.
I've been watching that healing thing. That healing thing just keeps growing.
Yeah,
it does. You mentioned 3 of the products in there that are actually my guru and other partner Cease that carry. Yes. And I want to give a shout out to him because, man, he kind of got me started on that pathway of, hey, you should go down this pathway to look for the healing. And it's been an incredibly beautiful pathway. He's been a great mentor. And, yes. The products that he's put together, the power that they have, and it's an honor being a part of watching stuff that, we didn't make it. We just blended stuff that's here on the planet. But watching the work we've done, watching it help other people heal it's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. And I'm honored to be here on the East Coast of Canada, talking about your product. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I came to realize after today that I have to do some setting up when I come home from BC. After the conference, I'm going to take some leftover pamphlets and just keep a box of, the pamphlets down here. I'm going to maybe get your help on design to get an at ease card so I can hand that out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, do that. So the next time somebody says to me, hey, do you want to come over here and do this? I'm actually going to be a little bit more prepared. For what I had and for the fact that I was kind of thrown into it today, I did pretty good. Especially if one of us gets an email.
Wicked. Well, I can see that you're lit up by it, and anything that empowers you and makes you feel lit up like that, just keep doing that stuff. That's where life really starts to open up and rock.
Yeah. So it was fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's been stuff all about helping people heal in all natural products, which is going to be kind of a weird segue to something I'd like to talk about here in our show, because a person we've had on our show before and a friend that is a staunch advocate for drug reform and legalization and safe supply, who had just won a case where the courts had said no. They'd raided his shop and they said he won the case. No, you don't have what you need to make this happen, etc. And now they've raided him again. And this, his name is Dana Larson. He's a well-known advocate and whatnot. And should I bring up the articles right at this point here and then kind of do more? Yeah, let me do that. Okay.
This is your thing. I'm here to support you.
Okay. So I'm going to bring this up
together and put the thought into it. So
I'm going to go here. This was from, I found this on his X, and we were hoping to have him on today. And because it was such short notice, we haven't been able to make it happen. But I really would have loved to have had him on today and chat with him about this. But he was on Real Talk with Ryan Jesperson. And I'm going to just play this clip here for you.
You'd think that they would have put charges on from the first raid, but that's what happens. The prosecutors don't want to prosecute because they don't really think it's worth their effort. But the police still have a vendetta against us, so they come back and it's really a form of economic terrorism, right? They come and take all your stuff, take all your money, don't press any charges, and you're left with a big mess to clean up. They're on a vendetta against us, and I'm not really sure why.
Okay, well, people are going to go, but come on, Dana. I mean, they're illegal. That's obviously why. You can't operate in a legal business and in broad daylight under the cops' noses. What do you say?
Well, that's true, but there's about 20 other mushroom dispensaries in Vancouver that haven't been raided. So we're the only one that's getting this kind of enforcement. I think that's an important consideration. The Vancouver police typically respond to the community's desires on this, and we have very strong support in our community. I don't think most Vancouverites want to see shops like ours shut down. And the fact that the prosecutors don't want to prosecute, the people in our community support us, you think that the Vancouver police would take that into consideration?
Okay. Oh, so, part of what I've got to say in here is this man supports the free drug testing. So he's got places where addicts on the street, anybody, even if you're a casual user, you're hey, we want to go celebrate this, blah, 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 and you used to be an 80s cocaine user. You can take whatever you've got there and get it tested. You can make sure that you're not going to have fentanyl or carfentanil in that. Now he's supplying these services, and at the same time in his dispensary, like, mushrooms are booming. And it's if you look at the financial markets, they're saying it's going to be like a $5.8 billion industry in the next few years, or an $8.5 billion industry in the next few years. Which, when there's an industry that's booming, then there's an underground that's really moving with that as well. And part of the underground, some of those people are weighing out their fentanyl, or weighing out their carfentanil, or weighing out whatever stuff on their scales, that they're also weighing out their mushrooms or their DMT, right? There's other things that can be put on that scale, and anybody getting that has a chance of, if it's carfentanil 1 grain, you're going to be down. Hopefully they've got enough Narcan to save you. And by you being able to walk into his store and purchase these products across the counter, one, you know where you're getting them, you know who you're getting them from. And I'd have a pretty good bet going that if he's running, getting free drug testing done, that he probably doesn't have any carfentanil or fentanyl. He's providing a safe supply. If you're getting the mushrooms there, you know you can come back there, right? If you're getting DMT there and it's blowing up, the psychedelic world, there's a lot of people looking for healing right now. And there's a lot of people that have been medicated and not healing. And they're looking for alternative ways to heal. And when you look that up, you will find mushrooms, you will find DMT, you will find all of these entheogens and psychedelic medicines out there. But there's also a drug world that dabbles with the medicines. And in the drug world, they play with things like fentanyl and carfentanil and methamphetamines and tranquilizers. And there's so much crap going in there that they're weighing it on the same scales. I'd rather know I'm going to a place where it's been taken care of. And I find it strange, like he says in his interview there, that only his got raided. 20 other dispensaries, none of them got raided. Why are you raiding the guy that's paying for the safe supply place to get your drugs tested and is, he's there. You guys have a relationship. Us and the audience that have been watching this for years can see that there's a relationship. The only thing I can see that changed in the relationship in the last couple of years, honestly, from an outside viewpoint, is the mayor. You know, that's the difference I see. Why this focus? Why this focus? Well, you know, from my point of view, I got to say, hey, the only thing I see different from the last few years is the mayor, and when you've got somebody that's actually working to help people stay alive and keep things safe, and you know, being as open an advocate as he is, he's not hiding behind closed doors doing stuff. Why do the beat down? I can't grasp the concept of the beat down. You know, the only thing that came to me was, oh, that had to be an election thing, and of course they're after money, because every time you do that, it costs them lots and lots of money. Yes, money that could be going to testing safe supplies. They had to close one place down because they couldn't keep it running. You know, it's hurting people. It's hurting people in our community, and there's better ways to address it. So hopefully, you know, hopefully in the future we'll have things addressed in a better way and some changes made. But at this point in time, I kind of wanted to do that little bit of a rant, because I honestly, I have a hard time seeing the reasoning in raiding, what, 3 months after you did one, 4 months after you just did one.
It was no, I was out there. The last time I was out was when April, and he won it just before April. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October. We're looking at 7 months.
So twice in a year.
Still twice in a year. Yeah. Like, I mean, 6-7 months isn't that long.
You know, it's hard on my brain because there's such a struggle. The homelessness and addiction is so blatant and loud in Vancouver. And I can't see the focus of, let's spend all of this money and all of these police resources on this when this explosion is going on all around that whole area. It's yeah. Well, hopefully we can get him to come on and have a chat with him.
Yeah. He wasn't able to make it short notice for this week, but we do have plenty of weeks coming up in the future. It would be nice to get him on and give him the hour to just get it all out. Like, I mean, there's a lot to be said around this. And, you know, knowing Dana, like, I mean, it'll be open again. Like, I mean, now.
Oh, I went down there. It was open yesterday. I just kind of wandered in with Amy. I didn't want to bug them or disturb them. You know, they were probably fairly busy. But, you know, I went in and it was like, yeah, kudos, man. You're kudos. Guy's got big brass nads, man. It's just amazing.
Yep.
A lot of people just wouldn't be able to keep facing it. But, you know, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing that we have people like that just go, no, there's an injustice happening here in society, and somebody needs to address this injustice. So I'll be that guy. It's pretty freaking awesome.
It is.
You know, the first time I saw him on television, he was a cannabis activist, and this was years ago. I think it was a CBC or a global thing or whatever. And they were interviewing him, and he was talking about cannabis and whatnot, and he was just kind of, this is I believe it's early on when he's talking about the mushroom stuff, because I know there's a shot of him and he's capping some mushrooms and that and talking, and he went to a point at where he started talking about decriminalization and legalization of drugs and what it can do for society. And at that point, my brain wasn't ready or capable of understanding what he was actually meaning. because the program that I had been fed and where I sat on drugs and the stance on, even though that I was a cannabis guy and a mushroom guy, you know, it was the legalization of, and he said opium, heroin, just legalize the drugs. And basically he was saying, let's legalize them all and make them all safe so people aren't dying from all of these drugs. And he was miles ahead of, you know, he must have been seeing that curve coming of the opioid crisis and whatnot. Because as that crisis came along and the things in my brain got cracked open with addiction and homelessness, and you know, I understand where he is, and at the same time I can understand how somebody watching that is from the old tenet would get, I can't make this work. I can understand that. But there is a place of understanding and compassion that, you know, when you've walked through the streets and talked to the people, rather than driven through the streets being horrified by the people, there's a part of your compassion that'll open, or that can open, where you go, oh, I understand. I understand that these people are stuck and they need help. And part of that help is making sure that whatever they're using at the time isn't going to kill them. And then they need the help to get through what's making them use those substances.
It's a little bit more than that too. Like, I mean, they need help to make sure that they're getting a clean supply. They need it to be decriminalized or legalized, because then that takes the stigma away. All of a sudden, looking for the help is no longer anywhere near as scary. Because, I mean, a lot of people won't go look for the help because they don't want to be arrested. They don't want to end up in trouble. And that thought process, you know, I completely get that from, you know, my days. You know, we also, instead of putting all that money into criminalizing this stuff and the raids and et cetera, money can be put into wellness houses where people can go and get the help. And I mean, there are those out there, but for the amount of people that suffer with the medical condition of addiction, there's not enough. Like, I mean, for every, 50 people on the streets, there might be a half a room for 4 weeks. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a crisis, and it's not just a crisis of, bad drugs and tainted drugs being out there. It's so much more. It's a crisis of, stigma and not having any place to go. I mean, and from personal experience watching your daughters, like how I mean, every time they've gone into a place, it's taken them weeks of calling every fucking day. And if they miss a day, they go right back down to the bottom of a list, and that is terrifying, So yeah, like there needs to be more help, and there needs to be less stigma for people that are honestly looking for the help to get themselves clean. And then there's got to be a way of helping them heal, like you just said a minute ago before I took over on my little spiel. That the next thing after that is helping them heal what put them in that place in the first place. And we can get into that after we
come back from our break so that we can let our sponsors and our fine audience meet each other, and we'll be right back after this short break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on October 22nd, Tuesday. So, Spirit Plant Medicine Conference is coming up.
Yes, I leave a week from tomorrow to come out. I'm so excited.
I'm pretty damn excited too. Excuse me. Just need a shot of my cacao. Yeah, John and I have been getting all ready. We're pretty excited. We've got our table there. Anybody that's coming out, make sure you come up and say hi, chat with us. We're going to have all our products on there. It's going to be all displayed and looking beautiful. We've got some new stuff going on. John just released a new, it's called the Goldies. Because it's golden teachers and chocolate. So it's the Goldies bar. And I wish I had if I would have been thinking, I would have had one here with me. And I don't. So,
I've seen them. They're very nice. Just a second. I'm sure if I go here and go here, you can keep talking. I'm just looking for something.
Oh, yeah. Product. We're going to have the. We've been asked if we have a friend that is letting us rep some of his product as well. So we have the Allah Akbar product coming in. It's a penis envy. There we go. That's the new Goldies. 3 grams of golden teachers with beautiful Belgian chocolate, crafted by a chocolatier. It's it's one of the new products. We're pretty proud of it, pretty happy with it. And I've got some Amanita capsules going to be there this year. And
Amanita.
yeah, Amanita. Oh, hang on. I probably got that too. Hang on. Let me find it.
If you don't, I probably have it in a picture.
Yeah, because I think I sent it to you, didn't I?
Yep.
There we go. Okay. Pulling it out. Oh, you got it? Or there you go. You beat me. So it's Amanita. Da, 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 da. So that'll be one of the new products there. Amanita is great for neuropathy and anxiety, and it has to be processed properly to give you those properties. But it is really, really good for that. We're going to have all our regular products there. This year we've got some sample bags, so there's the little 5 packs of the original blend, the evening blend, the main events, and the Scoobies. So if people want to try them, there's 5 pack, because then you can do a 5-day on, take your 2 days off, and then ask for a 30 pack, because it's going to have changed your life and away you go.
Yes, I have one of your original sample packs. It's not over there. It's in my kit of things I show off, which is, I don't know where, because I just kind of made it all go haywire this morning. That last minute thing I did. But yeah, I've got one of your original ones when you did it in the little bottles instead of the envelopes.
Oh yeah, that one was cute, because the picture was the picture of all the little bottles inside it set up. It was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm really excited. This is the 3rd year in with the conference, and watching the growth of the conference, watching the growth of the community, our growing within the community is it's seriously a life-changing thing. It really is. It's nice when you kind of find your tribe and you go, hey, there's some people poo-poo a lot of the stuff that we do, and there's a lot of people that have learned that things that go into your stomach, medicines and nutrition, because nutrition is medicine as well, can change your life for the better, change your life for the worse. How are you using them? What are you doing with them? It's nice that people are all of a sudden kind of waking up and getting educated and saying, hey, I like what this is doing. I like where this is taking. For me, man, my healing journey has been life-changing. In my last few weeks, I've been in physiokinesiology for a few years now. In the last few weeks, everything that's coming together between the somatic stuff and the stuff with the brain and the stuff with the body, man, I'm having moments where I find myself sitting there and there's no brain chatter. Like seriously, stuff that I didn't know, stuff that a year ago I was reading that people had that. Some people could sit there and not have any thoughts and no chatter and no noise going. And it was so foreign, I couldn't comprehend it. And now I've had moments where it actually happened. And then you're just like, oh my God. And then the brain just lights up and there's way too much noise, because it's like, oh my God. I had one of those moments. But, I figure as time goes on, I'll be a little more calmer. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful healing, because there was a time there was so much noise in my brain that I didn't even believe it would be possible. And, to be walking this healing wave and a part of the healing wave, I kind of came in and the wave was small, and I came in and tried to stir up some water and get it going. And now that wave is going and it's carrying me along. And man, it's a beautiful surf on that wave.
Yeah. Yeah, so I noticed that you have the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference website ready to share with everybody.
Let me bring that up. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go over there, so I don't know what I look like on here, but
That's
okay.
okay. I've got this taking up the whole screen, so neither of us are on screen right now.
Okay, perfect. So this is the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference. It's, it's annual. What number was this one? I can't even remember. It's been around for a long time. And, this one is November 1st to the 3rd. It's at UBC. And this is the presenters for this year. I'll just kind of go through because it's a 3-day thing. And some people go, oh, man, it's so expensive. But, when you divide the cost factor over 3 days and the presenters and the amount of presenters, I've paid a lot more just to go see one person talk. Okay, so hopefully when I scroll down, I'm not looking at the StreamYard thing, but hopefully you can see that it's Rick Doblin. We kind of went through this with Mark the other day, and he's the founder and president of the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelics. It's known as MAPS. And, he's the knowledge, and I can't say enough. I'm just going to scroll so people can see are you looking at it, Cindy?
Yeah, I'm watching. We've got Rick Doblin and Mary Sanders and Jamie Wheel and Acacia Lewis up on the screen right now. Acacia spoke last year, and very well spoken lady. It was such a joy to hear her.
Oh, I got to hang out with her at the Unicorn Festival.
Yeah,
and, just an incredibly brilliant lady. She is absolutely brilliant, and she's trying to bring together a world of entheogen and cultures that because of her pathway, she is the only person that could pull it off, and her brain is so brilliant and fast that I believe she will pull it off. She's a name we're going to hear a lot more from in the future. Like she's absolutely brilliant. And okay, so I scrolled up so you can see the next 4 in here.
Yeah, Christopher, Erica, Sandor, and Sutton.
Nice. There we go. So I'll let people can read the little bits underneath. I won't bother reading it. I'll just let people know that we're getting because they get such a beautiful cross section of people with doctorates, people of First Nations descent, and from very diverse areas, and you get the crossover. You get when you're sitting in one environment, hearing the speakers all speak from the science end, the medical end, the shamanistic end, the spiritual end. It all seems to it now becomes one, because we're one. We're all of those parts. And when you get them all delivered in that single environment, rather than going to one where it's a bunch of doctors talking about it, and going to one where it's, a bunch of indigenous people speaking about it or shamans speaking about it, you only get one form of language there. But I find that at this conference, you get such an awesome diverseness, and the words and the delivery systems, they just synergistically come together to let you know that it takes it all to heal. It takes it all. You need it all to come into synchronicity for real healing to happen. I just scrolled up again. Can you see the other ones there?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we're going with you.
Okay.
Laurier at the end, our good friend.
Yes, and we had him on the podcast as well. Okay, so I'm trying to go up slow here. Okay.
Kelly and Josh are back. I see that.
And Jasmine, I'm not familiar with. Canadian, though, this will be good, because that's another thing. They bring in a lot of Canadians, so you actually get a lot of stuff that's current for up here, and not just what's going on in the States. And And again, here, a couple more PhDs, and they, it's great because they've got their doctorates, they've got their science, but they're dancing in the world of entheogens and psychedelics, and seeing how, these are the people that'll really pull it forward in that world, I think. And then Willow, amazing. The carvings that guy does. Oh my God. Actually,
Willow's been there the last couple of years as a vendor, hey?
Yeah, even the stickers that he has of the carvings are wicked.
Yeah, I've got some stickers.
Oh, geez. Sorry, I'm busy reading here. Marco was there last year as well. And I really like, how he speaks. He's got a nice way of bringing ancient teachings into a today's society type language. And then, of course, here, Theta Phoenix, you're very familiar with.
Yes, Theta's playing again this year. Yay!
And, Shine was there last year as well.
Yes, yeah.
And Curtis, the music stuff that happens there is just, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of healing.
Theta creates such healing music. Last year, every time Theta played, if I were anywhere in the auditorium, I had to stop. I had to stop and I had to close my eyes and I had to go on that journey with her. She's very, very, very powerful when it comes to sound healing.
Yes, I actually bought one of her CDs. I was playing her stuff on Spotify, but I'm sure that the 1/900th of a penny that my plays made to her, it was better to just buy the CD and she'd get some money.
Yeah, she'd get more money that way.
And of course, we got to give a shout out to Mark and Stephen Gray and Andrew for coming up with this and putting it on, making this happen year after year, and letting the growth happen. And I think almost everybody I've talked to. I'm going to come back to the StreamYard now. Okay.
Well, you are back. We just have to take this out.
Okay. I haven't met a person yet that's been there that it hasn't changed their life.
Yep.
Like, seriously.
Outside of everything else, last year, even though the lectures were amazing and the vendors were amazing, it was the cannabis, spiritual cannabis ceremony with Stephen Gray that it moved me to tears. I'm excited again for that this year.
Yeah. And it's interesting because cannabis is something we do, but doing it in a ceremonial format changed the emotional context, and our emotions program ourselves. So, in that there's a little bit of learning that happens, and the same thing happened to me when I I've done 3 of them with them now, but it's a reminder of gratitude and ceremony can really make a difference in the journey. Because when I use cannabis with ceremony and reverence, there's more healing than when I'm just using cannabis.
Make every time you use it with reverence and ceremony.
You know what? The last while, that is what I do. And if I've forgotten prior to, then while I'm indulging myself, I will give thanks and honor and do a little honopono on the doobie even,
Yeah, I try to put my intention. I try to remember to put my intention into it every time, even if the intention is I'm going to smoke with friends and laugh. Because that's wonderful healing medicine as well. Enjoying time with friends and laughing. Yeah. So it's a beautiful thing to put your intentions into your cannabis.
Yeah, I do the thank you for healing my endocannabinoid system. And then I just give it a thank you for all you do for me. and all you do for humanity, because it truly is if used properly, it's a miraculous plant.
Yep.
Hey, are you using it properly right now?
I put the intentions into the fact that yes, heal my endocannabinoid system, give my hand something to do besides twitching, and smile with friends. It's all working.
Wow.
Intentions are met.
It's an incredibly healing plant. Oh, I'm just kidding. Wow. Well, where do we go from here? I've done most of my ranting. I'm ranted out. She goes, no, you're not. You never are.
No, you never are. But I'm going to take that opportunity to take over and remind everybody that the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference is not this weekend, next weekend. It is just over a week away. So if you're in the Vancouver area or can get to the Vancouver area and would like to go, you can go on to, what is the website?
At the stage. It is, it didn't say it on it. Hang on.
No.
It is spiritplantmedicine.com.
There we go, spiritplantmedicine.com. You can go on there right now and you can get tickets. They are currently 25% off, or if you would like to bring a friend, you can buy one, get one free. The codes are right there. There you go, 2-for-1 tickets. We just had Mark on, so of course Steve has all of this at hand as I am talking. So there's the code for the 25% off. There is a code for 2-for-1, and you can get it at the scrolling website there. We would love to see you there. If you are there, come to Steve's table. Chances are I'll be there, and say, hey. John will be there Friday. John's daughter will be there Saturday, and a friend, Amy, will be there Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
Haha, I was stuttering, but so there will be
Samantha, Amy.
Yeah, we will have plenty of people there. I'm just gonna be hanging out there. Because it's fun to have friends to hang out with, and hopefully we're next to Tony again. Listen to me talking like it's my booth. Hopefully we are next to Tony again.
Hey, Mark, are you hearing that? So if you want to see John, you come on Friday. If you want to meet his daughter, Samantha, you come on Saturday. If you want to meet our friend Amy, you come on Sunday. If you want to just come and hang out all 3 days, hey, we're there.
We will be there all 3 days. Yeah. But I'll be spacing out when Theta plays.
Oh, generally we all do anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when people walk over to me and go, shh, shh, shh.
Did you get some of that last year or the year before?
Yeah, I got caught in that Babylon mode.
Yeah, Theta usually plays us in when we come back from breaks and whatnot. And she did last year anyway, and I'm expecting that's what she'll be doing again this year. And they expect the people in the auditorium that are like around the speakers to like shush, no more sales, no more nothing, be quiet. Either learn how to talk with people with your hands or text. You can start texting.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Are you a fast texter?
Oh, not as fast as my mouth goes. There's people right now going, yeah, that mouth goes.
Yeah. Yeah, so come join us there. There are going to be some amazing speakers, some amazing vendors. I got some wonderful stuff last year. Maps is usually there. There's
there.
Yeah,
go.
Our friend Awakened Healer, I think that's what his name is, the Happy dude. We were supposed to have him on. We talked last year with him about having him on as a guest. didn't get his information before he left. So he has no idea of this yet because I don't have his information to tell him, but he's going to be one of our first guests after the conference. Because, dude, I forgot to get his info last time. So I'm getting that first off. And I was going to buy some of his chocolate, and he took off and took all of his chocolate. So this year I'm not hesitating on getting his chocolate.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
Iboga Soul will probably be there. Inner Realms will probably be there.
No, I don't think Inner Realms is going, but I'm pretty sure Iboga Soul will be there. So one or both of them and some of the reps will definitely be there. I'm really kind of hoping Mark shows up this time. I'd like to finally meet Mark in person. That would be really, really cool. Patrick Fishley and his wife started their Iboga company, and they have a booth. So they will be there.
Nice.
So, yeah, there will be a few friends. I'm really, really excited for that. I haven't met Patrick's wife in person yet, so that'll be another big one to meet Michelle Fishley. I'm super excited. Big hugs coming. Big love. And this year I'm really excited because I'm going in with some newfound confidence from graduating and doing the course. Like it's I still have a lot of learning to do, but this is going to open up my confidence and open up conversation with some of the other 5MEO facilitators that'll be there.
So last year when you were there, did you have your cacao facilitation certificate yet?
No.
You didn't have your 5MEO certificate?
No.
Well, look how far you've come in a year. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, I have 2 certificates qualified with the medicines, and it's pretty spectacular. I'm pretty excited. And I have learned how to sit for lectures better. Although, mind you, I am still used to being able to hit pause on my screen and run to the bathroom. I don't think I can do that at the conference. But I've learned that kind of stuff because I noticed that last year that it was harder for me to sit for a whole lecture for some reason, like keeping my focus on that. And so I think this year I'll find that a lot different in my own personal experience.
That's pretty darn awesome. Well, we're probably coming up on that time. We got to say bye because you got to play sponsorship ads on the way out, right?
Yeah, I do. I gotta play stuff. So we should probably say, hey, we'll see you next Tuesday.
We'll see you next Tuesday. Thanks for the hang, and you have an awesome day as well.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Well, look, anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weed's got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have something to cook, chef. No, okay, all right. Maybe then obviously it wasn't you.
No, I'm mellow moments. I
know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmara.
Correct.
Tom, what was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
Who was you?
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
Good as that. I was like, you're not a cook. You work.
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it, but Theo's would, and I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see magic bands, marching bands walking through.
I ran into them like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming in.
These events do, like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people were from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, it's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
still lots of work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
It's true.
Right? Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
We're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant. It's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work. And, for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because of being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place, at a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done
And that way, people who feel comfortable talking to somebody, versus,
Exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE Radio. Okay, it's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words. Okay, unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada. Why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approval from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication, and he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So
they had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory, just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely. I think that's great. Yeah, I think we need to continue to do that.
Look at it as a missed opportunity.
Absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right, we have time to come.
That's right. Exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around. We'll talk to you and probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're going to bump into on the street these days. Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. You go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. if you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val, good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 gram of loggers later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
Oh, I'd be a lot better if I could find a lighter. I have this all rolled up. I'm thinking, right on. I'm going to reach down, and now I can't find my way.
Well, it looks like you got yourself. Looks like you got your back up against the wall there, and you'll have to look hard for that lighter.
Yeah, no, I have a husband home, so it's snoring behind me. He's snoring behind me, so I figured we just block him out because nobody wants to probably see him.
Oh no, that's behind the wall. Behind
Yeah,
the wall.
and let's just hope that it doesn't get loud enough that we can hear him.
Oh.
Sometimes it gets pretty loud. Because we can't help.
You're still looking for that lighter?
Yeah, it's probably my purse, which is across the room. But I've got to have one here somewhere. Like it just
You
has
would
to.
think so. You're always.
I'm always
you're
puffed on
always
something,
on
but
the
I also,
computer.
but I don't use my computer that often. To
Oh,
be
don't
honest.
you? I always thought you.
No, I'm usually on my phone. I only call this twice a week for my show and for our show. Hey, where did I put my purse?
Lighter. Uh-oh.
Be a lighter here somewhere.
You go hunt for that lighter.
I just got to hunt for my purse, and I probably don't know where that is either right now. Oh yes, I do.
You have to go get a dog. Get one of the dogs to get it for you. Oh, look at that. You weren't gone for long.
No, because my purse was just hanging over there.
Oh, and it's not in your purse, right?
Oh, it'll be in my purse. It probably won't be. Oh yeah, we found it.
Found it.
Now
Okay.
we're back.
All right.
All right.
Did
So
you
it's
want me to restart the opening again?
Yeah. No, you're good. So you've been busy this week, I hear.
Yes, I have been. So as yourself. But yeah, I have been. It's that time of year, right? It's harvest time, and things got to be done. And unfortunately, harvest time can be very time consuming and takes you away from basically everything else that you're doing.
It's going to be a little quicker this time because you did some live trimming too, right? So is that?
I did some live trimming. I did a little experiment with it last year, but I've all of my years I've always grown indoors, but now I have an opportunity to grow outdoors, and so I thought, well, this year that I may do some live trimming, which is basically trim the plant while it's still in the ground and still growing, but I wasn't fine tuning the trim. It was basically, clean it off, and then in order to make it so when I did do the final trim, after it hung for a bit, that it would be much easier. I've trimmed some in the past and this was years ago. With a friend of mine, and he was trimming some cannabis that had been hung and no leaves had been trimmed off of it, and it was a real mess.
Yeah, you were talking about that last week.
Yeah.
We had done some dry trim and wet trim, and we tried to be different, but we always took the fan leaf off. Like most of my fan leaf would be off by the time it was time to trim because they get brown and they get yellow, and because they're dying. The plants in flower,
Yeah. It's that time of year, right?
right? It's ready to be harvested. When like we've said a million times, the plant will tell you when it's ready, right?
Yeah.
Looking at your micro, looking at the triplums, seeing whether clear, cloudy, or auburn colored, right? That's your first testing, as well as the leaves all turning yellow and falling down.
And we were getting frost.
Oh.
Yeah. I got some pictures. I went out one morning and got some pictures of the frost.
Oh, those are pretty.
That was right on my buds, so they're extra frosty. That's what I called them.
And the deer still haven't.
But I wouldn't touch them.
Yeah, but the deer haven't touched them yet, have they?
No.
I'm starting to think that the deer don't like the smell, because any other vegetation, like my tomato plants, they would rip them right down to like nothing. I moved them closer to the door because I was going to bring them in. Because they had a few left, and I was going to try and like revive them back. Them fuckers took the last 2 leaves right off of them. Didn't touch the stem, like the stem's still
yeah, they
every bloody leaf off those tomato plants.
They never bothered. There was a trail. I don't know what was creating the trail.
Yeah, you were telling me.
But there was a trail nearby, and then actually, a couple of days ago, I was out there, and there was a deer in the next field, and when it saw me, it started to run, and I could have taken out my phone and got this nice video, but I just admired it as it was running through and it clipped the corner of the property. Didn't bother the plants or anything.
Well, that's
good. He was more worried about me.
Be afraid of you, because like we were sitting in our backyard on our anniversary having a hot dog roast, and we had 3 of them just walk right in, gnaw some grass right beside us like they were goats, and didn't even be bothered with us sitting there. We had a fire going, the dog,
really, eh?
And we were sitting around the fire pit, and they just walked right in the yard. Alvin actually literally had to get up and like say, hey, like move along, because they didn't care that we were there at all.
Oh.
I've caught them on, like I've been bread home.
As you said, you've called them the town deer before.
Oh, they are town, yeah. But I brought home some bread, like I get the bread, if it's outdated, right? And I made the mistake of leaving a box of it outside in my carport. Well, guess what I caught last night? Them fuckers ate all that bread. They chewed it right. They chewed right through the bag, and it was deer. I thought it was a raccoon or a cat. It's the deer. They chewed right through the bag and ate the whole loaf of bread.
But left the bag.
Left the bag. Yep, the bag's there. Little hole in the bag. Like they didn't eat the whole bag. Yeah, left the bag. Thank God they didn't eat the plastic. But
well, I'm glad they didn't eat the bag. I guess now you got to keep your doors locked, keep the deer out.
Well, I've got to I'm gonna have to wire around everything, because if not, they're just gonna walk right through. Yeah. So hopefully in this next summer we'll be able to afford the 8-foot fence we've been trying to get around this house for the last 10 years.
It'll have to be a tall fence.
It's got to be 6 foot. We can only have a 6 with a bylaw, but we can put some lattice on the top to make it 7, because they can't jump 7 feet. 7 feet is the number for them.
Yeah, I see them jumping the fence around here all the time. So
they can jump. They can scale 6 feet, no problem. 7 is their.
And I know that they go under the fence as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen that many times.
They're sneaky. They're like goats. I had to snicker when Russ and Christine got those 2 goats. I told them, anything.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
They can get through. And then they built they had. Oh my God, they think they're gonna have fun. Because goats they climb on everything. They're gonna wake up on the roof. Because they would do that. They jump on the roof of our barn, and like oil barrels. They'd knock them over, stand them up, and then jump on top of the roof. Like they're everywhere.
And they're expected parents too.
Have fun with that.
I'm talking about the goats.
I know.
Okay.
I know. And hopefully we don't have twins.
Yeah. So I did the live trimming, and this year I did a little experiment last year. And so this year I decided that I was going to try it again and see what happened. And
wow.
Yeah, and I was really
you
sort
lost
of like,
too, right? That was one thing. You washed it last year too, and I was like, what the hell's he doing? But then I
Yeah.
understood because you're growing outside, you're going to get the dust and the bugs and everything else. So you want to wash it. And I was thinking, well, isn't that going to take the but it doesn't because the trichomes don't come in water
Yeah,
because it rains outside.
yeah, it rains outside, exactly. Now, I'm gonna say there is something. Obviously, if you look in this pail, you can see me dunking the buds here in this pail. You can see there's some plant material in there. Now, I did find after it was my third plant. I could feel something on the very top edge of the pail that would have came off of the plant, but I've also taken photos of lots of trichomes that are on the plant. So I'm not sure what I was feeling on the side, whether it's just the grit and the dirt and all that. But
Does it feel like it's resiny? Like does it feel like
no.
you know what?
I even got to, when I was done doing my preliminary trimming, I get resin on my fingers.
Right.
So I even took some peroxide, which is at full strength, not
Right.
where it's diluted, where I got it diluted in the pail there. But I took it at full strength, and then I stuck my finger under the top afterwards, made sure just to wash anything off, and my fingers were still sticky. Unlike if you did that with alcohol, the alcohol would wash off the trichomes.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Will peroxide wash off the trichomes? No, right?
Well, see, according to the information that I
It
read,
says hydroxin shouldn't.
yeah, correct. And the fact that there was even one thing that I read that I don't think I misread it because I read it a few times, and it said it actually protected terpenes.
That would make sense because it's not because it's used for infection, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to bubble up or remove anything if there's no infection, right? So hydrogen peroxide will sterilize without taking off the trichome, right? And
We have this dirt on it, whatever.
yeah, exactly.
So
Look at the color of that water too. The color is like almost
well,
like
here.
color, right?
So what I did, okay, my research said 1 cup of peroxide to 5 gallons of water.
Right. And yep.
And what I did was went half of that.
Right. Here's just can you would Legacy 420 be able to test the water to see if there was anything in it?
I don't see why not.
That maybe, I don't know, you probably don't have the water left still, but maybe if you ever did another time.
I'm all done. And I'm all done.
Yeah, because then you could have taken a little sample of that to them, and then you'd know whether you were losing trichomes or not, because it would have shown up in the testing.
I wouldn't doubt, because they say to just sort of gently do it. What I did within my research, I mentioned that the half amount of peroxide, but I also found a video from Jorge Chevier, the Grow Bible writer. I found a video that was like 10 years old of him actually washing his cannabis.
Yep.
And I thought, what?
It makes sense if you're growing outside. I totally understand it because you're going to have the wind blowing and you're going to have dust and all kinds of who knows what the hell's blowing.
Well, even birds shitting.
Well, that too, pollution. Like if you're anywhere near a chemical plant, because even when you're growing, you don't want to have any like incense burning or diffusers going or anything in your house if you're growing in your house, because that will all suck into your bud. Like I made the mistake once of doing that. I was running my diffuser while I was curing my weed, right? And then my weed all came out tasting like perfume, right? So you have to be super careful with what you're using in your home when you're curing or you're growing, because the plant will absorb everything that's in the air, because that's what they do. They turn your air into oxygen, right? So you know what I mean. The whole CO2 whatever runs through your plants. So whatever you've got in your air, your plants are going to pick up. So it doesn't matter whether it's cannabis or whether it's a farm.
Oh yeah, like, I've seen people grow in like, this is years ago, where they actually had like a deodorize your spray thing that went off every once in a while in order to cover the smell, Yeah, exactly. The cannabis started tasting citrusy.
Yeah, absolutely. We used to use well, they're called air takers, right? But they're an
Yeah.
ionizer, like an air purifier type of thing. And we would run them when we were growing before legalization of, like, before we would have medical licensing, to cut down, and we have carbon filters and all kinds of stupid stuff. But you knew never to spray anything in the air, because then your cannabis is going to taste like whatever you've got in your
Yeah.
right? And even I find, even if I've got like a large amount of cannabis around,
Yeah.
I put everything in jars all the time. Even the stuff that you kindly gift to the program that I'm doing
Yeah.
goes directly into a jar, not out of the baggie. I've got a great big huge one of those old pickling
Yeah.
jars, and everything goes in there. And then it's sealed up, because then I know it's in a glass jar with a seal on it, that whatever I'm doing in the, because your cannabis that you're smoking even will pick up whatever's in the air, because it's a plant. Even a bud will absorb that. It's like a sponge.
Yeah.
Smell like,
Now,
smell like dog.
now back to the washing of some people call it washing your weed. Okay. If anybody has a comment about washing this your cannabis, go ahead. We'll discuss it.
Yeah,
But,
that would be interesting, because I think you're the only person I've ever heard that's done that.
yeah, like I was blown away. So that's why I did the research. I started looking and seeing other people doing it, and I'm thinking, like, what the hell, right? Because there's no way. So then, last year and the same as this year. Okay, here's an example of the pails. What I did is I dunked it in the pail on, obviously, the one on the right, the one you can see the dirt in it, the one that's brown. Okay. And then I dunk it in there. They say up to 30 seconds. I put it in, move it around a bit, pull it out, put it back in, move it around, pull it out. I don't time it. And then I make sure that the water runs off. Okay, you can let it run off, and then it starts to drip. Once it starts dripping, I go on to the next pail, and the next pail, the one in the middle, that one is a rinse. Do the same thing. Put it in. If you can, you turn it a little bit, pick it up, put it back in, but just don't.
So the first pail's from the first dunk.
Crack the one that's dirty on my right hand side.
Do you change the water after every plant, or do you just continually use the same water?
I did it after each load. What I did is I filled up a wheelbarrow and I brought it up. And once you're done dunking, I filled up the wheelbarrow and brought it up.
It just sounds hilarious. It's like, how much cannabis do you have? Oh, just a few wheelbarrows. Anyway, sorry.
Because I did this up near a building so I could hang it when it's done.
Right.
Okay. So you rinse it in the second pail, do the same thing, and then allow the water to run off, because if you don't allow the water to run off, the water level in your pail goes down. And when you allow it to go down, right, you don't have as much in it anymore.
Well, you don't want your plants to be left with too much moisture in them, because then they'll mold.
Correct. Exactly.
Right.
I'll show you this afterwards. So I do that 2 rinses. Now you can see there's a silver pot there at the foreground.
Yep.
That's got water in it.
Oh, nice. Is that at the very end?
No, that's just spare water.
Oh, just to show what the actual water looks like.
And
yeah.
Those pails are all full, and as you can see, it's the one on the right there, the dirty one, that
Yeah.
the level's down, right? So I use it to top up the water level.
Right.
And
But
then
again,
as soon as I've dunked it, I take it and I hang it up right away and allow the water to run off it. No different than if it's pouring rain outside, right? The water just runs off of it and hits the ground. Right? I'm just gonna see if I got. Oh, okay. I thought I had another.
like I said, that I think, but again, you're not in a controlled environment, right? Like you're not.
Right. Yeah. Like
So-
it's got it's out of the I'm out of the weather. There's a breeze.
Oh yeah. And how many storms? there
Yeah.
too. And I don't know how far you are from Toronto, really, but the pollution probably floats. And all that chemical pollution from all those, plants and stuff
Yeah.
is around in the air. Like I said, if you're farther away from that kind of stuff, then you wouldn't probably have to worry about it so much. But
Right.
there's a lot of manufacturing done in southern Ontario, like car
Oh
manufacturing,
yeah, there is. Well, a lot of manufacturing. The car plants would probably do.
right?
Yeah,
Right,
I'm
but
gonna.
they're manufacturing them, so.
Yeah, I'll show you. I think I got this right. Hang on. Here we go. Can you see that? The wheelbarrow?
Oh yes,
That's the
that's
wheelbarrow.
a full load. That's awesome. Al. I'm so that's the beauty of you being where you are, and that you can actually experience growing that 12-foot plant.
Well, they weren't 12 feet,
No,
but
but next year, right? Or the year
yeah,
after, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
it
Well,
depends
let's just say the live trim during the live trimming process. Okay, the plants were tall, like they were taller than me, like higher than I could reach. Okay,
Yeah.
but they weren't 12 feet. But I had to take that and bend it down so I could reach it to trim it. And like when I got done, I had trimmings all down inside my hoodie and my shirt.
Yeah, so they were probably 10 feet then, because you're what? Almost 6 foot tall?
No, I'm like 5.5 feet tall, and then you extend your arm.
You're only
That's
5.5 feet tall?
Yeah, 5'6", the last I knew.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
Yeah.
5'9", so you're still
I still have a foot taller than you, right?
yeah, right. You're still a foot taller than me. And like I said, so you still would have had like a good arm's length. That's another
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Well, 8 feet.
probably 7 feet, I guess.
They look pretty dang.
They're probably close to 8 feet.
Yeah, they look pretty dang nice.
Some, not all of them. I'm just looking for. Oh, here.
But you grew how many different strains? Because you
Here's-
grew CBD
here's-
strains. You did,
Here's one from. Bring this up here. There we go.
Nice.
The plant.
That's
and
beautiful.
then that's the last bud on
that's-
top.
That's
right?
the center, the cola.
Yeah. That, by the way, is a strain called Cherry Dragon,
Oh, nice.
and this is the first time I've grown it. I got the seeds during the winter, and then I had to grow them, sex them, find out what's female, what's the male.
Yeah.
And then
How many
grow it
seeds
from
did you
there.
get? And how many per seeds did you get, Mel? Like, what was your
I'm
ratio?
just trying to think how many I popped. I think I popped 5, and there was only one male.
Ooh, that's pretty good ratio.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I was happy with it, and then I ended up.
And what do you do? Do you put them to 12 and 12 and then put them back? How do you set them?
No. I clone. Off of the seedling. Once it's big enough, I'll clone off of it. I'll throw it into the bloom shortly after I throw it into the pot.
Interesting.
I get it to root.
You throw the clone into bloom, or you throw the
I'll take the cutting, and then I'll throw the cutting into a pot and throw it right into bloom.
Oh, okay. Okay. I get it.
Because I spend a lot of time.
Keep growing, and you can just keep growing the plant, and then you'll know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
See,
the clone's only it's only a little clone, right? And then it's only within 2 weeks you can tell what its sex is.
Well, yeah, because we made the mistake of like waiting too long, and we flipped them, and like they were this big already. Right? And then we flipped them, and then we ended up with 15 out of 30.
Oh.
And if I would have known that before, what in the hell is going on out there?
So I ended up with the extra females, and then I just chose which one looked like it was going to be a good one to go with.
Right.
And well, I got I got another picture here for you.
Hang on a sec. I'm just gonna bop over
You're
here. 'cause
gonna
I
go. Can you go do that?
There's something going on.
They're into something, are they? That's not good. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, Tamara's gone. I'm gonna run this little promo. It's about 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. You watch the Pace Radio Show, and you're back.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it was
oh,
it had just
okay.
fallen off. Yeah, sorry, it had just fallen off the chair, and there was a chicken pie plate.
Oh
that
yeah.
was nibbling on. So I just it's fine.
Right. Okay. Here it is. Here.
Oh, that's the one with the
The
sunset.
picture here. Here it is here.
That's beautiful.
And that is same one.
Yeah.
Cherry Dragon.
Didn't you say you got some pictures with the Northern Lights with your plants?
Yeah, I did. Did I not show those to you? Maybe I
No,
didn't.
you're not showing me those.
Oh.
That's why
okay.
I'm saying, can you get some pictures?
Well, hang on then. While I'm at it then, since I'm showing pictures. Here's this one here.
Yeah, look at that.
That is covered in frost.
Frost.
The frost, yeah.
Thanks. Now, what did it do? Nothing, right? It just kind of.
It just melts.
Yeah.
I won't touch it because I look at frozen trichomes will break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
True.
So
That is
I don't touch it whatsoever because I don't want them to. Obviously, I don't want them to break.
No.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
That's really pretty. Just with that extra, like, it almost looks like it just should be there.
Okay. Here it is. Here. With the Northern Lights.
Oh, how pretty is that? That is
Yeah.
so pretty, yeah. And they were, like I said, they were dancing here the same night. Like, it was just.
Yeah, they were. I'll just put that back. So it was. I thought, geez, I'd never seen the Northern Lights before. First time in over 60 years. I saw them.
I know, it was ironic because we were talking about the show before. And then also I see you posting that you got to see them. And I was like, that's so awesome. Because they're a bucket list thing for a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people have that on their bucket list.
I just
to Greenland or up north to go see the Northern Lights. So for them to be visible for everybody across the country this year was beautiful.
Yeah, it was. I thought, well, I gotta run out in the field and in the dark and go to my plants and because it's my first time I see him, so it's the first time I'm gonna ever have an opportunity. It might be the only time I have an opportunity to get a picture with a cannabis plant in it. So
right. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think that's I don't know, maybe Mother Nature is trying to, tell us that we should all just quit being so cranky and unite. I'm showing myself to you. I'm dancing for you guys, trying to make you all happy. Why don't you just, reach out and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Mother Nature gives us little messages all the time. We have to be, willing to take them. And I think the Northern Lights being seen by everybody across this country is Mother Nature saying, spread
well,
the fuck up.
it created a lot of conversations and
everybody was showing their pictures, right?
Yeah. Then I was seeing safe from posting
Pictures of the Northern Lights.
Northern Light pictures.
Well, of course, you're always going to have, the ones that were sleeping that did, missed out on it or whatever.
Well, yeah, and it was only that was because normally it was late or it was like 2:00 in the morning.
This was early. It was like 9.
And this ended up being early this night.
Yeah, Mother's Nature saying, like, I made myself visible for you all to see. Stop.
Yeah, and it was the night before that. I was out there and I was I could see something, but I wasn't sure. It was either the beginning of the Northern Lights or it was the sunset. But it was like 2 hours after sunset. So I was wondering, like, why would I still be seeing this glow back there over the hills?
Right.
And I didn't know anything about the camera thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Not at that time. And then I found out the next day, and I was like, "Oh, what the fuck?"
Yeah, because you can look up and you can see, like, even here when, like, I'm in the middle of town, so I've got a lot of light pollution too, right?
Yeah.
But you can see, like, as soon as I put my camera up, it was like, holy. And then the first time I saw them here, they were way more vibrant than they were the other night. Like
Yeah.
they were like, I was sitting out back on a log, and literally they were all around me, and I didn't need my camera that night. I didn't. Yeah, the first time it was amazing. And I, like I said, I'd only seen them once when I lived in on the farm, and once.
Yeah.
I haven't been up north. I'd never, like, that was my first time. So seeing them here that one night, that was
pretty cool, eh?
Yeah.
Before we go to break, I just want to wrap up on that washing of your cannabis end of things. I mentioned in the instructions said like a cup of peroxide, and I used half a cup instead. There's also options of putting baking soda and lemon juice in there. I just thought, hey, I almost was going to do it with just straight water. I'm thinking, hey, it's still going to.
Did you use cold water or warm water?
They recommend warm,
lukewarm.
Yeah, not so. I didn't have that opportunity. So what I did, which might be why I maybe felt a little bit on the pail, was I had to use straight out of the well, and I would let it sit outside for an hour and a half, trying to warm up.
It was cold. Yeah. That might be exactly the why.
Yeah, but I can tell you that there's lots of trichomes still on the plant when it was done. It was not a quick wash. I know that. Okay, when we get back, we're going to talk about what you were doing this last week and the CSP. And before we go, we got a message.
Hi, Daryl.
Daryl says, good afternoon.
It's funny because Daryl has donated to our substitution program some amazing tinctures.
All right.
And,
well,
I mentioned that because I got one sitting right
here.
So
we'll get into that. We'll get into that when we get back from the break. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. We'll get into that when we get back from the break. As I said, we'll talk about that when we get back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, welcome back. We got our commercial in, and we got to spread the words about our sponsors.
Which are terrific sponsors. We
That's
have the
right.
best sponsors in the world. And I'm
Yeah.
so grateful that we do have them. And that's why we keep going and keep doing what we do, because we've got great people out there that keep supporting us, right?
That's right. It allows us to make our voices louder and to reach more people. So
And the education is the key. We've been saying education is the key.
education, yes.
Right. Actually, speaking on that, I want to it was Murray Tripp's birthday yesterday.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes, exactly. And 3 days ago was Michelle's
Anniversary of her.
yeah, I was trying to wear anniversary. I was saying because people think anniversary is a celebration, right?
It's not really an anniversary. I don't even know what to call it anymore.
Yeah, correct.
There's we had the celebration of life. We've taken, at the 10-year, took roses. Some people went to the bench because there's a bench that if they ever want to, Michelle's ashes are there. Her mother's ashes are there. Some of Bucky's ashes are there. I would imagine some of Bert's ashes are now probably there too.
Yeah, like collecting up ashes
too, right? So underneath that bench, a lot of our friends lay.
Yeah, and Michelle's always over my shoulder.
Right. And I think they put some of Kara's ashes there too.
Yeah.
Because we lost Kara too, right? We've lost so many people.
So many people.
It's unbelievable. When you start thinking about it and you line them all up in a row, how many? No wonder our community's gotten smaller because everybody's dying.
Well, we're patients.
Yeah.
We're sick. And,
yeah.
Some leads
to
that.
Hell doesn't get any easier though, does it, Al?
No, exactly. All right. As we said before we went to break, you've been busy this week, just so you know. Just so you know, I'm pulling up your Facebook page. All right. And I'm gonna start lower down and scroll up and go through things.
Okay.
All right. So to start up here, picture.
That was us this last weekend, yeah. Because the first weekend I didn't take any pictures at all, and I made it clear that when to my volunteers, which is Lindsay and Josh. Lindsay's actually an EA at one of our local schools, and Josh is a truck driver, and he's also been a mod on my road page for many years, and also has a son that's battling addiction. Lindsay lost her brother last year to an overdose. So these are people
and so all three of you
all have a connection.
All have a connection, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I've known Josh for about 6 years. We connected because I needed somebody to pick up my dog's ashes from Steeples. So him and his wife volunteered to bring Tika to me, and that's how I met Josh. And Lindsay, it's kind of ironic. Her daughter and Taven started kindergarten together, and they're now in grade 10. So I've known Lindsay since kindergarten, but she was an EA, and different ages, we just never really connected. And then with me working at the store and her coming in, we kind of, gotten to know each other over the last year that I worked at the store, right? So when I mentioned this is what I wanted to do and what I planned on doing, she was on board. She can't make it with us every weekend, but she's donated money, she's brought clothing, and then she's also donated her time now too. Her son's on of the NHL, so she's a hockey mom with a boy that's almost
she's a hockey mom. She's never home. She's always on the road, going to a game. She's in some arena someplace.
Too, and her husband also is like mine, works away, right? So
Yeah,
see
yeah.
people, all of us. I work 6 days a week. Josh is on the road all
Yeah.
week long. He won't be able to come out with us this week, but I've got other people that want to step up and volunteer and come with us. But I've also made it pretty clear through I can't bring out an entourage of people. I'm not going to show up with 10
no.
people or 20 people. It's too
If,
overwhelming.
if you got enough people to volunteer, you could actually make it so, like, if you know how many volunteers you need, you could schedule people. Okay,
Absolutely,
I
yeah.
don't need you every week, but every other weekend or every third week,
Right. Absolutely. And that's what I've said.
once a month. Yeah.
Yeah, we can revolve through. Like, I mean, pretty much I'm a staple. I'll be there always.
Right.
Josh, like I said, he can't come this coming up weekend either because he's got a load. He's driving truck and things aren't going to line up. Let's just put it that way. Which is fine.
Yeah.
But I've also got Nicole in there too, which is Nicole's an outreach worker for our local Anchors, which is our drug testing facility and harm reduction site in town. So
Right.
remember I posted a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago that I should have made that call weeks ago. That call that day gave me everything I needed to go and do this because she was like, yeah, I'm on board. I'll come help you. I'll introduce you to the community. There will be no barriers you want to set up in front of our shop out here. You can come inside. We'll set you up a little corner at Anchors where you can distribute. We're a zero barrier area. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This was like, oh my God. Right. So we got up behind because they're not camped near the soccer field. It's up behind the soccer field. He's like, oh my God, they're near the kids' soccer. They aren't. They're nowhere, they're not close to the soccer field. Anyways, when we got up there and realized that how far it is for them to have to walk, because it's all the way in the back of the industrial area. There's no transit really that goes out that way, right? And how much that would just be a barrier for them to have to walk into town to Anchors to get to me on a Saturday. And when we got there this last weekend at 2:00, half of them were still sleeping as it was, right? So Josh had to go round them up. It's like, hey, we're here to give you your weekly meds. And they're like, oh yeah. So everybody kind of got moving, right? So, because we stood there for 20 minutes and, a couple of them came over, but the rest of them were all still sleeping. So we just, rainy and kind of cold. And we thought, wow. So Josh just went and just did a drive by and went, hey, we're here, you guys, you're coming to get your stuff. And they're like, oh, all of a sudden everybody was down there. Now, what I want to mention is Daryl's watching today too. Again, Daryl runs zerohigh.ca and he donated a whole bunch of tinctures to us and sent me in some specific formulas for some of the people that are struggling out there with certain afflictions, right?
Oh, nice.
So I mixed one of these 50/50s in with the jam that I made peanut butter and jam sandwiches. So I just pretty much because it's a vegetable glycerin that he uses for his medium, right? So vegetable glycerin into jam, perfect. So I made 36 peanut butter sandwiches last weekend.
Oh.
I get all the bread from work for nothing, right? Because if it's outdated, it all gets sent home with me. And I had gotten a big bag of bread and I'll get all the outdated chips. So I had chips and I had just enough, I had this half a big jar of strawberry jam that was just, it was just perfect. So I poured a whole bottle of that into the jam. I don't know what the dosing is. It's 1,000 milligrams.
You might be.
50, right? There's no high to any of it. That's why his company's called Zero High, because everything that he makes is either CBC, CBD, 50/50, straight THC, and everything's infused into a vegetable tincture. So I haven't had Daryl on my show before, but I've had Carmel on my show who had said that everything had been better for her since she started using Daryl's tincture. And then Daryl decided to help us out with the program. Yes.
Is that his stuff there?
That's it. Yep, absolutely. Okay. So Daryl was very kind and dropped off a lot of bottles. I think there was 30 bottles of tincture in there. Maybe, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, everybody got a bottle of tincture last weekend. I still have some left. And I actually, Lindsay's dad suffers from a few afflictions, so I gave her dad some as well to try. He says it's not really helping with his pain, but it's helping him feel relaxed. And I also let my son try it because he's a bit anxious all the time, right? And there's my jam right there, yeah. And Taven says that it's, he says he feels more relaxed. So if that's helping everybody just relax, that's got to be something that's going to make it so that it helps with, them not maybe wanting to use either, right? So they had jam. Plus, they all got a bottle of that. Anybody like I handed them out freely because that's what it's for. I don't get the stuff to hoard it. Just like when I get cash donations,
No.
spend it. I went and spent that big cash donation. I got another cash donation today, and I plan on spending it on meds. And I don't have any. I'm not. I'll tell you. I'll show you. You know, I have no bones. I'm not. I'm not hoarding it. It's all going out the
Going
door.
out.
I can get it in. In fact, I bought
No,
some.
you've had some donations. Well, from
You-
your past employers,
my
your present employers. You
Yeah.
you got a donation cup at work.
Yeah, and our cannabis community too. And I've got a couple of work that people are putting cash in. I got a $5 donation today. In fact, I also got another bag of cat food today, and I have another actually past cannabis. Well, she's not. Barbara Kern, was involved with End Prohibition in BC years ago with Dana.
Oh yes.
She lives in town here, and her and I haven't spoken so much in the last few years, but all of a sudden she's coming to the store and she's dropped off some cat food, and then she's coming over after we're done the show and dropped me off some canna butter that she's made and some more dog food. So
Wow.
like
I see some people have dropped off some clothing for you as well.
Garrett,
Socks
yep,
and
Garrett
stuff?
used to work with Alvin when they were flagging. So Garrett saw on my post that I was looking for some stuff. So him and his wife, Ashley, brought over some toques and some mitts and some coats and and some toilet paper, because that's another thing that people need out there, right? Like I said, it's just, and we're not giving them I'm not giving them a lot at a time because diversion, right? Like, and again, it's none of my business once they get it, but I want them to use it. I don't want them to sell it. Right. And if they do, they do. There is nothing I can do about it. But again, I'm not handing them a half an ounce of weed. And
No. Well, you've got a picture there, with some cannabis and papers.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I did last weekend. And once I get the Canadian lumber papers arrive, I will give them a full book of papers, right, with their cannabis. But right now, I only have the few packs that that Rosie sent me from Surrey with her first sponsorship package to put in the packages, right? So I'm just cutting. Like what I'm doing is I'm giving them 2 papers and a gram of weed, and because that's only because I was a little bit shy. Like I only had your gift this weekend for cannabis, right? And we didn't even actually get rid of it all. I actually brought some back because we didn't have as many people out there this weekend because a few of them have moved on. And we're going to find that. Some weekends we're not going to have as many people, and some weekends we're going to have
your numbers aren't they'll be
it's going to fluctuate. So this last weekend, and then
people are mobile, right?
Yeah, and the 2 tents from up top that we went and saw. The one fellow was still sleeping, but he was the one that has some mental health issues. That specific tincture was made for him. So Josh walked that up to him, and then the other fellow did come down. But they were kind of sweeping and kind of watching. But the one fellow that came down wasn't there last weekend, right? So he hadn't met us yet. And then the other fellow was told he could come down, but he didn't want to. So that's fine too. Like we're not there to force anything either. If you don't want it, great. But if you want to come and grab a toothbrush and some toothpaste, we've had razors and shaving cream, and we brought women's feminine products this weekend too. And so all that kind of things, because like I said, when you're using, sometimes you don't think of those things to buy either, right? Like those aren't top priority. You're not, always thinking, and if you've got mental health issues too, you're not always, thinking of these things, right? So like I said, we're not there to clothe them and feed them. We're there to feed them some meds for free. This is not costing them
You're not selling it to them.
No, there's no money exchanging hands. None. Like they don't, none. And give them a little comfort. Like I said, I took out little packs of miso soup with a cracker, like in a baggie, right? Because they can boil water. They've got fire. They have access to boiling water, right? Cup of stuff that just gives them a little bit of comfort, right? Like, like, I don't know, munchies, chips, and, a couple chocolates, like an apple. Like,
well, this is the soup, there's the benefit of a warm beverage at this time of year.
Right, and I'm like hot chocolate too, like little packets of hot chocolate. Any of those are the things that I'm kind of looking for donations. And like I said, when I've got cash, if I've got enough meds for a while, I will use that cash to buy things for that, for, you know, that kind of stuff too. Like I said, I bought
The other things that you can use.
right,
Yeah.
absolutely. Like, you know, I was able to get a scale that was $10. When did this digital scale cost $10? I mean, I remember spending a heck of a lot more on that. So I had, you know, because my scale died on me. I'm like, okay, and I don't want to just be eyeballing, because I don't want anybody not to get the same amount, because
Right.
that would be an issue too, right? Like, you don't
Oh
want
yeah. How
So,
come
yeah.
how come you gave so and
So
so
and so
a
more than you,
bigger
right?
bud last time than what I got? Yeah.
Right. So I don't want to have any of that. And like I said, we had another lady last weekend drop off the leggings. She used to own the Cozy Leggings store in the mall, and they're all lined leggings. And then we had,
Oh, nice.
so, and a couple coats. Like I said, we're not there to do everything for them, because they've got
No.
they've got the street angels here
But
too. They've
you're
got,
going there. You are interacting with people.
yeah.
If you've got the stuff and you've got the room,
Yeah,
you
I
can
just pull
take
up
it
with my
to
car, and we just
your
go back,
the
and
cannabis substitution part to help people with the addiction is
yeah.
what drives you, and you've been there, you've spoken with them, and you've heard their stories, and
Yeah. And actually, one of the fellows up there, his mom came to see me today. And
oh,
yeah, because she had seen him after we'd been out there the first time. And she came in to thank me and
oh,
dropped off some
geez.
stuff for the program. And yeah, and he told her how much it had helped him. And yeah, so
Good.
that right there will make
Yeah,
me,
you're getting the feedback, and it's
even
pretty well firsthand
my
feedback there.
little worker from Anchor, she was out there the next day after, because they have a work program through this other program where they can work, and they'll pay them cash, $25 if they want to come and help clean up an area or whatever, right? It's a work program they have for them in town here. So she went out the following day, Sunday, and worked with them, and they were all just happy and willing to do stuff, and no,
Mhm.
yeah. And she goes, "It's making a difference." I said, "That's all I needed. That's all I want to hear, right? Like, I don't care. Like, it just has to make a difference for some of them, right?" So
Yes,
it's
yeah,
rewarding
exactly. It does.
and super humbling, let me tell you. Because and if anybody thinks it can't be them, because even the girl like Lindsay that went with me, she's one of the town people that kind of flips and flops about, oh, they're bringing them in, and kind of being a little bit, like whatever, right? Yeah, thanks, Daryl. And
Nice, yeah.
to her, yeah, I said, like, wait till you come out there, your eyes are going to be opened. And we got out there, and every single person that was out there was somebody that she knew.
Wow, our eyes were most definitely opened.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and there's one fellow out there that has cancer. He's got bone cancer, Daryl. I didn't know that till I got out there. Anyways, he's got a pit bull, and he's not using, and he has a job, a part-time job, because he can't leave the dog for too long, and they can't leave their tents for too long because they'll either get taken down or stolen, or their stuff will get stolen, right?
Yeah, and then he's having to leave the dog in the tent, or obviously
Right.
leave
So,
it with somebody
yeah.
that's there.
So he's trying to work
Who
part-time,
knows?
but he can't find an affordable apartment for him and the dog. And that's
Yeah.
the issue. And he
Oh,
said
I
he's
can.
in the tent till he dies, because the dog comes before anything else for him. And I
Yeah.
get that, because I said the same thing. If I ever I live in my car. If it was my dogs or a place, I'd live in my car with my dogs. 'Cause
And you got a lot of dogs.
yeah, I don't know where I'd sleep, because there'd be no room.
I you may have to fit up on the dash.
Thank God I'm small enough I could.
Yeah, I know. Before I said that, I thought, okay, hang on. She can fit up there. She's not very big.
In the windowsill. When we were at the last TY, because there were so many of us, I was jammed in that room at the convention
Mhm.
center. Tamara slept on the windowsill, because it was this cushion windowsill that the window went out, and like, so I could look down, and like I was out over top of like the city. So I
Yeah.
was on, like, we were on like the whatever 25th floor of the convention center, and I slept in the windowsill, in the window. Yep.
Really?
In the window. Yeah. Ask Debbie. She'll tell you.
Don't
'Cause
roll over. It's a long ways
well,
down.
though the glass is pretty, and I didn't, yeah, like, but yeah, no,
Yeah.
it was a beautiful view. It was great, because there was somebody in the room that I wasn't a fan of. I was until I met her and got to know her in that room that night. Anyway, I got to look out the window and ignore all the bullshit that was going on behind me.
That's good. That's good. That's
And I was right looking at the CN Tower. It was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now before we got 6 minutes here before we go to break. And before we do that, I see you have a post on here that you have been offered some free seeds. And you gotta wonder, how can seeds help people who are fighting addiction and homelessness?
Well, we need people to help us grow extra cannabis so that we can stay sustainable, because this addiction problem, as much as I wish that I'm only going to have to do this, for a certain short period of time,
A month
don't
or two, right?
this
Yeah,
is not
no.
going to end, right?
No.
And we're not going to be able to save everybody. In fact, this might not work for everybody. It might work
Correct.
for some and not for others. Some
Yeah.
people just might not want to. And I get into arguments with people because they figure that they shouldn't have a choice. And I'm like, they have just as many rights as we do. Whether you like what they're doing, they have just as much rights as every other Canadian. They're not criminals. Using drugs is not a crime in Canada. It's just not. In any province, being a user of any drug in Canada is not against the law. Possession is against the law.
Possession is the
But
law.
using
Correct.
is right. And the reason why we took it out, another reason why, is people get killed if they're caught for a small little bit of drugs and the cops want to press them, and they end up ratting out somebody and ratting out the wrong person, that person come back. Because people have died by, ratting certain whatever, right? So this system that we've got doesn't work, period, when it comes to drug use, because drug use isn't always a choice. And everybody that thinks that it is hasn't seen a doctor and been on opioids for more than 72 hours and had to put them down because a doctor said, sorry, we think you're misusing your drugs and we're not going to give you any more. And they cut them off cold turkey. They don't wean them, they just chop them off. And that's
Correct. I think a lot of people, when they look at the addiction issue, we're probably thinking back of the days of prohibition, of everything.
We've got a narrative going on. We've got these conservatives talking about drug dens. We've got a Chinese conservative MLA out in Vancouver talking about the Chinese opium dens that they used to have, and they're making it into a bunch of propaganda that's like, and like I said, the drugs are worse, but East Van's no worse. The only difference is we got social media out there, and the drugs have gotten worse, a lot worse. They're not really even drugs anymore. So to be fair, we have a huge problem all over the country, not just in British Columbia.
Oh yeah, it's all over. It's not just in Canada either.
No, it's worldwide.
We got a big one in North America.
So we also can look at the Swiss model, where they actually do with the safe supply, where people work and function quite normally, still consuming, and that's what we tried doing here.
Yeah, there are people.
It just got out of hand. People were using in public. It's just gotten out of hand out here, and we saw it. So yeah.
So back to the seed thing again. So you've got these seeds. Did you want to mention where they come from? I don't know.
I actually have a friend that owns Crazy Diamond Seeds in Calgary, and he has offered to give free seeds to anyone that is willing to grow for our cannabis substitution program. So he's out of Alberta, and if anybody's interested in doing that, you can contact me or Kelly Christie directly if you want to. I'm sure he wouldn't mind that. He's not on the computer very often, but you send him a message on here, and and I would imagine
like you said, contact directly to yourself.
And when I speak for me, I'm also speaking that this needs to be done, and the sponsorships and the donations need to be rolling in to every CSP. There's CSP Surrey, Langley, Ottawa, Halifax, and myself. And there's other ones out there. If there's one in your local town, if not, start one, because it's just the best thing you'll ever do. But again, like I said, there's other.
And if you can't do the actual hands-on physical work due to other commitments, then try to get involved in some other way through donations.
And it doesn't have to be substantially large. It can be $10 or it can be $2.
Yeah, or even someone wants to make some butter and send you some butter.
I have a lovely lady knitting us toques in Ontario and sending them out to me.
I saw that. Yeah. I saw a post about the wool being on sale someplace. Yeah.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
you can help out across the country. You can help me. You can help Rosie in Surrey. You can help Chris Backer in Halifax. You can help Dan in Langley. There are we're out there. So like I said, you can reach out if in whatever province you're in and help that. See, Canadian or that's cannabis substitution. You can help me, but I'm sure that they would not say no to
Correct.
anybody,
Yes.
any help.
Oh yes.
But I want
Donations.
to put a huge thank you to the people that have been helping me, including you, Al, as well, and Daryl, and everybody else that's supporting, because it's bringing our community together and it's bringing my community together here, and I think that it's just terrific. And spread the love. Like
Well, yeah, like I was scrolling through your Facebook page there, the group's Facebook page, and you are putting up photos and pictures of the donations and things that are coming through.
Totally
And
transparent.
you
This isn't
like,
about me at
with
all.
me
It's about
with myself, you asked me if it was okay to use my name. I'm assuming you're doing that with the others.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because there are people who want to be anonymous. I'm sure.
Absolutely. If you want to donate anonymously, that's totally fine too. Like I said, there's full transparency here with me. Like I said, this is about me. This is about these folks on the street. And again, too, you don't have to be on the street. If you're home, you're addicted, and on my business cards that I'm passing out my phone numbers, if you text and say, "Hey, I'm struggling with alcohol. Could you help me out?" Absolutely. I've got one. I've made up 2 packages separately away from the park and given them away, because I know it don't matter. If you're struggling with addiction and I can help you, I don't care. I'll meet you in the park. I will drop off whatever. I'll leave it in my mailbox.
All righty, time for us to take a break. When we get back, I'm sure we're going to continue some of this conversation of the CSPs, and I've got some interesting stories here that if we need to, we could get to, but if not,
you posted
maybe you'll catch them tomorrow on the news. What's that?
Yeah, but you posted a great story on my Facebook page about somebody that
Correct.
Here, so maybe we could talk about her.
Okay, I'll pull up the story during break time while we're running the commercial here.
And that's a story that you wrote. So let's focus on her.
I was involved in this for sure. All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching the Pace Radio Show.
I'm watching this. I just saw that it's come across that there's allegedly 3,000 North Korean soldiers in Russia, and I just kind of came across the screen. I'm like, what the fuck? So
Yeah,
anyway,
I saw that in the news.
So yeah.
So I had, as you, before the break, we're talking about CSPs, and that's cannabis substitution programs. Now, as far as, I'm able to donate, so I donate and gift you some cannabis in order to help people. And
it all last weekend, some of it.
as cannabis was what I turned to deal with my condition, my Crohn's condition, when I first got sick. And because of cannabis, it made my pain. Yeah, sure, it didn't kill all the pain, but it helped make it tolerable. And it had its other benefits as well. And the big thing that I looked at it was the fact that because of cannabis, the only time I've had a prescription for an opiate drug was while I was hospitalized. Never while I've been out. And actually, the first time I was hospitalized, they gave me a prescription of Oxy to take home. I took that same bottle of pills back to the pharmacy. 3 years later, it was just 6 pills missing. Yeah. Other than that, I just used cannabis. So cannabis, it kept me from requiring to need opiate drugs, and I hope that others can benefit from the cannabis, that I can help gift so they can stay off of opiate drugs.
Right.
And not become a stat. And that's what I didn't want to become, was a stat.
Right. And that's the thing, like, some of these people have had accidents. In fact, we had a fire here this last week, and we lost a young man in that fire. And that young man, it was like, the place was called a drug house, a trap house, like, but this young man had been in a car accident and had a head injury. He wasn't the same kid he was before the head injury. He was still the kind-hearted kid he was, and he got taken advantage of a lot. So he had a lot of people flopping at his house, and first, with the pain and the head injury, and hooked up with the doctors, and the doctors got him all hooked up, and then it was like, oh, you're abusing them, and then they cut them off. Once a doctor even gets a sniff of the fact that he thinks you might be abusing them, they don't wean them, they just chop them.
Got them off. Yeah, and actually they changed the formula at one point there as well.
Well, they got two, right?
Yeah.
And again, like when they give them methadone or Suboxone, methadone is just a synthetic form of heroin.
Well, yeah. I look at all opiates are all synthetic forms of heroin.
And with the safe supply here, I know they're getting Dilaudid, which is the same thing that I'm prescribed for my arthritis, for my pain. That I take never, like, unless I'm like buckled down and can't move my shoulders, and then I do everything in my power not to take it. I got a bottle sitting here that I haven't touched, but again, I've got them, but that's what they're using for a safe supply. So, I mean, I
Yeah.
just, I think cannabis substitution's a lot better substitution than Dilaudid for,
Right.
and Dilaudid's not going to bring anybody off meth. That's a whole different ballgame.
Whole different stuff. As we mentioned before the break, I was involved in writing an article for Treating Yourself magazine. You can see them over my shoulder as well.
Absolutely.
And-
Miss got herself off heroin with cannabis.
Correct. This is the article. It was in issue 11 of Treating Yourself magazine. According to the information at the very top of the picture, this was 2008. This is when this was put out. Yeah, so it was a while ago. You don't see my name on there, but you see my former writing name when I first started writing.
Yep.
And I had only been writing for about a year or so when I wrote this, by the looks of that date.
Yeah.
So I had my Wendell Grant name, and as you can tell, Wendell is spelled A-L instead of E-L. Spelled A-L for the L, and then G-R-A is the beginning of my last name. And this was a nickname that was given to me by my coworkers at work before I got sick, because I was a Wendell Clark, Toronto Maple Leafs hockey fan, and I went out and played hockey with the guys at work, even though I wasn't very good at it. So
yeah, it's as long as you were having fun. That's all that matters.
that's right. That's right. So Linda is a friend of mine. She helped out a lot. I got to meet her through a mutual friend, and yes, Linda has a background, as I can read it right from here. She said when she wrote out her thing of it, and it was 15 pages, and she said that let's see here, I'm just trying to see when her journey started. Oh, here we go. Here. She says that she grew up in the streets of Toronto, which is where she learned to be a survivor, and she quoted Survivor. At approximately young age of 15, she started becoming an addict. Her first experience was with meth, speed, and then it was on to heroin. She said, for many years I tried cannabis, but at that time it was recreational. She said, I found cannabis couldn't get me to where I wanted to be. I wanted to be comatose, wanted to be non-feeling, wanted to forget and not deal with whatever came my way. But cannabis wouldn't do that. And then she was introduced to morphine, hydromorphine, dillies, then methadone. And she's, by the time she went through all of this, had also gone through so many programs trying to become a normal person.
Linda's an amazing person.
Yeah.
She was part of our Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis Partners Board. It was me. She's at one point. So yeah, I know who she is, and she's an amazing lady.
Yeah, she's gone through, and at this time she had gone through 2 rehab sessions, 2 rehab clinics trying to deal with stuff.
She's right. Cannabis doesn't take you, if you've got trauma and you've got that kind of pain and stuff going on. Cannabis doesn't make you forget. Cannabis actually relaxes you and gives you some perspective and creativity and focus and some pain relief. It's not a escape drug. I don't know anybody who would use it. I know my brain works pretty fast as it is.
She said that she used methadone. She said, which had been used for pain relief as well as drug relief, was preventing me from feeling any pain while I was using methadone. To break one habit, it was really substituting one habit for another.
Yeah.
She says this was worse though, as eventually the stuff goes directly into your bones. And she says this was the beginning of me of using hard drugs. She said she had to find a way to get rid of the methadone.
Yeah. And that's hard to wean off of. So that's why they put they put more people on Suboxone now, because it's a little easier and it doesn't have such hard side effects, but it's still gross.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had to use either myself personally. again, like my addiction was cocaine,
called,
the same.
she called her detoxing oil methadone. She called it my nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
She went. It took her 2 or 3 years to go from 80 milligrams of methadone a day. At 2 milligrams a month, she was dropping it. She got down to 4 milligrams when she walked away from it.
Yeah. And that's tough too, because you're still going to withdraw.
Yeah, yeah.
That's still gonna
And
be
she ended up, because I participated in this as well, going and working with the Toronto doctor, addiction doctor. And I remember going to the hospital. There was a group of us. We went there and we sat around the table, sharing our stories with the doctors. Whether it was, as I described, using cannabis to not to avoid using opioids, and with Linda and talking about her using cannabis in order to get out of her addictions. The article itself is 4 pages long on Linda's, and I can tell you, I still communicate with Linda, and we're still friends on Facebook, still liking each other's comments and saying things here and there. I haven't seen her in quite some time. Our paths haven't crossed, but from seeing her post and our communication that we do have, I can tell you that Linda's doing really well. She's been working steady. She's been working steady for years. Relationships and all that with family and everything is all, it was being able to get away from, using the cannabis in order to detox.
Yeah.
Being part of the program. I wouldn't say it's not the only part, but it is part of the program in order to.
The thing of it is about any drugs, if you have to want to.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be will, right? And as long as there's will, there's a way. And it doesn't matter. As long as there's will. And you're going to get sick. And you're going to be shitty. And you're going to have a headache. And you're going to be there's all kinds of things that go along with withdrawal. But it doesn't matter whether it's street drugs or whether it's pharmaceutical drugs. Like, I couldn't just be taken off the pharmaceuticals I take for my attention deficit now either.
Yeah.
I would go through the same type of withdrawal symptoms as anybody coming off heroin. I'd be sick, I'd be shaken, I'd be sweating, have a headache, I'd be sick. You can't, once you start putting stuff into your system like that, it doesn't matter what it is, you have to wean yourself off.
Yeah.
Even pregnancy, I had to wean myself off that crap.
Yeah, and Linda was growing her own cannabis in order to deal with her problems, her addiction. And she was arrested for that. As she said, she got arrested for growing my medicine. And while in court, she met a mutual friend of Linda's and mine, and that's Diane. And Diane mentioned to her, well, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And I can tell you, Diane did that more than once while in court to patients, and they would get a hold of her. And Diane was the one who I turned to when I got sick. Hey, how can I get involved in the medical cannabis program? And that's just what Linda did. And she went and knocked on Di's door and learned all about that, about the program, and got involved. And over the years, Linda was involved in the treating herself when it came to the expo, or when it came to dealing with going to the non-cannabis events, such as the International Home and Garden Show, or Canada Bloom and Garden Show, something like that. There's all these different home shows and wellness shows, but they're not cannabis events. And that allowed us to reach piles of people. We were giving away thousands and thousands of brochures, paste brochures. The magazines. We gave away free Treating Yourself magazines at every show.
I wanted them until my basement flooded.
Yeah, until your basement flooded. Yeah.
I had all
They're available online. You're available online for a free download. TreatingYourself.com.
When Marco was shutting everything down and was offering whatever full sets of the whole thing, I had him mailed him, mail. I think you mail me out some more after that too. That I was missing.
Yeah. I've mailed them to people. People mention
Yeah,
something on
and
Facebook.
it's just a paper piece of whatever material. But I don't know. Like I said, when I first got involved with cannabis, it was Calgary that embraced me. Calgary it was the Fagans and Kelly Christie.
Yeah.
Mentioned about the seeds, right? Kelly ran actually for the Green Party 3 times against Stephen Harper, right?
Oh, really?
He sure did in Stephen Harper's riding, no less. He sure did.
Calgary.
Sure did.
Calgary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Calgary, right? And then when you meet Kelly, he looks like Rob Zombie. So big beard, right? Like he's been in a couple,
Yeah.
films as a biker. It's funny, but Kelly's one of a very good grower and a patient too. And
Yeah.
again, the one that's offered to give the seeds away, and he has always been that way for as many years.
Mhm.
They embraced me, and then it was the crew in Toronto that embraced me before the crew in Vancouver. Well, I guess it was kind of simultaneously because I was kind of stuck in Alberta. So, but the first real trips that I actually made was out east to protest and get my licensing and do all and meet everybody was in Ottawa. So that was my first real trip when I started being an activist and an advocate was out your way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. My licensing came from Ontario when I first got my doctor signing.
Yeah, actually, about an hour is north of me.
And I
Maybe
stayed with
45 minutes.
this really cool lady named Kim Moffat, and yeah, we hung out and Vicky took me there, and yeah, I had a great time. I mean,
Yeah.
I met some super really awesome people, made some great connections, and we're still friends. Like I said, like you, like we're still on Facebook. Might not
Yeah.
talk all the time, but every once in a while it'll be, hey, how's it going out there? Like, like I've got
What's
friends
going
from
on?
coast to coast, like, like, but again, we all busy lives and we do what we can to
Yes. Yeah.
again, these substitution programs is a way for us all to reconnect again and reach out to your your community and donate if you can. If you can't, just share
Mm.
it, just pass it around.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't and like I said, every dime counts for if you're having to purchase. The guys at the coast are a little easier off. I think Chris would probably need as much help as I do because he doesn't have the access like I do, and or like I don't have the access like Chris either, right? Because we're kind of stuck in the middle of the provinces, where the guys at the coast still have access, a lot better access than we do. Why they're helping me too, because they know that I don't have the access out here.
Yeah.
So a lot of the purchasing that I did with the cannabis and the cash and stuff that I was donated all went out to the coast because I can't access that kind of stuff here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now as far as Linda, the wrap up something here that she says, it involves helping others. And she says, I'm not a criminal. I'm a 51-year-old at this time, disabled, sick Canadian who wants the right to choose what medicine I can put in my body and when I do it. I have the right to be able to help others through education or by showing them how to do their paperwork. I want to talk to them when they're lonely, as I know what lonely is. I want to be able to reach out and be with people that are sick as or sicker than me. I just like to help that lady earlier. I wanted to help more people. I got that chance a while back, and that's what she went on to do, and she does.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I know I could do an update with her. I'm sure, and it'd be the whole story would be something that would probably open up a lot of people's eyes, because I've had people say to me, just let them die.
Yeah. Lock them up, put them in jail, force them to get better. That's what I'm.
And you know,
This new program, they're going to force incarceration on them. Good. We don't want them on our streets. They're stealing from us. You should hear the shit I hear. It's just horrible.
yeah, and it's just so sad when I hear that. Just let them die.
Yeah. But like I say, they've got just as much rights as we do as Canadians in this country, no matter whether you like what they're doing or not. I'm not saying that it's okay for them to steal. It's absolutely not. I
No,
don't
correct. Right.
I don't condone the break-ins. I don't condone. But again, if we don't help them come out of that situation, they're going to keep stealing and they're going to keep continuing doing the bad behavior that they've got. And if nobody bothers to give a fuck, like it seems
Yeah.
to be, then they're going to just continue the bad behavior.
And,
So
yeah,
And like I
And
said, places here I will not go. Like there's one behind, I will not go there. There's dangerous people there. They're selling, and I won't go there. I'm not going to put my life in danger to do
yeah.
this.
I know that I saw some stuff in the news just to slightly touch on the politics end of this. But I did see some stuff in the news about some money that's being offered to the provinces to help with the encampments. And I hope it's to help with housing of the people in the
It is.
encampment.
That's exactly what
Yeah.
that's exactly what it
Yeah.
is to
Yeah.
help with housing. But you've
And
got
they're going directly to the municipalities.
that's because some provinces won't jump on board, and then old what's her nuts next door here wants to basically
I know
tell
who you're talking about.
yeah, like Danielle Smith wants to tell the municipalities every grant that they get from the federal government has to go through the province first, and she has to approve it from a municipality. She's putting a new legislation in so she gets full control. She can dismiss a mayor if she chooses to. This is the kind of shit she's pulling in Alberta, and I'm not.
Yeah. But so there are something that's hopefully that makes it to the ground, because that's where it's got to go. Talk is talk. Let's get it to the ground.
Well, and that's the thing. Like we've got a lady here in town that has enough money to set up an ATCO, trailer situation, but then you need security and you need people to work it, and you have to have a piece of property to put it on. And the city's not willing to offer up the property that they're sitting on right now.
I think there's one in Peterborough.
But they do have a balance.
They put together. Actually, they've made like small container homes.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Like these are like oil field camps, right? Old oil field camps that all have a bathroom and in them, right? And then they have a central kitchen where they have their communal kitchen kind of deal. Like they don't get like that kind of type of thing.
Yeah.
And like the city does have a bathroom out there for them that they can use, which is better because if not, sanitation out there would be just disgusting. So at least there's a bathroom and put out there for them. So we'll give them that much, but yeah.
Yeah, that's right. All righty. Well, just so you know, on the drug end of things, our mutual friend, Allison Murden, there's a headline here that I know that she'd be jumping up and down on, and that is that in Ireland, a legislative committee in Ireland calls for cannabis legalization and decriminalization of all drugs. That'd be like the Portugal's got decriminalization of.
Look at the Swiss model too, right? And
yeah.
In Ecuador, right? And Ecuador, is it Ecuador?
I'm not sure.
Not Ecuador. No, what was the first country to decriminalize or legalize cannabis?
Uruguay.
Uruguay, yeah, Uruguay, yeah. So the medical professional that we've got working here, that's right, he's from Uruguay, and he's our new medical scientist for mental health and addiction, and he's at the BC University, and he's like really well educated, and he's now taking over the whole. And he believes in enforced incarceration, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, we don't need that. Now, this Ireland proposal on the cannabis end would allow cannabis clubs where members can purchase small amounts of cannabis grown on a non-profit basis. We don't have that.
No.
No, that's something that I believe that Ross was working on, or through a proposal that he had sent to the government on when they were taking in submissions.
Oh yeah,
it was a co-op, some type of co-op.
Yeah, co-op, but they would never go. They already had the
No,
license.
correct.
It's already set up. There was no way they were going to allow that. They wanted to make money right from the get-go. That's why those licensed production sites were put up for us to purchase from right from the get-go. Right? They didn't want us growing our own. They wanted to provide for us. That's how those systems got started because MMTR. Remember, Harper send your plants to us with your kitty litter. Fucking fool.
Yeah, the kitty litter. Yeah, there's recommendations in there to deal with stigma, harm reduction as well.
Yeah.
Decriminalization.
There's a problem with harm reduction. They don't think that people should be accessing that. And I'm like, you don't understand, obviously.
Yeah. It says that it says here the decriminalization of possession of personal use should apply equally to all illicit drugs, and while people should be offered all supports and health services that are required, no person should be criminalized for not availing for supportive intervention.
Right. Well, that takes the stigma off of it too, because that's the
Yeah,
thing.
they're not
Don't
being.
ask for help,
Yeah.
especially when they're called nothing but criminals and treated like crap.
Mm.
Who's going to reach out for help?
Well, they use drugs. They're criminal.
Well, and the thing of it is, it's when you're in recovery, it's like, yay, what a great job you're doing. Good for you. Congratulations. But where the fuck were you when the person was struggling so hard and needed help and was trauma? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's all great and fine when you're done doing them, but when you're doing them, nobody's willing to help you. They just say, get away from me. I don't want to see you. Like, it's just not
Yeah.
radio, right? That's why they, like, my door is open. Like, not for anybody. For years it was fuck that. I'm not bringing that here. Now it's like, anytime.
They say that specific trauma and harm reduction training should be provided, and Gabber Matey, he talks about the trauma.
Gabber,
yeah. A
right,
lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the trauma is the root cause.
Well, there's a couple differences too with addiction, because some people have an addictive personality, right? There's
that.
There's also the genetic tracing that prior with parents or grandparents with alcoholism can be passed down genetically, right? They're finding that within the science that's evolving. Never mind the fact that they're also finding that a lot of people, like, again, addicted by the fact that opioids take 72 hours to make you physically addicted to them. So once the body's then physically addicted, and if you stop taking things and you're getting sick, you're going to be looking for whatever it's taking to make you feel better, right?
Yeah.
So there are people that are, so like I said, there's differences along the way. There's trauma based, and then there's medical based, where they've been put on opioids for an injury or whatever. Even some antidepressants.
That's
there's other drugs that these people are using too. What's that one? Xanax, right? 15-year-old girls are all hooked on Xanax. Xanax is an antidepressant, right? But if you don't need it, it gets you high. Kids are using Ritalin. Okay, Ritalin is something I was
Ritalin. Oh,
deficit, right? But if you don't need Ritalin, it's a stimulant, so it's going to get you.
Yeah, well, similar effects to cocaine or
meth, I guess. Like that's what
side effects. Yeah.
Exactly. But if you're attention deficit, that's what they prescribe you to slow you down. So I've taken Ritalin. It doesn't get me high. It makes it so that my leg doesn't twitch. You remember? You were the first that I said, Al, this is the first time my leg hasn't been moving in my whole life. Right. So so again, like there's pharmaceuticals that do get, you know what I mean? And if you don't need them and then you've been taking them and then all of a sudden you're stuck on them, like it just leads to worse. And then they brought up, then they've got fentanyl and carfentanil and who the fuck knows what else is.
We're having the Quaaludes.
Right? Yeah, where's the news, man? Let's just take some, peyote and, at least it's natural. Mushrooms.
All right. So, for us to wrap up here, how can people get a hold of you if they want to gift, donate, help out, volunteer time, so on and so forth for Cranbrook substitution?
Yeah, Facebook. We have the Cranbrook cannabis substitution page on Facebook, or you can just reach out to me via Facebook, because I've got my phone number on the cards, just so that these people, because most of them just have text. People are living out at Moyer, if they can't even have access to a phone or anybody, so you text me. I'm not giving them out my email because I don't have time to be checking 60 different. I'm not going to put an Instagram page up and all these other pages up. I don't have time for all that shit. Right? I'm too busy begging stuff and begging for fucking money all week to, and then I'm going to be baking and doing other things if I don't have.
You need somebody to create some social media for you, and to be the person who interacts with it.
I think Facebook is good enough because, like I said, technically somebody could cause issues, and I don't want to wrestle into
Right.
that either. I don't need any RCMP coming and telling me I can't do what I'm doing. That's why I'm going out there to them and keeping it kind of on the DL, just in a small community kind of thing, right? Except for donations and stuff, I'm just kind of asking.
Down low, spread all over Facebook.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, again, yeah, it's spread over Facebook.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, I'm not gonna.
And you have talked to some people, and
Yeah.
that are happy that you're doing that. Where they could obviously have a different look on things, and that may be their personal opinion on things, not their.
Right. And again, this isn't money exchanging hands. This isn't trafficking. This is gifting. And like I said, it's just something that I feel we should be doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm just doing it.
Gift an ounce.
Yeah, no, I'm not even giving. Like I said, we're not giving them even that much. Like it's.
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, I understand. As far as what you're giving the people on the ground, you're not giving them an ounce. What I'm suggesting to people,
and even Rosie,
people who want a gift, they can gift you an ounce.
Yeah, you want to give me up to 30 grams? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That legally can be gifted, right? For sure. I know Rosie does a lot of baking and stuff herself because people will gift her stuff, and then she does the baking and the cookies. But she works full time too, right? But she's going out and in Surrey, and it's working there too. Like it's really a good service out there as well. So again, like I said, they're
if you can cheer somebody up, you can change maybe their outlook and lift their spirits, right?
Yeah. Well, like I said, last weekend we had the infused peanut butter and jam sandwiches, and we had some cookies because I had some pumpkin spice cookies dropped off by another friend. So we had some cookies for them, and we had some lovely cannabis for them, and then we had the tinctures for them, and like I said, we had toothbrushes and we had blankets. We had all kinds of goods, for them.
Yeah, moments before we went live on the air, you got a buzz. So
yeah.
We should go so you can finish that conversation that you were just about to get started before we went live.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Like I said, it's everything happens and it's all coming together. So it's
correct. All right. Other than that, anything else you want to say?
You can catch me and Daryl Monday on my show because Daryl's going to be on my show. Daryl Fay is going to come on from zerohigh.ca and talk about his tinctures and what he's doing, and we'll find out a little bit more about his what's going on. So yeah, that'll be Monday at noon on Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana.
All righty, and that is noon
my time, Mountain Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 11 a.m. Pacific Standard.
That's right. All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. Don't forget, if you miss a show, you can always catch it later at paceradio.net. Everything's up on YouTube, plus all the links are at our website. And other than that, thanks for tuning in, and good night. We got a message here, just so you know. Have an excellent evening and keep up the great work. And Daryl, we will catch you Monday. All right, everybody. We'll see you all later. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the Doobie.
We have today on the spot, D.E. the Bud Guy. D.E., I dragged out that E.
I told you, you're supposed to say, what up, D?
What up, D? What up, D?
You can tell he's the newbie. He lives to the name.
What up? Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to be here.
Thanks for coming.
Like D the Bud Guy is a very, very obvious. You're in the cannabis industry. You're the. Oh no, wait. I guess that could be non. Yeah, you might like Bud the beer. Actually, I never thought about that. Okay, but so when you go out and you are D the Bud Guy, this clearly is part of your identity and your journey, and that's what we're really interested in talking about on this show: is hearing people's journeys, hearing why they're in the space, what they're doing in the space, and how they got into the space in the first place. And me being a newbie and MJ being a doobie. Our listeners come from both worlds as well, and we really believe that people's stories are the best way that we can probably begin to really break down the stigma. So where does your story begin in this? How do you become the bud guy?
Okay, so I'm very much a newbie and a doobie myself. I'm new to the whole social media section as far as I've only been doing this for a couple of years now, and it kind of started when I began growing. The doobie part being the fact that I am a recreational smoker who's become a medical licensed grower. My journey began a little over 2 years ago, and for me, it started with an outdoor grow. You know, this is actually my third outdoor grow, I should say, was just completed last summer. So with the legalization in Canada, much like everybody around me, it was like, hey, are you going to grow? And for me, it was definitely yes. You know, my wife is a great gardener and we have beautiful space. So it was a chance to kind of start things. So my journey really began outdoors. It progressed from there, of course.
So being a recreational user became a medical grower. We've often talked on the show. MJ is a medical consumer and grower.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about how there's a lot of recreational users are in fact medical users, and many of them don't even know that or are aware of that. They think they're doing it recreationally, but ultimately it's causing some sort of balancing effect within them.
Yeah, even as
Absolutely.
preventative.
Preventative, yeah.
Right? Like, in my opinion, even as a preventative measure.
I agree. I agree. It's definitely safer for the people around me if I'm consuming.
Right? I smoke weed for your protection.
Yeah, but all kidding aside, Timmy, I really agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that the danger in that though is that we as people have a habit of self-diagnosing ourselves too. So you want to be careful that if this is your reason for doing it, it doesn't become a suppressant to something else. Like, I know in this case, a lot of people use it to treat depression, but it's you don't want it to. I don't know. I don't advise maybe using it as that kind of numbing agent that like maybe alcohol and some other drugs have been kind of prone to do to people in the past. And do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you know, it can easily be used as a. We were talking today on. Now, this might not be the same day that this obviously comes out, but this morning in real life is Blue Monday. So it's the day where depression by statistics seem to peak in North America due to the fact that we're right in the middle of winter. Christmas bills are all now starting to become realistic because those credit cards are calling and all those overspending. And people's have already, within about 2 weeks, they've all their New Year's resolutions have failed. And so people are in this intense state of depression. And we were talking today on my, I do this show in the morning on Instagram called Smoothie, Avocado, and Chat. And we just chat about different things, but I'm on a health journey myself. And we talked about the fact that, that there is medicine that's needed for some people that are battling depression, but there are also some people out there that are using other things in their life to sit and say, oh, well, I'm depressed, that's why I drink. Or, maybe in this case, that's why I smoke. And we went back to a lot talking about the fact of, well, have you tried sleeping better, getting more exercise, and eating better? Because those three things might solve your problem before you start pretending that something else is actually and it's just an excuse to smoke or to drink or whatever.
100%. 100%. That's the basis of any good medical practice, I believe. I mean, I think that's the first thing that any doctor should or usually does actually ask, is they're going to look at your sleep routine, your diet, and the aspects of your life before they even begin to try and diagnose you with anything or even look at any secondary treatments, Timmy.
So in your particular life and journey, because you acknowledge your description of yourself right away was, I'm a recreational user, but you're a medicinal grower. So
that's right.
Where does it? Do you feel that for you cannabis is simply recreational?
No, and I'm glad you asked, because I do a lot of like live feed discussions on Instagram with my friends, and this topic comes up often. And see, here's the thing: I really I myself, I'm just gonna say how I do things. And at the beginning of the day, And the end of the day, I start with a concentrated rosin. I do what's called dabbing. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with that, it's basically a product called shatter or rosin. It's a much stronger version of cannabis, and it has secondary cannabinoids present, things like CBD and CBA, and again, I can explain some of these things to some degree if you like, but it's been decarboxylated, which enhances it. So there's a lot. Those are kind of the reasons it does that. But what I find by doing that is that it gives me a much more different cerebral high. It's a much more concentrated and consistent euphoric experience when you are dabbing than you are, say, hitting a bowl. Like I'm a big advocate. I have glass. I use pipes. I pretty much consume it any possible way that most people do. But for me, it's a different experience. If I find that if I don't start my day with a dab or end my night with a dab, I either don't sleep correctly or I don't really, I don't know, I kind of get like, I find that smoking joints, pardon the expression, it's a completely different high altogether. It's a great experience though. Like it's important to, what I like about a joint or the dab is that it slows you down. It makes you it brings you back into the moment a little bit. And a joint will help you lose the moment. And that's what I like a joint is a good way to meet people. I like the sociability of a joint where like especially now, it's not like you're carrying a bong somewhere with you. And I think that if you're hitting a pipe, people are usually looking at you and wondering what you're smoking versus the fact that you're smoking a pipe. There's all kinds of thoughts that come into it. And I got friends that recovered from other addictions that refuse to smoke a pipe because of that, because it's too much of that process for them. There's too many similarities for them. So in a long-winded way, yes, I'm a strong believer in medicine. And I also like, I have great stories of how that really has affected my family on a medical side as well too. And if you like, we can certainly get into that. But just to end that point particularly, I really find that for me, it's definitely medicine. And there's a recreational time. It is definitely a social practice for me. If I go and I meet my friends, this is the first thing we're going to do. Alcohol to us is kind of like a maybe.
I thought it was interesting that you threw in. You said smoke a joint, and then you said pardon the expression. What what is it about? Because MJ and
I think it's an old way of thinking. Okay, I think like terms like weed and joint and stuff like that. Blunt's a very kind of like blunt is a very specific thing. It means like you're smoking a blunt wrap or it's a much larger cigar style type of a thing. So if you're not familiar with the definition, that's the difference. But what I find is that when we use older terms and if we, like there's a balance that we need to get to with cannabis between old habits of calling it like the hippie names, and pardon the expression for calling it a hippie name, there I go correcting myself again, right? Versus getting it mandated as a full-blown medicine because, with pharmaceutical classification, there's a whole other box of things that will be opened up. And, we could go there and not go there. It's just, I have an opinion on that as well, obviously. But what I do think is that until we get to the point where it's readily accessible to the people that need it, we need to keep it as it is. We're not ready to grow as a society until everybody catches up. There's a lot of people in the States that can't get a concentrate, so they'll never really, or potentially not legally, be able to have the experience that I get medically. And that's not right to me.
Well, up until I can't remember what year it was 2000 something. But you probably know this, in Canada, it was legal to have a medical license to consume flower, but it had to be in combustible. You could not bake with it. It was actually illegal to turn it into any sort of concentrate, including butter. So children, this is what it meant. Children who had medical cannabis licenses for whatever reason had to smoke, or they had to burn it in a vaporizer and put a mask over the child. And like, And this was like, it didn't make any sense. This is what you're like, I agree with what you're saying. The rules still we need to grow where we are to get better rules in place. Now it's been overturned because it was a stupid rule to begin with. You should be able to give your child cookies over making them smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And especially now that they understand how it differs, like, the thing is cannabis now, because it's accepted and it's looked at as a potential medicine. Okay, and I'm just going to call it potential because not everybody's on that agreement with it. Now the studies are happening, so now they're making up for all this time that they had. When they were busy jailing people and kind of calling it the devil's lettuce, they weren't looking at it. But now, if you look, like I'm not 100% on this, but I know at one point, and I thought I read that it's the current, like, medical cannabis is the current potential thought process at the American Diabetes Association as a potential, like, actual cure.
Right.
So with that being said, like, I guess that brings me, like, I wanted to share a story with you, if it's okay, about medicine and how it affected things, and about perception. Okay, so I'm going to tell a very personal story. My mother doesn't consume cannabis, but she's never been super against it. She's always been surrounded by people in her life that when they used cannabis, it led to stupidity. It led to people hurting themselves by getting on, quads and stuff like that, and breaking their collarbones. Or it was the time that, like, I was coming home late, or the times that we eat edibles and get a little too stupid or something like that. Like, she looked at it as a very juvenile. She had a very poor perception of it because that was her vision of it. Okay. And then her sister got really sick. And her sister went from, so my aunt, one of my favorite aunts, okay, the leading thought at the time is that she may have had diabetes. Of course, diabetes is almost a rush to in my family because it's been so prevalent, and it's such a huge cause for a lot of things. Like, its symptoms are so similar to a lot of other symptoms too. So they always kind of start there. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it seems to always come up. And in treating her, they gave her all kinds of heavy medications, things like morphine and stuff like that, which caused her to go from 160 some odd pounds down to like 80 pounds in a very, very, very fast time. So you can imagine how we felt looking on the outside in. It just looks very, very, very scary, right? And so my aunt's a long-term recreational smoker. She's always been for it. She was the cool aunt that used to sneak a little bit to me when I was growing up. Like, she was cool like that. But she reached out to me because she knew I had some friends and, a little bit of, connections when it came to the medicinal side of things, because she heard about some of the stuff I was doing with some of the friends that I made, and she asked me if I could find her some help. And I had a really good friend of mine, okay, a company called Leaf This, if I could say that. And what she provided me was an RSO oil for my aunt, okay, which was really good because the RSO oil really, really helped her. What it did is it gave her that pain killing effect. It took it gave her the ability to rest and to kind of, so it gave her that dormancy, I hate to say it, but like that part of it that she needed to fully get better. But she also gave her like these things that were natural and that gave her energy and gave her appetite and things like that. So I gave it to her on a Sunday night. She finally kind of came out, seeing everybody, and I gave it to her on a Sunday night when I was finally able to give it to her. And she texted me the Monday morning, and she was up making breakfast for her family for the first time in 2 years. Okay. And like, she sent me this text, and it was like this very heartfelt thank you, bless the person who made this. This is the best I felt in 2 years. Like, I feel like a person again. It gave her dignity and energy and the strength to fight off what she's going through. And she's still at the process where they're still sorting things out with her, but she's a lot stronger, and she doesn't look like that person that kind of really, she doesn't look like, like it's winning, if I could say that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I have a story also with pharmaceuticals, and it's amazing the list of pharmaceuticals that can be replaced, or at least that were replaced in my personal journey by one plant. I can't say one plant because it's multiple plants and different strains, and I had to find all that out, and it's not going to work for everybody. Like, it's funny because you said cannabis slows you, like dabs and smoking joints, they slow you down. And that was what Timmy didn't like about consuming when he did smoke a joint. However, we smoked a joint and then went bowling. And then another time we smoked a joint and tried to have a conversation. Like, it's what you're doing. Like, if we were having a dab or a joint and then going to bed, it would be totally fine. Right?
Yeah, well, I think one thing that I've on this learning curve that I've been on, because I tried cannabis for the first time 3 years ago.
Okay.
There's a few different times, and like one of them was the bowling. And once I saw that it was ruining my bowling score, I gave it up. Like, some things are not worth the risk. I'll tell you that. But one thing that I'm learning is this concept of how complex the plant is, and realizing that there is so many different dimensions in regards to strain, environment, dosage level, how you receive it, how it's grown. So there's all this thing that's going on, and we have somebody in our life who was adamant about the fact that the cannabinoids, and I'm a skeptic by nature, so I've come into this industry growing up in the church. 35 plus years, going to become a pastor. We didn't talk about cannabis, and when we did, it was equated to cocaine, heroin. I mean, it was up there with everything that you shouldn't.
It's a drug.
Take that, you go to hell. That sort of level of thing. And
that was information then. I get it.
Yeah. So when this friend of ours, Reverend Kelly, she was talking about the cannabinoids.
About it comes in the breast milk.
Yeah, and that everybody's kind of got this thing in their system, and that everybody needs it. And at first I balked, and I was like, no, I don't need it. Like, I'm pretty healthy. Like we talked earlier, I focus on eating better, sleeping better, get more exercise. If I do those three things, I think I can combat a lot of the other things.
You're really healthy.
But what I'm discovering, though, is that there might be a strain, and maybe we're already discussing adding CBD oil just into my my breakfast smoothies, and that maybe it isn't the THC. And so I think within my skepticism that I had growing up, and my healthy skepticism that I still have now, has at least transformed to the fact that I now see the benefits. I see that there is potential. The word that you keep using is definitely there. And so I stand on now the side of the advocacy of it. But now the skeptical side is continually going, well, show me the science. Show me how this can help me. And if it can, I'm in. But show me how it can do it.
But see, I look at that like it's personal. Everybody is different. Everybody's genetic makeup is different. So you have to find.
But you know how we're all the same? Timmy, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
You said that you're looking at other forms of just overall health, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct in assuming that maybe some of it's dietary? Like, are you looking at like those kind of principles as well? Are you vegan or vegetarian or anything like that?
I tried veganism for a year. I ended up adding meat back in, but yeah.
Me too. Okay, but let me. So you'll understand where I'm going with this. When I was vegan, one of the things that I kind of learned was just that the whole concept of what you put in your body is kind of shelved around this concept of whether or not you can consume it by ripping it open, whether it's natural for you to actually consume that. And that's usually like the way that we kind of looked at things that we put in our bodies when at least that's the vegans that I was around. And that was the education kind of about it that I was given. And the reason I bring this up is this. if we're not designed to consume cannabinoids, then why do we have cannabinoid receptors?
That is something that I've been learning more about. Yeah, the endocannabinoid system. Yeah, it's a legit thing.
We actually have a system designed to deal with it. So is it fair to maybe just say that it's likely on that notion? Now you see why I brought up the other thing first, though, right? Like you see how it kind of, because anybody who takes anybody who takes a bit of education and learns about the things that they put into their body, and I'm not going, I'm not picking vegan, this and that. I'm just saying in general, anybody who looks at nutrition issues and looks at what they put into their bodies, these are the questions we ask ourselves. So I think there's an answer there. And I think that the skeptic in you should know that there's a cannabinoid system in your body that's designed to deal with that. So I got to think that it's there for a reason.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm on board with. I think I've really come to understand that there is something within, and just like sitting there saying, look, I want to make sure my iron levels are high. I want to make sure my magnesium, all these things that are below.
That's right.
Vitamin D. And so then you have this other thing that is high or low as well. And I think for me, the big step forward was separating the fact that as I grew up, all I saw was the stereotypical, let's use the term smoking the joint. And to me, I equated that with smoking, which I equated to unhealthy living and all this other stuff. So, but now that I found out though about the other ways to consume, and now I'm like, okay, you know what? I had a CBD cookie.
We had 4.
I ate a lot of them. They were really good cookies. But that opened my eyes tremendously.
CBD.
What's that?
I said my wife uses CBD products.
Yeah, and that to me really opened my eyes, and I went, oh, okay. There's another way to possibly receive the benefits and to get the cannabinoid thing, and that's
right.
To me, when I talk about being a skeptic, I say it from the standpoint of I have crossed the line into the advocate side of the skepticism. Now it's a question of, and that's why I enjoy these conversations and the show that we've been doing, which is not just about teaching me, but teaching other newbies.
So, and you know what, MJ will appreciate this. MJ, I presume you grow likely organic as well.
Just need to click it. Sorry, Timmy.
You said.
I actually am probably one of the most healthiest looking unhealthy person you would meet. I eat the same crappy processed bagel with cream cheese and microwaved bacon every single day for breakfast. And I say breakfast, but it's like 1 in the afternoon.
But mind you, she does have a cannabis leaf every once in a while on her bagel. So.
Yeah, when I do the cheddar cheese. So it's funny you say cannabis leaves. So cannabis was prohibited over 100 years ago, right? And we have this endocannabinoid system within our body. There is a theory, and maybe it's just my theory, but I'd like to think it's a theory that's actually out there. So there's a theory that says that when they banned and made it prohibited, what happened was our diets then started getting, our system became deficient in the cannabinoids. So we started getting sicker. Cancer is doubling, they're at a crazy rate. I think that I heard about Dr. William Courtney, who believes that cannabis is a vegetable. It's actually a plant. You can eat it like lettuce or juice it. His wife actually was told she would A, never have children, B, wouldn't live past 30 or whatever. And with just cannabis juice alone through a wheatgrass juicer, he was able to save her. She was a patient, and then it's like a love story. They ended up getting married, and now they have children together, just from cannabis juice, right? Like it's and it's inexpensive to do. You literally can do this at home. You just keep a plant in vegetative state. You know how easy that is. Just lots of light.
Just keep the light cycle above 12 hours. Give it 13 plus just to be safe. But yeah.
So you're saying your wife consumes with using CBD. Does she also smoke or no?
No, no, my wife doesn't. And mind you, the last time my wife consumed cannabis, so here's the thing. In high school, she smoked cannabis, but she didn't like the effects that it had on her. So it was very juvenile to her. Her friend, who's about 60, she's 67 this year, about a year, almost two ago, gave me and her our first dab the first time, like same night, in our backyard. She's a dear family friend, and she's the one who got me into dabbing. And actually, the video's on my YouTube if you ever want to watch it. It's really neat. She throws out a couple of old war stories and stuff like that too, as an old timer. But anyway, she educates me on the process, and you kind of see how I experienced it for the first time. And my wife did it then, and she really enjoyed it. She would be the first to even admit that, but she didn't see it as something that was going to be a long-term thing for her. We're not big drinkers either. We're not, we're not super healthy. We eat a lot of fast foods as well and stuff, but we are somewhat conscious. The things that we do eliminate into our bodies are chemicals. So, like, I'm a fully organic grower, and the reason I asked about the organics is here's another thing to look at, Timmy, is the source of the cannabis that you get. I grow mine, so I do consume secondary source cannabis. But that being said, primarily my grow is what I grow, and I don't put any chemicals of any kind in my plant at any point. Not even grow things like I can add things to my grow that make it look even better and stuff. But they're usually synthetic based, or they're kind of a salt. And I'm not saying that they're super bad for you, but they are definitely eliminatable, and there's an organic thinking that the more pure something is, the better it would be. And because I'm now at the point where, as a grower, I'm now getting to the point where I'm able to kind of process this into some of my medicine for personal use. I'm really cognitive of that. So I have a rosin press, which is like, I prefer solventless extractions, which means you don't mix a chemical to it to get the cannabinoids out of it to make the shatter or
you're looking at rosin or hash,
right? Or like, but I've also recently tried alcohol-based extractions and things like that. So I'm learning things, and certain things are better at extracting things than others, and certain things have other considerations, like what you're using to extract it and whether or not it all gets extracted. But then again, certain things are okay to smoke. Certain things are okay to smoke, but certain things you can't consume if they're made with certain things, because then you can hurt your digestive system. So, I urge anybody, if they're growing or they're considering to do all this, to get all the information you can and to speak to other people that do know what they're doing. And there's lots of people out there that I have access to as a grower, and they ask me about growing, and they'll teach me about extracts and things like that. It's a great community, and there's always lots of people that are willing to help direct you the right way. Through, like, I'm sure you notice that through your own dealings, like with your channels and stuff. Like, the cannabis community is one of the most biggest hearted communities you'll ever meet.
Yeah, we definitely love the plant. It's the one thing that unites all of us.
There is a very strong unity there.
Well, even like, it's one thing to smoke it and to enjoy, like you say, the rituals of like rolling a joint and smoking with your friends or whatever. But when you grow and you raise that plant from, like, I've got a jar right here of my blueberry headband. And I mean, the buds are not the biggest. I absolutely, but like, I gave some to a friend, and I always do this too. Her husband
smells like weed.
Her husband found the jar because it was curing still, and she's like, he picked it up and was like, "Oh my God, you're hiding the good weed." Oh, we can't see it. Oh yeah, because it's green. So he's like, "You're hiding the good stuff," and I was so impressed that he called it good stuff, because that means my shit is the good stuff, because it's gassy. It's this blueberry headband from Humboldt. So
that is very delicious. I've had that
it.
before.
Oh,
Yeah.
so good.
Any of the band strains, but also like blueberries. Okay, so here's another thing that we can kind of touch on. Okay, so there's a thought process like in the medical cannabis community, they have certain strains and profiles that they've traditionally used, but they've expanded that, and a lot of them happen to be the berry-based strains and stuff. Now, me thinking the way that I do, a mad scientist kind of thing, goes, wait a second, aren't blueberries and cranberries and all these things rich in antioxidants anyways? So maybe there's a correlation. And the thing is that cannabis terpenes are derived from the same terpene profile as fruit. So with that being said, there's definitely a similarity, and there's a correlation there. I'm not smart enough scientifically to know, but I'm willing to say that I think that there's evolution that's being made, I think, in that kind of category, and it's something that we should definitely be exploring more of. I think it's only a matter of time. Like you said that your friend considers cannabis food. Well, then it's only a matter of time before the FDA has it anyways. Right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
So everybody has their own theories on this, but why do you feel things went so wrong with cannabis? Why did it get put on the blacklist when it clearly seems to have so many useful benefits? So what is your theory?
Cannabis?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so like, I don't know, I guess the obvious answer is to blame the war on drugs, so I do believe that there was political aspects and stuff, and I only say that because, like at the time the war on drugs became a problem when the U.S. was suffering themselves and the government had to do something, right? And what they did is they had these impoverished neighborhoods in the U.S. where people were getting super sick, and on the other side of the world, they were going after these guerrilla growers and stuff like that. But really, history said that there was more to it. And I'm not going to get into that. The people can read about it and see what they say. But I will say that was probably some of it. And the other aspect is like, the other thing too is like, there's a lot of people that, like, MJ, was it you said that you got rid of a lot of medicines and then just kind of, now you one plant? I think that's the answer. I don't want to say anything that's too kind of specific because of the way that these algorithms work, but I think people know where I'm going. I think you know what I'm saying. I really think that, what will your parents think when they find you dead from marijuana, I think is what they said, right? Like, there was some real funny shit, that they have.
Well, Reefer Madness.
She made me watch Reefer Madness, and that movie was
that
was crazy.
He at the end of the movie, he just kind of like looked at me, and I'm like, "What? Like, should I like be worried?"
I thought she was going to end up killing
tonight?
me. That's the way it looked, anyway.
But like history has showed us. Like, have you guys ever seen the movie Thank You for Smoking?
No.
I might
look it up. Okay. It's pretty interesting. It's a good movie. Watch it. It's kind of interesting. It's about industry and the people that ran different things at a certain time, and it's kind of based on a true story. But it's done for a more entertaining like version, of course. But it's like the tobacco and the meat people, and they all get together. All the lobbyists in the States and stuff. So it's kind of an entertaining movie. But there's a lot of 50% of truth is said and just, I think is what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
Sorry, I love quotes.
As a you have a social media presence that probably is different than your personal social media, I would imagine. Or is it one and the same?
Yes and no. Like my immediate circle knows me as the bug guy to some degree. Like, my family knows what I do and they support it to some degree. But for the most, as long as I don't become the bug guy when I'm with them, they're okay with it, But they're happy in the sense that I help them with their personal growth and stuff. But like when I walk around my hometown and stuff, like, it's D, or people will call me Dwayne, and I have like personal accounts that I don't post my cannabis content to my Dwayne account.
Right.
But I do share bits of it if I think it's important.
So what is it? What drives you? Because some people don't talk about it at all. And some of those people are for still stigma related reasons. Some of them are for, they're just more personal. Like if I started to consume again in some form, if we didn't have this show, I probably wouldn't talk about it. But then there are others who feel very.
Are you gonna talk about me? Like I walk around wearing cannabis and
no,
everything,
no,
head to toe, and I'm like, sometimes I go out in my onesie. Like I am Mary Jane Baker, 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, this is
with a name like Baker though.
But her and Mary Jane.
Yeah, and Mary Jane, like seriously.
But her thing, her in her, like when we had to put bios together for the show, like it was very clear that she had to put, advocate in her thing. Like she has, this is not just a part of what she does, or what she needs as a medicinal user.
It's not just a passion,
but
it's
she wants to advocate for it.
Yeah.
So there are people who choose to just kind of do it personally, and then there's people like yourself who have a personal presence. And I'm always interested to know what that purpose is for you. Like what are you hoping? Like, do you have an angle? Do you want to teach people about the science? Do you just want to encourage people? What is the Bud Guy about?
All right, so there's two stages to that. The first one's very easy. It's a connection. I came and when I started growing, and long before I was any good at it, I presented it. Okay, so I was okay with that. I've never been a very competitive person, but I do like connection. I like connection through these platforms, and there's a lot of people will say that like they're the place where people bully you and stuff like that. And I've had my experiences with that too. But that being said, I find genuine connection. I've met really, really super people. I met you two at Lyft. I went to Lyft to be with other friends of mine. I think that was one of the things I even said to you. I said, I'd love to stay and chat longer, but I'm coming to meet my friends.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I went to Lyft to learn about cannabis industry, to be a part of it, to feel part of it, but for the connection. I made that series, the Cloudy and the Six, my video series, and I did that because it started as a bit of a promotional thing with Raw and with Aim High, but it became a thing about connection. It was always about the people in the cannabis industry. It's about me going into dispensaries and grow hydroponic stores and meeting growers and seeing their gardens and stuff. And so there's that connection. Like the Bud Guy started at the beginning when they took our ability to connect away. So all of a sudden I put everything I could as a person into this projected outwards to try and draw people in and try and learn things and feel part of something, as a grower, and work towards that acceptance as a grower and hopefully earn people's respect as a grower. Learn some things along the way. The growing part of me started because I learned from the University of YouTube. Okay. I watched every growers. There's a lot of amazing content growers, and a lot of them are Canadians, guys like Pigeons 420 and Mr. Canuck. And if you grow cannabis, you know who I'm talking about. These guys are Canadian. They're out there, so they're out killing it, And I kind of wanted to do a little bit of that. Like I've taught people before. I was in the automotive industry. I was in the Canadian Armed Forces. I started as a cadet. Like I've always been comfortable speaking and teaching and things like that. And I've always felt like a bit of a teacher. So for me, it's like this door opened, this rush gate opened of opportunity with the legalization. It was legal for me to do it. It was something that I was enjoying. And I really believe in it. Like my saying is this: growing medicine is my medicine. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the thing is I also believe that nobody told me not to do all that at once. So I felt like there were steps, there was information missing, and I wanted to dumb it down, because what I didn't like is that all these great, not the guys I mentioned specifically, but at the time, but a lot of guys would be like, oh, here, you can have all this, but you needed like thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And I just, like, it broke my heart as soon as I got off, and I was like, oh shit, that's $1,200. Like, But like as a grower, I was joking with my buddies. I said like I'd watch a grow video, and then it'd be the equivalent of a kid watching a kung fu movie and going and beating all his brothers up. Like I'd have to go out and treat my plants with all this new knowledge and stuff, right? So
There
the
goes
science,
another like however much money also.
yeah. But I mean, like, so my wife said, no, babe, like don't go and spend all your money on this. Show me you can keep plants alive, and then do it. And she was right. And what it forced me to do, I learned how to make my own plant medicine. I made videos on how to make CalMag. And then next, I had companies reach out to me and go, if you don't want to make your own stuff, I'd gladly sponsor you. Like, that's really informative and innovative what you've done. By the way, I really like your plants. And I'm like, I'm growing with a house light and tinfoil.
Yeah.
So a lot of what I do, like now, is this year I'm going to make a grow series for my YouTube channel, and it's going to be basics, very basics. Okay, I've already done a video that shows you how to set up a basic setup if you don't have equipment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a seed through the process, and then it's going to be a base that I can build an advanced growing series off of, where I can share some of the tips. And like outdoors, I do living soil. I build my own soil systems. You asked about sciences. I am all about the sciences because I'm a student and I can't wait to share it.
Awesome. And the great thing nowadays with YouTube or university, as I like to call it, which is why I'm here. Anyways, is that no matter how many people are out there doing the exact same thing, showing people how to grow, as well as I do. And when it comes to growing, everything will be different. Something that works for you might not work for somebody else. So if I watch somebody else's video, I might be completely useless when it comes to that. But your video might be the one that is like, oh my God, are you kidding me? That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
So
I try to draw people in with, like, if you look at the content that I do create, I try to draw people in with music and a little bit more upbeat tempo so that I don't lose you. Like, I always found school boring. Okay. Like, but the teachers that came out and did this, like, things slightly different, they really got through to me. And because of that, I mean, I became a student of humanity, I think, like, in the sense that, like, my favorite teachers were the scientist and the librarian and like the history teacher. Like, these were my favorite teachers. It wasn't the English teacher. Like, the mathematics guy was cool, but like, they didn't make it fun. There was no fun in that for me, but the science, like, my science teacher ate chalk and everybody thought that shit was weird. Like, it was enough to break down that barrier and just like, what is it? Like, it took my interest, and I try to do things flashy and loud because everybody's done boring and slow.
Oh, that is true. Well, it sounds like
it's great stuff. Like, I learned it through boring and slow. I just think that there's a more fun way to do it. That's all. It gives me connection too.
We absolutely agree. Well, and you go ahead.
I actually learned through mistakes. I make lots and lots of mistakes, but I'm like you, constantly making videos and showing people what happens when you don't put your plant into a bigger pot, or what happens if you forget to water and let the soil dry out. Like all these things that people will do. So
I think that there's a lot of value in we often, I've talked about this in my own personal journey about, I'm a very private person, and I like to show people the end product. I don't like to show people I don't like to show people like the journey all the time, because the journey is filled with, errors and failures. And so you just kind of want to work through and get that done. But what I'm finding is that, well, I've always known it to be true. Believe me, if it wasn't in the public eye, I might not even be on social media. Like, I don't need to be on it personally.
Yeah.
But I have started to understand the importance of it from the standpoint of letting people see the failures and the things, because that is what we learn from. And, my dumb questions that I might ask as a newbie in the space is valuable. And that's what we noticed very quickly, that there were people that were watching our stuff that, a group of cannabis people might go, that's like the most basic of questions. And it's almost, not that you would do it, but some people, that's kind of silly. It's like, well, no, it's not actually. It's from that very basic thing that a lot of other people are going to be able to learn from asking that dumb question, that doesn't,
That's funny. You said notice very quickly, and the first thing that I noticed very quickly was the unit sitting in front of Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to say about that unit? Do you see the water in it?
I'm going to say that it looks very clean.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we did a video the other day on how to clean a bong, and that is how you should, if you're going to leave it for another sesh, that's how you should leave it.
That?
Clean water and not.
I was impressed by Kermit. She was impressed by the clean bong. That's the way our world
It's hot
goes.
that he's wearing a Supreme.
Equally impressive. Equally impressive. Very perceptive, by the way, too. You know what? Kermit was, my wife and I was telling you earlier, love thrift store. And so we found that at a thrift store, and I had to take Kermit home. And the bong is,
awesome.
The bong's nice. It's a 2-piece freezable beaker bong.
Oh, you got that. Oh, the icing.
It actually, it's glycerin at the top.
So you put that in the freezer bag.
Oh.
And it doesn't actually freeze. It's like a cooler pack. So
yeah,
when the
so it's
smoke
pretty slick.
goes,
Yeah, no, it looks so. It's so.
cooler coil. That's what they're called.
Like, okay, I mean, like glass. There's a whole other conversation too. I mean, like I worked in a cannabis glass and accessory store for.
That's how I got started.
Better part of a year. So, I learned so much about people, cannabis users, and their preferences through that. Like, there's a lot of really golden experiences through that. Eh? So you said you worked in one too?
Yeah. So it's so funny. One day back when I actually used to eat McDonald's, it was like 2014 because that's the last year I ate McDonald's. So I was in the drive-thru and I was like, puff, puff, pass. What's that? I know what Puff Puff Pass is, but like there's a store. And then as soon as it opened, the first week I went in there and I was like, what's going on? I would love to like get a job. And I started working there, and there was like a lot of downtime because in between customers. So I had my laptop. I spent a lot of time on the computer watching documentaries. And then when customers would come in, like you're saying, you talk to them and then they'd be like, I use cannabis for cancer treatment, or I use cancer for insomnia. And, do you have, I learned what a pollen press was when I was working there. And like, the honeybee extractor for the butane and all that stuff. Like I didn't know any of that. And it was a great learning experience talking to everybody. And I love upselling. Like you bought a bong, you're going to need a bottle of cleaner because trust me, you're not going to want a dirty bong. And bong, flavored bong water. That was like, I love that stuff.
Well, we know you're in Canada, getting your jacket on and everything.
Chilly, eh?
Oh yeah, it's I smoke in my garage. It's my man cave, right?
Yep.
It's definitely very much. It definitely feels like a cave today. So
yeah,
it's funny. We were talking about Blue Monday earlier, and in real life, it's Blue Monday. It would be hard not to be blue today. We literally got slammed with the biggest snowstorm.
Yeah, I shoveled my snow. I did my driveway right before I came in.
Yeah. Now, is that space that you're in? Is that just a man space that men tend to have their men cave, or is that a way for you to get away because your wife doesn't consume? I'm interested in that relationship because we're in a relationship where I don't consume at all, and she does, and you've talked about how your wife.
I did just consume literally.
That's true.
So it's both because it's not even just about consuming cannabis. It's also about content creation, right? So as I mentioned earlier, is I do a lot of like lives on Instagram and things where I'll have
it's like a studio as well.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a studio in a sense. That's why I chose to kind of come in here, and it allows me to just smoke and converse with you and not affect her. Like right now, she's not feeling too well, so she's resting. And that way I don't have to be intrusive. If she wants to watch her show, she can watch her show. But she's, although she doesn't consume, she does assist me in a lot of ways. And I mean, like, you both are a testament to it. I mean, like, when you do content creation, you're not really just you. I mean, like, whether you recognize it or not, you're not usually just a one person gang. There's usually other people that are assisting you along the way, whether it be with the actual filming or, like, if I do a giveaway as an example, my wife will help with the data input of the names and stuff like that. And people will send her roses in the chat. And, like, it's become a bit of a personality in it within the Bug Guy brand, as everybody knows Tony, you know, and I think it's great. Like, it's they're the unsung heroes. Is the spouse of the grower, the spouse of the content creator, the spouse of the, you know, newbies and doobies of the world. Like, you know, like, without that right support system, it's hard to do what we do.
Yeah, well, you can't see it, but we've got our 12 wives on the other side of the camera.
They help get everything going. Has there ever been? You were talking. I mean, you talked about you and your wife knowing each other back in high school. Is that correct?
Well, no, we didn't. Here's the thing: is we actually, I can tell you our story. Our story's kind of neat itself, I think, because my wife and I have only been together for 4.5. Maybe 5 years.
Okay, but I think I'm connecting where I thought the story was. Yeah.
We went to the same high school. We had all the same friends and never met.
That's crazy.
We live in a small town, so statistically, it's just really weird. But I will tell you that when we did meet, I fell in love the instant I met her, and I really mean that. I went home. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, I would never believe that I would ever even fathom saying this, but I'm telling you straight up, I met the person that I love the most in life." And I told my mom, I said, "Write this shit down, Mom. I found her." And the crazy thing is like, we like realized, like, we're on the first date and she goes, "Well, what did you look like in high school?" And I go, "Well, actually, a friend of mine tagged me in a post recently. Like, here." I pull out the picture and I show her the picture. You know what she says? She goes, "That's me on the other side of it." Shit you not. That was her on the other side of the same fucking picture.
What?
Sorry. Oops, sorry.
No, that's
no, you can say picture on the show.
Sorry. So, I mean, like, it's really just kind of weird. And then I remember feeling like, when you meet somebody that you love so much, like, you almost, like, especially in my case, like, you feel like, wow, like, why, where were you all my life? Like, and you start to almost feel cheated out of that time a little bit. And then it dawned on me, like, honestly, I had a lot of growing up to do. And I think everybody deserves the person that is good for them. And I try to be the best person I can for her too. And I mean that. I'm not trying to swallow myself up. I mean, I really do mean that. And I maybe just wasn't ready to be what she needed yet. So I'm a firm believer in that. And I think the destiny brought us together when it was right. So
well,
I'm grateful for it. Like, I couldn't be D the Bug Guy without T the Bug Gal, you know?
That's sweet. Yeah, the universe works in strange ways. Like, Timmy and I, like, I feel like the universe brings people back in around the same area. Like, we had been close to each other vicinity-wise many times over the years of our lives, but we just didn't meet until it was, like, the right time, I guess. But, like, our parents live, like, a couple city blocks away from each other in Toronto, and, like, 20 minutes to walk from one place to the other. It's crazy how close they are.
Yeah.
We'll get ready to let you go and make sure that she's doing fine. What was it? D the Bud Gal? T the Bud Gal?
T for Tony, yeah.
Was there, though, a moment of hesitation for her or stress at all in the relationship based on your consumption? Because people often look at us and ask those questions to say, well, one is a consumer, one is not. Oh, that must get, stressful, or is
you
there...
had some people in your life that might have been concerned. I might turn.
Yeah, like, so was there anything in that? Like, it sounds like you guys are in this great space, but was there anything that was connected to that where it caused maybe a hiccup, maybe with outside family relationships and stuff as well?
Not the consumption itself, but the creation. Definitely the creation. Okay. I think when I became a creator, there's a time where you kind of like all of a sudden you're doing things that you're not used to, and things become you feel a little bit like Dorothy and Oz, and you can get swallowed up pretty quickly and easily in it, and you can lose sight of things right in front of you by being in here. So the thing is that like I was never in real super threat of anything, but you know, the important thing is, again, it takes a strong person to be able to communicate with you. And it took me a while to see that I was like maybe not as aware in real life as I should have been. Right. So I really offer balance. Like the thing is if you're going to do creation and you're going to have a garden and you're going to work, you have to have a life too. And everything requires kind of somewhat of a balance because it is symbiotic. You can't have it all and just shit on one, right? So you know, as a content creator, like what you do learn is you learn to make your content more accountable. Like you maybe just you spend a little bit of time less, and you take the time to value the time. And I think the other thing too is when you do spend your time with the ones that you love, is you make it count. So you do all those things, and as long as there's good communication, it's always going to work out. But from a consumption standpoint, no, because I grow. Otherwise, but that being said, like there's always that concern that I might be having. Like I have a plant count that I have to keep within, and she's aware of it. You know, she keeps her eye on that and keeps me from maybe overstepping my boundaries a bit. You know, getting that. She keeps me from making those really stupid ideas otherwise. That's for damn sure, you know?
It's so easy to go
over. If you think the stuff I do is stupid now, you should just imagine how I'd be without Tony, right? So, like,
well, and
you know,
it's so easy to go over plant count too, because when you're making cuttings or popping seeds, you want to make sure you do enough because, you know.
Yeah, you do. Like, you gotta play with those new rules for sure. And you gotta take time. And I don't know, like, I'm a big fan of it. Like this summer, okay, as an example, I had a pretty big grow last summer, but this summer I'm not even gonna grow like outdoors cannabis this year. I don't think not necessarily at my house. I might do like an offsite something maybe, but in summary, my wife and I are gonna grow sunflowers there. I have some beautiful selection. Another grower that I met, that connection that I was looking for. That's the benefit of it. Like, you know. So we're at the infamousy of it, but we're going to start a sunflower growing contest on Instagram. Nice. So we're going to spread love and sunshine through Instagram with sunflowers.
I like it.
That's amazing.
You know, put that in your devil's lettuce and smoke it.
What I really liked about this conversation, Dee, is you're clearly a doobie, but you talk and communicate on a newbie level. And I was really, really caught up in the numerous ways where you used terms or whatever, and you immediately caught yourself and either adjusted or altered it. And there is definitely a teacher in you in that regard. So from a newbie, I just really enjoyed hearing somebody who, once again, is clearly a doobie, but speaks on a newbie level, and that's not easy to do. And so, you know,
we definitely need more.
Yeah, so I would encourage people who are listening and following here to connect with Dee on social media. Where can they find you, Dee? Where can they hook up with you? Or not hook up with you?
Yeah, that's Dee's job.
So hi, so I'm at Dee the Bug Guy. So as it likely says in the titling there. DTHEBUDGUY, and I'm also Dee the Bug Guy on YouTube. So I do have a WeedTube account, but I haven't really used it. So I'm kind of guilty that way. But I wanted to put my focus there. And for the growers that are interested in following some of the autoflower stuff, I do have a Grow Diaries account as well. So they're welcome to see some of the more detailed auto grows. I'm kind of coming to fruition as a grower when it comes to auto flowers, and we're always welcome to I can explain some of that to you one day if you like. I'll try and newbie it again. But the correction is because I really think that if you're going to come out and be an ambassador for cannabis, or even take the time to speak on behalf of yourself or anyone else, that we want to be good ambassadors. Like, you know, so we as cannabis ambassadors, we can't all sound like that typical stoner type, and we can't be that puff of smoke at the kids' playgrounds and stuff. Like, we really do have to be cognizant of everybody around us. And if we do that, we're going to be better ambassadors and we're going to be more welcome. So if you're at the beach, take your shit with you. Don't
There's
leave
that
it.
raising the bar again. Yeah. Raise the bar to break the stigma.
That's it, right? Like, you know, and if you're using cannabis or considering cannabis as a medicine, then take the time to make sure you understand it. And if you've had a bad experience, then maybe consider trying something different. And I'm not trying to get you into it if it's not for you. I'm just saying is that, Timmy, you'd commented yourself, like maybe a different strain or a different type of consumption might that might be the difference for you. That might be the difference that puts you as a doobie too.
Yeah.
You just well, Dee, you just ultimately proved my point. My final question was going to be, because of everything I've seen about the way you communicate, it was going to be share something for the newbies out there, and you naturally just went in and shared a very specific message to newbies. So I'm not even going to ask again. We just really enjoyed this conversation. MJ, any final thoughts, words?
I just want to thank you guys for having the platform that you do and for asking the questions. Like, it does take bravery and it takes commitment. The level of professionalism you both have is second to none. I've done all kinds of talks and different things in that, but nothing on this well-organized level. And normally organization comes at a cost of fun, and you both have not done that. This is one of the most, if it isn't the most fun time I've had discussing this in at least a long time, if not ever. So once again, I look forward to meeting you again in person one time. And being we are so close in that, I know that because you're involved in the community that we're going to see each other. I will see you at Lift this coming year.
For sure.
I don't know if you guys have reserved booth 0 yet, but
yeah, we're getting it.
We'll be
for
there.
sure.
We'll have our onesies. We'll be there.
I really, and for anybody who doesn't know what that is, I mean, I just think it's so great that you're like, the hell with it, I'm going to Lift anyways. And you set up, I got my own booth. You clearly decided and you went that it was your event, just like I went and decided that was my event. And I love that you did that too. So I think that's why we had so much fun.
That's awesome.
But,
well, we definitely enjoyed meeting you there. We enjoyed this conversation, and we do look forward to connecting again.
Yeah,
Yes.
the only one thing I would say touches on content creation, and I'm sure you know this. It's the reason why I think we are being as successful as we are, why we make it look as easy as we do, is because when you're creating content for yourself and not for so much for, like, we do create for other people, but we enjoy what we're doing. And I think that's the most important part, because if I actually cared about how many likes or how many views or all of that stuff, I would lose sleep. I would probably have a lot more gray hair and I would be discouraged to continue on. But I love doing this. I want to educate. I am passionate about cannabis. And the more people like you that we can connect with, the more knowledge we can share. And I'm just happy to be on this journey. So thank you again for joining.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dee, for joining us here on the spot with the newbie and the doobie. You can follow Dee the Bud Guy, like you said, both on Instagram and on YouTube. And from there, I'm sure you'll be able to follow everything else. Hugs to T the Bud Gal for us. We'd appreciate that.
I hope she feels better.
I appreciate that.
And we will connect with you again sometime in the future. Thanks so much, Dee.
Awesome.
They may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Now picture this 5-10 years ago.
Oh, it was solid people, man. It was
Yeah.
huge.
But
Huge.
you know, okay, like I mean, I grew up in Toronto, and we used to go downtown on any given day, and you'd be shoulder to shoulder people like this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't even happen anymore downtown
Sidewalk
unless
to
there's an event.
sidewalk.
Yep.
Yeah. Sidewalk to sidewalk. But you know, it's not one of those this year, and then we have to start fresh and build again.
Yep.
And you know, it's doing things like this to allowing people to know that, hey, this is still going on, and why we should be getting involved in it.
And we like to air these things so that people like myself who can't do this anymore, you know, get a. I mean, even if you're not there, you're still supporting us, and you're supporting this event, and that helps because it creates a conversation, and maybe next year there'll be double what's here.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I don't forget, throughout the parade, I'll grab some people. I'll ask them why they are marching.
Yes, I think you should.
All right, there you go. So, what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, you know, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
you know, yeah, like, so it's really exciting to be part of, like, you know, the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, you know, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I like, you know, like, I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
not lots of times.
like, you know, so if you don't believe, like, you know, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. You know, we have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically you march for?
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So, yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, you know, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. Yeah. You know, so it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. You know, I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will. I'm going to see if I can grab Scott here.
Who?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Dad, how are you doing these days?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. The answer is 8. It's always 8.
It's always 8. Not for this question, though. Why do you march?
I march because we still have a message to send around the world. We've legalized it. We've made it work for the best. I think, you know, it's not perfect, but we've made it. And we were talking earlier, a few of us, about the old expo days and treating yourself and how far we've come. And yet the world still is trying to catch up, I think.
And, you know, back in those days, we were out advocating for cannabis law reform, and we're still, you know, asking for cannabis law reform because there's always, like you said, it's not perfect. There's always changes that could be made.
Lots of changes that can be made. From the fact that they're talking about decriminalizing hard drugs right now, I think that's a good conversation to be having, and I think it's the right time. Also, I want to say something. I have a very nasty injury I recently suffered, and I have really come to realize this. We should maybe
we should move along, eh?
That some of the damn packaging. Did you get it? Some of the damn packaging in these containers and stuff that we're buying nowadays.
Oh, brutal.
I have suffered greatly trying to get into these.
Oh, big time. Oh, I know.
Putting my foot down. I'm tired of it, and I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, like I anything that I've had to open, majority of the time I've had to use scissors in order to get into them.
It's very difficult to do right now. So, and I'm not complaining, not at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is a simple injury in a lot of people's lives to what they've suffered. And if I'm having that much difficulty trying to get into my medicine, I can't imagine what it must be for a lot of people.
Oh, yes, because especially so many people go to the stores for medicinal purposes. And I think that's I'm going to say too, because a lot of there's been a lot of increase in the older category of people going in, right? So they're having to deal with these packages.
And yes, from seniors to disabled people, even the people that are new to it, they're befuddled by some of these packagings. And I just look at them and just have to roll my eyes and go, yeah.
Yeah. Organization. Yeah, correct. Well, we caught up to the parade again there, Al. All right, Scott, thanks. We'll be talking, man.
I will look forward to it.
That's right. Bye. How are you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Exactly. Good answer. Thank you. Right. So we need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. As I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website?
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh yeah, side to side, sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like,
Legalize
you can only have 28
cannabis
grams of
everywhere.
cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think
and so
there's
this is why we
somebody
do
else
this.
waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, oh, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have that are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
and their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
There's a big
exactly.
one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Put some rap music on.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good. That's right. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
The Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go ahead.
And I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march. Okay. Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were going to ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse, like, you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding definitely to be part of it, but yeah, like to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, dual purpose. Fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning, and it's good to see that this year's a bigger march than last year, and last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year is some promo done, and we got more people out.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like, I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Disciplined Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Disciplined Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
Have a show about the march. And after Yeah, I don't know.
Song or something?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie, we just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome. And, like, there's always those moments that happen authentically and when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh, yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going. So, yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy. Good chat.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, well, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. I think I adjust that. Patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And, some countries use us as an example of way to do things. And, we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
Keep marching.
We will. I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well,
looked.
you got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen, I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either. But she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods, because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think, okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, MJ always makes comments about the fact of, 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
No.
now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like, the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
They said they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this, because there's lots of other people.
Right, we got to go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out, and we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. All right. Well, signing off here. We're live here at the Global Marijuana March at Queen's Park, Toronto, the North. And come on, check us out. We'll be here, well, obviously, till after the 420. If you're close, stop in for a visit. Check out our vendors. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.